Upon acquiring the sign-in system, faced with the coercion of her employer, Bai Ning decisively resigned without notice, embarking on a shopping spree with her newfound spatial abilities. While others were drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat, she remained comfortable in her sensory attire, possessing ice-based supernatural powers. As others frantically searched for sustenance while starving, the food within her space was inexhaustible throughout her lifetime. While others struggled for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, she indulged in leisurely travel amidst the chaos. Yet, she did not anticipate that the apocalypse would not unfold as she imagined. A mysterious veil was lifted. Beyond natural disasters, the world harbored other dangers. What were those rifts in space? She traversed into various small worlds to seize resources and energy, replenishing her own domain. Have you ever encountered a world brimming with grapes? Chapter 1. I'm done. Beep. Clock in successful. Another day of extreme parkour. She managed to clock in just a minute before her shift commenced. Bai Ning wiped the sweat from her brow and strode toward the elevator. By this hour, everyone else had typically reached their posts, leaving her alone in the lift. She scrutinized her reflection in the elevator's shiny surface, having not taken a moment to truly appraise her appearance in quite some time. With a cascade of chestnut waves, elegantly arched brows, and upturned amber-hued phoenix eyes, her long, curled lashes resembled butterfly wings. A high-bridged nose and subtly pursed lips lent her an air of aloof sophistication. Her skin radiated a cool white tone, accentuating the dark purple circles beneath her eyes, reminiscent of a smoky nightclub makeup. Clad in a form-fitting professional suit skirt, she epitomized a successful career woman. Whether she was truly successful remained uncertain. Her daily routine consisted of an unyielding 007 work schedule. In truth, she had only recently emerged from academia, yet had already endured the harsh realities of society, acquiring the essence of a corporate drone. As Bai Ning exited the elevator, she spotted a short-haired, vibrant woman hastily approaching her. Ning, old fatty is looking for you. He doesn't seem to be in the best of moods. Bai Ning frowned. Here we go again. Undoubtedly not a good sign. Old fatty was her supervisor, notorious for his corpulence, incessant gossiping, and inability to perform his duties, a mere pawn of connections who relished in stealing others' accolades. This had bred discontent among the staff, prompting them to bestow upon him a derogatory nickname. Bai Ning set down her bag and proceeded toward Old Fatty's private office. Knock, knock. Mr. Zhang, you requested my presence? She rapped on the door and, upon seeing the balding figure in the executive chair, maintained an impassive expression. You've only just arrived? Mr. Zhang slapped the desk, hurling a document toward Bai Ning, which landed with a thud on the floor, scattering its contents. You are no longer needed for this project. We're assigning someone else. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ning clenched her fists tightly. Indeed. Mr. Zhang, I have already liaised with the client regarding this project, and the contract was signed yesterday. I have completed the majority of the work. How can you simply replace me? She enunciated each word with deliberate effort, striving to suppress her mounting fury. Huh. Mr. Zhang shook his head, wearing an expression of what can you do about it, and declared, I said we're replacing you. Now go back to your workstation. Are you out of your mind? Bai Ning suppressed her rising indignation and forcefully shut the door, her high heels echoing sharply against the floor. As soon as she settled into her seat, a colleague leaned over, visibly irate. Ning, we've all heard. This old fatty is utterly despicable. How could he act this way? And not just once or twice. He doesn't regard us as human. Indeed, is this old fatty out of his mind? He thinks he can abuse his connections. Does he not realize his own limitations? The chairman doesn't care, even though this project was entirely our effort. Bai Ning opened her computer and typed out each letter with intent. Resignation letter. Wait, Ning, are you really quitting? Have you thought this through? A colleague exclaimed in surprise, catching the attention of those around them. The atmosphere shifted from silence to a cacophony of murmurs filled with indignation and grievances. Bai Ning swiftly printed her resignation letter, subsequently blocking the number of her superior, Lao Fei, and earnestly addressed her colleagues, stating, I have contemplated this decision for quite some time. I am grateful for the care you have all extended to me over the past 3 months. Until we meet again. Grasping her bag, Bai Ning forcefully pushed open the office door, flinging her resignation letter onto Lao Fei's desk before departing without a backward glance. If you wish to replace me on the project, then do so. I resign. I shall forfeit this month's salary. Ignoring Lao Fei's astonished expression, she left behind a striking silhouette. Upon returning to her apartment, Bai Ning reclined on the sofa and began to reflect on the events of the past 2 days. Just last night, she had been accompanying a challenging client for drinks, one who proved exceedingly difficult to please. It took her 2 weeks of relentless effort to secure the order and finalize the contract. After signing the contract, she returned home, feeling disoriented. Unbeknownst to her, she had sustained a bump on the back of her head, and soon thereafter, a voice began to speak to her. In a daze, she followed its instructions, only to be plagued by nightmares throughout the night, foreseeing the apocalypse arriving in 3 months. How utterly surreal this is. Every year, tales of the apocalypse circulate, yet it has never truly materialized. Will there genuinely be an end of the world? The internet is rife with countless rumors, yet the system floating before her, occupying a space approximately 240,000 square feet, equivalent to 30 football fields in area and towering 5 meters high, cannot be a mere illusion, can it? This was one of the reasons Bai Ning chose to resign without notice, another reason being her utter inability to endure her dysfunctional superior. Remaining in the same vicinity as him might very well suffocate her to death. Whether the end of the world proves true or false, the space-time continuum remains suspended, ensuring that she will not incur losses. Bai Ning placed a cup of hot water into the space and discovered that, after 2 hours, it retained the same temperature, thus completing her preliminary test. Embracing the notion that even if the apocalypse does not arrive, she would no longer need to venture out for groceries and could save herself the trouble, Bai Ning powered on her home computer. She sought out essential lists for surviving the apocalypse, meticulously compiling the supplies she needed to procure, including food, drink, and other necessities. It must be said that the internet is teeming with talent. Even the lists of essentials for the apocalypse are impeccably comprehensive. At least, from Bai Ning's perspective, it certainly seems that way. After listing the items she deemed necessary, she considered that she could always supplement her supplies at the mall later. She then calculated her current funds. Prior to her birth, Bai Ning's family had been among the few affluent families, but following her grandfather's passing and her parents' lack of business acumen, they sold off the family assets, leaving only some real estate, sufficient for a normal individual to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. During her high school years, her parents were involved in a car accident. Her mother died instantly, while her father was admitted to the ICU, spending money at an alarming rate. Even selling off the real estate could not restore life. Thus, Bai Ning found herself alone, with only an apartment and some jewelry remaining from the family estate. Converting the jewelry into cash, however, was no simple task. Bai Ning pondered for a moment, recalling her grandfather's good friend, Grandpa Wang, who still sent her New Year gifts each year. She remembered her grandfather mentioning that he would be willing to help in times of need. Yet, at present, she did not have Grandpa Wang's phone number on her device, uncertain if it was listed in her father's old phone book. Rising, she ventured into the long-sealed room, which she had closed off since her parents' passing. At that time, she thought that if she did not see the room, she would not think about it, and if she did not think about it, she would not feel sorrow. Though somewhat naive, human memory tends to blur with the passage of time, and emotions fade away as well. Pushing the door open, she was met with a familiar sight. Bai Ning recalled the large bed, which had been her favorite trampoline as a child. She would often bounce on it while her mother was away at work, despite her mother's disapproval. She also remembered the vanity cabinet in front of the bed, filled with her mother's numerous cosmetics and skincare products. Enchanted by the allure of lipstick while watching television, she once attempted to apply her mother's favorite shade, only to receive a sound thrashing for her mischief. Bai Ning also recalled the wardrobe beside it, her favorite hiding spot during games of hide-and-seek. Following her father's previous habits, Bai Ning successfully located the phone book and, even more fortuitously, the phone number she sought. Dialing the number, Bai Ning waited for what felt like an eternity without an answer. Concerned that Grandpa Wang might have changed his number, she was about to hang up when, suddenly, the call connected. "Hello, is this Grandpa Wang? I am Bai Songji's granddaughter, Bai Ning." Bai Songji is Bai Ning's grandfather's name. There was a brief silence on the other end before a frail, yet robust voice responded. "Ah, Ning Ning. I carried you in my arms when you were little. It has been so long since we last spoke. Is there something I can assist you with?" Bai Ning had already prepared her reasons, but she hesitated before speaking. "Well, Grandpa Wang, I wish to sell some jewelry left behind by my family in exchange for some cash." "All of it?" Grandpa Wang's voice carried a commanding tone reminiscent of her grandfather when he was alive, causing Bai Ning to feel a pang of anxiety. Despite her nervousness, she refused to allow herself to back down now that she had made the call. Yes, all of it. I am eager to start a business, and I need the funds urgently. There was a long pause on the other end before he replied. That batch could have fetched 2.5 billion, but if you are in a hurry, it will not reach that price. At most, 1.5 billion. Bai Ning quickly responded, I do not mind. I simply wish to exchange it as swiftly as possible. Then let's meet tomorrow. Grandpa Wang confirmed the arrangement. All right, see you tomorrow. Bai Ning hoped for a prompt resolution, yet she had not anticipated it would come so quickly. Hanging up the phone, Bai Ning plopped down onto the sofa, letting out a sigh. I truly cannot decide whether I wish for it to arrive or for it to remain at bay. If the apocalypse does not come, she stands to lose 1 billion, yet if it does, she cannot guarantee her own survival. Chapter 2. Stockpiling. By the time she returned with the 1.5 billion, it was already evening. Bai Ning sat on the sofa, her mind adrift. If one were to start a business, I would suggest opening a department store. It would offer food and beverages while generating profit, making it quite suitable for the present circumstances. What did he mean by that? Did he also have knowledge of the apocalypse? Bai Ning felt as though a swarm of mosquitoes was buzzing in her head, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. Enough of this. Time to eat. The refrigerator contained only the ribs and beef purchased the day before. Bai Ning planned to prepare sweet and sour ribs and stir-fried beef. The stir-fried beef was relatively straightforward. She merely needed to slice the beef into thin pieces, heat oil in a pan, stir-fry, and then add cumin meat sauce, and a pinch of salt to complete the dish, resulting in an exquisitely tender flavor. The method for the sweet and sour ribs was not overly complicated either. First, the ribs and ginger slices would be placed in a pot with cooking wine and boiled vigorously before being removed. Then, in a hot pan with oil, she would caramelize rock sugar until it changed color, followed by the addition of the ribs, cooking wine, soy sauce, and fragrant vinegar, allowing it to simmer slowly until a sauce formed. Bai Ning typically had a hearty appetite. These 2 dishes would suffice for a single meal. After satisfying her hunger, she meticulously reviewed her shopping list, confirming the location and items needed for the following day. Time flew by, and soon it was 23:58, then 59 seconds. As the clock struck midnight, the sign-in system would become available once more. This sign-in system lacked any sort of system sprite. It was purely a standalone application. Currently, the system featured only 2 buttons, one for signing in, which could be done once daily, although the rewards remained unknown. However, she had managed to sign for space on her first attempt the previous day, leaving her unsure whether it was a stroke of luck or a first-time reward for newcomers. The second button was for a lottery, which could only be accessed once a certain number of sign-ins had been completed, occurring in intervals of 7 days, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, and so forth. The lottery wheel was densely packed with words, rendering it incomprehensible. For instance, what on earth was Huadaxian's masterpiece? As time ticked away, Bai Ning felt her heart synchronize with the clock's rhythm. 3, 2, 1, 0. She silently chanted her sign-in. Congratulations! You have received a toy from the interstellar world, a flamethrower hairdryer. Bai Ning gazed curiously at the hairdryer that appeared in her hand. Identical in appearance to those in this world, but capable of spewing fire? She carried the hairdryer into the spacious living room, finding a vacant spot and gently pressing the button. Boom. She could distinctly feel the oxygen in the room being scorched. Hastily, she switched it off, surprised to find that the handle had not heated up. Was this truly a toy? Bai Ning found it hard to believe. If directed at a person, it could potentially incinerate them to ashes. Nevertheless, it would serve as a safeguard in the event of an apocalypse. After experimenting, she discovered that it had only one setting. Yet it could project flames up to 3 meters, certainly not a close-range weapon, but it assured her safety. After putting the hairdryer back into her space, Bai Ning prepared to retire for the night, as she needed to be well rested for her task of stockpiling supplies the next day. The sun in May rises early, piercing through the clouds and climbing over the mountains, swiftly arriving beside the people. The light crept across the low-lying plants, reaching the balcony and penetrating through the floor-to-ceiling windows, only to falter just a step away from the bed, dividing the room into realms of light and shadow. Beep, beep, beep. The insistent sound of the alarm clock jolted her awake. Bai Ning extended a fair hand from the cocoon of her blankets to reach for her phone on the pillow. Blinking in confusion, she realized it was 8 o'clock. Suddenly alert, she panicked, fearing she would be late for work. No, wait. Had she not resigned? It dawned on her that she had tossed her resignation letter onto old Faye's desk just yesterday, covering her face. She lamented how quickly she had adapted to the life of a corporate drone. Regaining her composure, she recalled the plans she had formulated the day prior. Bai Ning stretched lazily, her shirt riding up to reveal a slender, pale waist. After washing up and having breakfast, she reapplied her makeup. In the past, she had always aimed to look glamorous. But now she opted for a more ordinary appearance. The more unremarkable, the better, perhaps even with a few blemishes or freckles. Since one could only take the driving test at 18, Bai Ning had naturally joined the trend as soon as she came of age, acquiring a driver's license and subsequently purchasing a modest four-seater car, which now resided in her apartment's underground parking lot. She intended to visit a wholesale market an hour away. After all, while 1.5 billion sounded substantial, it might not be sufficient to stockpile a lifetime's worth of supplies to fill that space, necessitating careful budgeting. Speeding along, she navigated through countless traffic lights and finally arrived near the wholesale market. Bai Ning first sought out the owner of a nearby rental warehouse, assessing the quantity of supplies needed, and secured 3 relatively secluded storage units. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras or electronic devices in the vicinity, she signed a contract with the owner for a 3-month lease and received the keys before proceeding to the wholesale market. After a thorough exploration of the vast market, which took nearly an hour to traverse, she settled on a relatively inexpensive grain store with a comprehensive selection. Presenting her meticulously prepared list to the owner, she faced a skeptical expression. However, she managed to convince him by referencing a significant company as owner who was issuing rewards, and with a half deposit, he finally relented. Each bag of grain weighed 100 jin, so Bai Ning purchased 1,000 bags of bachang rice, 1,000 bags of fragrant rice, 1,000 bags of pearl rice, and 1,000 bags of indica rice. She also ordered 1,000 bags each of all-purpose flour, high-gluten flour, medium-gluten flour, low-gluten flour, wheat flour, and various starches. Additionally, she acquired 500 bags each of japonica rice, glutinous rice, sago, yellow rice, koya seed, brown rice, black rice, purple rice, oat rice, and sorghum rice, along with other miscellaneous grains. For legumes, she requested 500 bags each of soybeans, peanuts, yellow beans, green beans, red beans, corn kernels, cowpeas, adzuki beans, broad beans, pigeon peas, split peas, and chickpeas. Lastly, she ordered 1,000 bags each of various sweet potatoes and 500 bags of different types of noodles. Oh, by the way, how much alkaline noodles do you have? She inquired, noticing the owner's bemused nod. Feeling a bit uneasy, she added, make that an additional 1,000 bags. Due to the large quantity, the owner informed her that it would take 2 to 3 days to gather the stock. So Bai Ning provided the warehouse address and her phone number, requesting notification upon delivery. Bai Ning glanced at her list, feeling satisfied that she had managed to secure the grain supplies. Next, she headed to the cooking oil store. Employing the same strategy with the owner, she presented her list. Having grown up with peanut oil, she ordered 1,000 barrels of it, along with 200 barrels each of canola oil, soybean oil, olive oil, corn oil, vegetable oil, palm oil, walnut oil, rice oil, coconut oil, salad oil, and corn oil. With the cooking oil sorted, she proceeded to the wholesale store for condiments. Following her tried-and-true method, she requested 5,000 jin of salt, 1,000 jin of granulated sugar, 1,000 jin of rock sugar, 2,000 jin of brown sugar, and 1,000 jin each of various fruit hard candies, fruit soft candies, maltose, nougat, maple syrup, and cotton candy. Ingredients: soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, white wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, fish sauce, honey, aged vinegar, red vinegar, white vinegar, fruit vinegar, chili sauce, minced garlic sauce, pickled ginger, pickled radish, pickled sour green beans, and pickled garlic, each in quantities of 800 bottles. MSG, shrimp roe, chicken essence, 13 spice powder, cumin powder, pepper powder, and chili powder, each in bags of 800. Sauces: dry yellow sauce, sweet bean sauce, broad bean paste, tomato sauce, salad dressing, sesame sauce, peanut sauce, meat sauce, beef sauce, fish sauce, caviar, shrimp sauce, and various flavored jams, each in 500 bottles. Spices: star anise, ginkgo nuts, white pepper, and white cardamom, totaling 500 pounds, essentially covering all that a kitchen might require. In truth, there were some spices that Bai Ning was unfamiliar with. As she had researched them online, thinking it prudent to be prepared, and requested the boss to include them. Once the boss calculated the total cost and received a deposit, Bai Ning chanced upon her favorite dried mango, sweet potato, and white peach, thus placing another order for assorted dried fruits weighing 1,000 pounds. Due to the large quantity, it would take 2 to 3 days to prepare. Bai Ning decided to secure a hotel nearby before dining. Chapter 3. A Frenzy of Stockpiling. Uncertain of when everything would be ready, Bai Ning booked a hotel for the upcoming week. Stepping out, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. She patted her growling stomach and entered a bustling hot pot restaurant. After selecting several items she wished to savor, Bai Ning took out her list and began jotting down notes. She thought it wise to add takeout of the hot dishes so that she could have them readily available when she didn't feel like cooking. If everything were taken out in bulk, it would be cumbersome, necessitating some shelves for easy access to certain items. "Miss, your order has been completely served," came the soft voice of the server. Bai Ning looked up and thanked her, determined to begin her meal, as work was endless, but nourishment was paramount. The hot pot broth tasted delightful, the beef was exceptionally fresh, and the shrimp paste was delectable, Bai Ning mused as she enjoyed her meal. Oh, right. The morning list lacked hot pot base ingredients. She would need to supplement that later. Bai Ning reflected that one truly needed to see the specific items to realize what was necessary. Mere contemplation would not suffice. Such was the nature of practicality revealing truth. After swiftly finishing her hot pot, Bai Ning returned to the grocery store. The owner was taken aback upon seeing her and hurried over to inquire, "Did you forget something? Please. It can't be a cancellation. This order is enough to sustain me for half a year." "Not a cancellation," she reassured him, realizing that the owner had voiced his thoughts aloud. He chuckled awkwardly, stating that the goods could be delivered to the warehouse as early as tomorrow. "Is there anything else the customer requires?" To expedite this order, the owner decided to work through the night. Bai Ning chose not to disclose her knowledge, as the quicker the process, the better for her. She still needed some hot pot base ingredients. Handing the list to the owner for pricing, it included beef tallow hot pot base in spicy, numbing, tomato, mushroom, tom yum, triple soup, oil splash sauerkraut fish, golden soup sauerkraut fish, peppery flavor, clear soup, and various dipping sauces and cooking ingredient packets. After finalizing her order with the owner, Bai Ning proceeded to a fast food wholesale outlet. She selected the most popular instant noodles in various flavors, ordering 500 boxes of each, along with ham sausages in corn, chicken, mushroom, and spicy flavors, 100 sausages per box, totaling 100 boxes per flavor and 1,000 pounds of cured sausage, as well as 500 pounds of compressed biscuits. She ordered 100 boxes each of clay pot potato noodles, river noodles, old duck soup vermicelli, sour and spicy noodles, snail noodles, turkey noodles, red oil noodles, Gillan rice noodles, salted egg yolk noodles, and Chongqing noodles. Additionally, she requested 100 boxes each of self-heating hot pot, self-heating haidilao, self-heating Kanto stew, self-heating snail noodles, self-heating spiced chicken, self-heating rice cakes, and self-heating pots. For congee, she ordered 100 boxes each of 8 treasure congee, black rice porridge, millet porridge, pumpkin porridge, red bean porridge, white fungus soup, oatmeal porridge, soybean milk, century egg and lean meat porridge, purple sweet potato porridge, sago milk porridge, and oatmeal and lily porridge. She also ordered 500 boxes of various breads. As this store had just received new stock, the owner informed her that the goods could be delivered to the warehouse that evening. Excited at the prospect of supplies arriving soon, Bai Ning's spirits lifted, her eyes gleaming with vitality as she made her way to the next establishment. The next stop was a beverage shop, where drinks were typically packaged in cases of 24 cans. She ordered 500 boxes each of various flavored yogurts, pure milk, coconut milk, milkshakes, juices, milk tea, cola, and Sprite. Additionally, she secured 100 boxes each of milk powder, coffee powder, milk tea powder, grain drinks, and protein beverages. Bai Ning then sought a store specializing in shelving, ordering 500 iron shelves measuring 3 meters in length, 4 meters in height, and 1 meter in width, as well as a batch of wooden shelves measuring 2 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 50 centimeters in width, specifically requesting that the owner ensure they were properly oiled before leaving. After placing her orders, the sun had set, casting a beautiful evening glow across the sky. Feeling only mildly hungry, Bai Ning drove to a nearby clothing store, having realized she needed a few outfits to wear during her week-long stay. Politely declining assistance from the staff, she selected 2 or 3 appropriately sized garments and proceeded to the checkout. Just as she placed her clothes in the car, she stumbled upon a street food market and decided to venture inside. The array of delectable offerings was overwhelming, and Bai Ning felt as if she had fluttered into a garden of delights, reveling in the experience. Auntie, I'd like 2 crispy bone sausages. Uncle, a large portion of fried yogurt. Make the skewer spicy and add sour green beans. Auntie, I'll take $20 worth of mango. Here, she discovered her favorite pickled mango. Crunchy, refreshing, and a perfect balance of sweet and sour. Absolutely delicious. Fearing it wouldn't be enough, she returned to purchase the remaining pickled mango. When she exited the street food market, her arms were laden, and her hands were sore from carrying the load. Delighted by her finds, Bai Ning realized she would need to include snacks from the street food market in her inventory, and she resolved to acquire several hundred pounds of pickled mango. Upon returning to the warehouse, she found the staff from the fast food wholesale store unloading goods. A dozen individuals took over 2 hours to finish. After settling the bill, the owner was pleased, repeatedly assuring her to reach out for future orders, leaving with a beaming smile. Casually slipping the owner's contact card into her pocket, Bai Ning closed and locked the door behind her. The organization of her space relied on her consciousness, capable of retrieving items from a radius of 3 meters, allowing her to swiftly store everything away. However, to avoid drawing attention, she planned to rent a truck the following day to feign transporting the goods. Back at the hotel, Bai Ning first checked for hidden cameras or pinhole cameras, relieved to find that the hotel's security matched its price. While enjoying the snacks she had brought back, she marked off items from her order list and added a few necessities. For essentials like drinking water, clothing, and bedding, she could contact factories directly for bulk purchases, as their prices would be more favorable. Bai Ning dialed the factory number she had obtained from the wholesale owner, placing an order for 1,00019L water jugs and 135-ton stainless steel water tanks. Next, she contacted the bedding factory, ordering 50 pieces each of 10-pound comforters, down comforters, silk comforters, air conditioning blankets, and electric blankets, along with 50 sets of bed linens. The garment processing factory specializes in clothing suitable for all seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, primarily producing t-shirts, sweatpants, hoodies, sweaters, knitwear, and down jackets. Each gender category is allocated 1,000 sets, focusing on relatively ordinary styles and colors, alongside 1,000 pieces of specialized sun-protective and cold-resistant apparel. Not only did Bai Ning purchase her appropriate size, but she also acquired larger sizes. Following this, she ordered 200 pairs of shoes, including sports shoes, hiking boots, snow boots, and slippers, ensuring all were conducive to physical activity. She placed an order with a liquor and tobacco processing factory, even though she had little fondness for alcohol or smoking, reasoning that it is prudent to be prepared. Furthermore, she ordered solar products from a solar energy processing factory, including solar water heaters, solar lights, solar chargers, solar storage panels, and solar generators. When it came to pharmaceuticals, Bai Ning pondered and then called a university classmate, though not exactly a classmate, as she was a junior who had become a close friend after Bai Ning joined a club. Bai Ning required merely some commonplace over-the-counter medications, such as fever reducers, cold medicines, cough syrups, and remedies for common injuries, burns, and frostbite. The junior readily agreed to assist her. Aware of the favor she was receiving, Bai Ning generously offered extra money at checkout and mentioned that acquaintances of her parents had warned her to be cautious this year due to rapid weather changes and to stock up on food and drink at home. After securing the medications, Bai Ning proceeded to an online wholesale store to order a vast array of snacks. She placed an order for 1,000 boxes of assorted treats, including chocolates, energy bars, dried squid, potato chips, chicken-flavored bites, duck necks, duck wings, duck heads, chicken legs, marinated eggs, spicy strips, hawthorn slices, and preserved plums. On this particular day, she concluded her registration at midnight, but the outcome was rather mundane, just a pound of chocolate. Chapter 4. High Temperatures. The following morning, upon waking, Bai Ning ventured to a nearby bun shop for breakfast, only to be pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor of the buns, which made her eyes brighten with joy. Ha! Little girl, my bun shop has been in business for over 20 years, and not a single customer has ever complained about the taste, chuckled the shop owner. Swallowing the last bite of her bun, Bai Ning hurriedly exclaimed, I'd like to take some to my grandparents, uncles, aunts, and the whole family of over 10 people. Please give me 20 more with chives. No, make it 50. 30 with cabbage and pork, and 30 each of Orleans style, fresh meat, vermicelli, and red bean paste fillings. The owner beamed with delight, pointing to the steamers before her. I don't have that many right now. Only these are available. Would you like them?
Yes.
I want them all. Determined, Bai Ning resolved to rise early in the coming days to procure more buns. After indulging in her delicious breakfast, she drove directly to a daily necessities wholesale store. Perhaps due to her extensive purchases, her reputation had spread. As the store owner did not require her to provide excuses or justifications, he simply presented her with a bill to settle the deposit. Essential items included tissues and sanitary napkins, especially the latter, as their absence would be intolerable for Bai Ning. She ordered 2,000 packets of tissues and 1,000 regular and 2,000 night-use sanitary napkins. Next came dishwashing liquid, laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, mouthwash, wet wipes, toilet wipes, hand cream, and body lotion, 200 boxes in total. Disposable items included chopsticks, takeout boxes, spoons, toothpicks, dental floss, cling film, disposable gloves, storage bags, garbage bags, and aluminum foil, 500 boxes altogether. Throughout the week, Bai Ning tirelessly traversed the wholesale market, concluding her days at the snack street, ultimately collecting her goods from the warehouse. Although busy, she found satisfaction in watching her space gradually fill. The registration system yielded no exceptional items that week, merely a pound of beef jerky, 3 pounds of peaches, a universal charger, a solar induction cooker, and a dozen eggs. Thanks to the system's reminders, Bai Ning drove her rented truck to the countryside and farms to gather vegetables, fruits, and eggs. She also collected a substantial quantity of meat from passing canneries and slaughterhouses. Among her delightful discoveries were an abundance of salted duck eggs and a village specializing in marinated delicacies. The salted duck eggs, upon gentle prodding, oozed with richness, and the marinated foods rivaled those of renowned brands. On her return journey, she purchased extensive amounts of ice cream, popsicles, a diesel generator, a gasoline generator, and an ice-making machine. Just when she was fretting about how to acquire gasoline and diesel, she fortuitously registered for 50 tons of gasoline the following day, alleviating her concerns. Due to fuel considerations, Bai Ning promptly traveled to the neighboring province, known for its coal production, and procured 30 tons of coal, along with over 1,000 gas canisters. When Bai Ning finally returned home, 2 months had elapsed, and she found herself left with just over 100 million in funds, while her storage space was nearly full. To preserve value, she had exchanged some cash for gold bars, as gold remains a universally accepted currency. Upon arriving home, Bai Ning unapologetically collapsed onto her bed, indulging in 7 consecutive days and nights of slumber, waking only to consume previously ordered takeout, and then lounging about playing games on her phone, embracing a rather porcine lifestyle. However, even a porcine lifestyle has its limits. After enduring dizziness, neck pain, back discomfort, and a general sense of malaise, Bai Ning finally rose from her bed, intending to dispose of some trash while enjoying a breath of fresh air. Upon opening her front door, she was struck by a wave of heat. There was not a hint of breeze, and the air shimmered with distortion. The surrounding vegetation appeared parched. Checking her phone, she was astounded to discover the temperature had soared to a scorching 40 degrees Celsius. No wonder it felt so insufferable. Having kept the air conditioning running continuously at home, she had previously found her surroundings somewhat cool, oblivious to the oppressive heat outside, which could practically fry an egg. Deciding to postpone taking out the trash until the evening when it would be cooler, Bai Ning made a delightful decision, shutting the door behind her and reclining on the sofa. Eager to check for updates online, she first perused the trending topics on Weibo, and unsurprisingly, half of the trending list was devoted to the sweltering temperatures, accompanied by various fiery and explosive descriptions. It seemed that the 40 degrees in her region was merely on the lower end of the spectrum, with some provinces reaching a staggering 42 or 43 degrees and even surpassing 45 degrees, resulting in numerous cases of heatstroke, particularly among outdoor workers. Bai Ning read reports of heatstroke fatalities, with hospitals stating that internal organs had essentially cooked. Such news was alarming. Furthermore, it appeared that these deaths were not isolated incidents. One user shared a forecast of high temperatures over the next 15 days, indicating a continuous upward trend, with a sea of red on the map. Consequently, many netizens and data analysts began discussing the heat wave. Bai Ning clicked on various analysis posts advocating for remaining indoors and working from home. One post, relatively low in traffic, caught her attention. It appeared to have just been published. The original poster shared a nationwide temperature chart over the past week, clearly illustrating a rise in temperatures across the country, even in the coldest regions, where temperatures approached those near the equator. Following that was a chart depicting precipitation levels over the past 2 months. strongly indicating that little to no rain had fallen across the nation during that time. This was swiftly followed by images of small rivers and streams gradually drying up. At last, the host concluded, "It is not mere paranoia on my part. The data is authentic. Should the rains fail to come, our nation's crops will undoubtedly suffer. The riverbeds are gradually drying up, and we may soon face a scenario of nationwide famine. I advise those who are able to stock up on provisions." As Bai Ning paused, she recalled the apocalyptic nightmare she once had, which began with an unbearable heat, escalating to water and power outages. Followed by scarcity of food and water. Many perished, and those who remained resorted to desperate measures, leading to societal chaos. The details of what transpired afterward eluded her. If an apocalypse were to truly arrive, it would likely commence with extreme temperatures. This thought sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Bai Ning, prompting her to hastily abandon her phone and rush to the kitchen to retrieve the 2 ice machines she had purchased earlier. Though she had already amassed a considerable stock of ice creams and popsicles, it was prudent to gather as much ice as possible. As she was uncertain how long this oppressive heat would persist, temperatures were predicted to rise for at least another fortnight. The machines produced a substantial slab of ice in approximately 15 minutes, each with a mere 20 L capacity, compelling Bai Ning to make frequent trips to the kitchen every couple of hours. Additionally, she had filled over 70 stainless steel water tanks, yet still had room for more. Due to the sudden nature of the crisis, Bai Ning scoured various apps for updates, discovering reports of fires ignited by aging electrical circuits in some areas. Fortunately, timely intervention had prevented casualties. Electrical deterioration was a nationwide issue. Although her apartment was a standalone unit with independent wiring, the adjacent residential complex could potentially suffer power outages as well. Bai Ning remained vigilant, the hours slipping by swiftly, while the night seemed to linger interminably. She remembered summers when dusk fell around 7, yet now it was nearing 8. Once darkness enveloped the sky, she anticipated the weather outside would be somewhat improved, and thus began placing takeout orders. She ordered numerous family sets from various establishments, including chicken, burgers, and pizzas, staggering the delivery times. When a restaurant called, Bai Ning deftly deflected inquiries with the pretext of a gathering. By the time she collected the last order, it was well past 11. Stepping outside to dispose of the trash, she was struck by the oppressive heat, around 30 degrees, despite the darkness. Perhaps she had undertipped the delivery driver. A more generous gratuity seemed warranted. Being in a standalone unit, coupled with a sweltering night, rendered the complex nearly deserted as residents retreated indoors to enjoy air conditioning. The surrounding vegetation appeared to be on the brink of wilting. Chapter 5. The Sensory Suit. After returning home, Bai Ning sat for a moment until the clock struck midnight. As was customary, she had not signed anything of value that day, yet today marked the 84th day since acquiring the system. A day when she could earn a lottery opportunity for every 7th day or its multiples. Previous attempts had yielded only mundane items. However, an inexplicable intuition stirred within Bai Ning, suggesting that something significant was on the horizon, and she was certain of uncovering a treasure. Her faith in her instincts was steadfast, akin to the protagonist's fortuitous powers in an anime. Bai Ning widened her eyes, intently watching the needle's rotation as if willing it to turn. As it slowed, her heart raced. Congratulations! You have received a sensory suit from the blazing fire galaxy. Hooray! Indeed, my premonition was not mistaken. I truly am a modest genius. After a brief moment of self-admiration, Bai Ning examined the sensory suit. As the name suggests, it adjusted to the external temperature, ensuring optimal comfort, banishing both heat and cold, and even possessed self-cleaning capabilities. This was undoubtedly perfect for the current circumstances. However, the suit could only adopt a single form, never to change thereafter. After contemplating, Bai Ning decided to transform it into intimate apparel, suitable for wear in both summer and winter. Once donned, she felt enveloped in a soothing embrace from head to toe. Even her hair felt refreshed, truly a marvel of technology. She drifted off to sleep with a buoyant spirit, only to awaken later in a state of discontent. Goodness, I've only slept 3 hours. I could be at risk of sudden death, she lamented, gazing at the bright scene outside her window. Indeed, it was barely past 3 in the morning, and daylight had already broken, although the sun had yet to rise. Bai Ning tentatively stepped onto the balcony, only to find it even hotter than midday the previous day. What could be the cause? She had sensed an impending event yesterday, but the reality of it was quite distressing. Checking the temperature revealed it to be 30 degrees before the sun had even risen. What would it be like at noon? Bai Ning, having recently flipped her day-night cycle and only having slept for 3 hours, felt a throbbing headache and dizziness. Fearing a power outage due to electrical issues, she donned the sensory suit, drew the curtains to shield herself from the glaring light, and collapsed back into slumber. Upon awakening again, she felt utterly refreshed. It was now past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Ning peered through binoculars from her top-floor window, observing that the area outside her complex, the neighboring block, and the street beyond were devoid of life. Even the usual delivery drivers were conspicuously absent, with not a single dog in sight. Only ambulances raced by in succession. The vegetation, having suffered from the previous night's heat, appeared withered, and the nearby pond was nearly dry, creating a desolate scene. Brave enough to step outside, Bai Ning found the sensory suit truly remarkable. Despite the sweltering 45-degree temperature, akin to an oven, she felt surprisingly comfortable. Reminiscent of enjoying air conditioning while savoring watermelon on a summer day. She produced a watermelon, slicing it in half, and using a metal spoon to scoop out the sweet, juicy flesh, an exquisite treat she had harvested and frozen from a nearby farm. As she relished her watermelon, she scrolled through Weibo. The trending topics had shifted from celebrity gossip to an array of heat warnings and reports of heatstroke and fatalities across various occupations. To her shock, there had been thousands of deaths in the city within a single day, with the national toll nearing 10,000. Furthermore, the reports of heat-related illnesses had surged to over 100,000, overwhelming hospital wards. Just moments ago, the sight of ambulances had not struck her deeply, but now, seeing the numbers, she pondered the dire implications if the heat continued to escalate. The online discourse was chaotic, filled not only with death tolls, but also with accounts of parched lands and dried-up streams. Some videos depicted individuals frying eggs on the pavement in mere seconds. Others were engaging in reckless challenges to endure extreme temperatures for 30 minutes, with numerous supporters in the comments. Such behavior seemed utterly irresponsible. She had no inclination to indulge in such madness. Yet, many echoed the sentiments of yesterday's posts, urging everyone to stockpile supplies. Naturally, some claimed that the apocalypse was upon them, as reports indicated similar conditions abroad, with rising temperatures and a lack of rainfall. Bai Ning felt an 8/10 certainty that this was indeed the onset of the end times, with the remaining 2/10 clinging to a sliver of hope. As dusk approached around 5 o'clock, the sky remained bright, with the temperature having dipped slightly, signaling it was time for dinner. Bai Ning commenced by washing rice and boiling it. She retrieved a tomato, a bunch of chives, and 4 eggs from her storage space, planning to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes and chives. She first washed the chives thoroughly, chopped them into small segments, and placed them on a plate. After heating the pan and adding oil, she waited for it to heat up before tossing the chives into the pan, stirring until their vibrant green transformed into a deep jade hue. Pushing the chives to the center, she cracked 2 eggs into the pan. Once the eggs had begun to set, she flipped them, waiting another minute or two before scrambling the chives and eggs together, adding a pinch of salt to complete the dish. Next, she washed the tomato, delicately scored its skin, and blanched it in hot water for 2 minutes to facilitate peeling, then diced it. Bai Ning cracked the eggs into a bowl, seasoned them with salt, and whisked them. She reheated oil in the pan, added the eggs, and scrambled them until set before transferring them to a bowl for later use. The diced tomatoes were then added to the hot pan, along with a sprinkle of sugar and a dash of oyster sauce, before incorporating the scrambled eggs and giving everything a final stir before serving. "The flavor is delightful," Bai Ning proclaimed, inhaling the aroma of her culinary creations. Having lived independently since high school, she recognized the necessity of culinary skills, and with a touch of effort, she had honed her abilities quite well. The satisfaction of cooking for oneself was profound, and she found great joy in experimenting with different cuisines, from Shandong to Sichuan, Cantonese to Sioux, Fujian to Zhejiang, Hunan, and Huaiyang. She had dabbled in them all. Had it not been for the absence of a culinary program at her desired school, she would have eagerly pursued a career as a chef. Bai Ning settled down with a variety show to enjoy her meal, and by the time she finished, it was already 7 o'clock. After washing the dishes, showering, and doing laundry, she applied a face mask and dried her hair. Noticing that the night had fallen by the time she completed her tasks, to avoid drawing attention, she chose to step out only after dark. Despite the fact that it wouldn't be until 9 o'clock that night when the sky would be fully enveloped in darkness. Although the presence of temperature-regulating clothing was a comfort, Bai Ning dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sandals, her attire reflecting a cool demeanor. However, with the sun absent, the temperature had only dropped slightly, still hovering above 30 degrees, creating a stifling atmosphere. The impetus for her outing was twofold. Firstly, to assess the situation of her neighbors, and secondly, to restock her supplies after a week of remaining indoors. While her dwelling was a private, standalone structure, those observant enough would still be aware of her presence. Thus, a trip to the market was necessary. Besides, if everyone else was going, her absence would certainly raise suspicion. Considering the current temperature, she hesitated to drive. Fearing the potential explosion of her gas tank, a perilous scenario echoed in numerous online accounts. Thus, she chose to walk to the nearby shopping center, mirroring the actions of the majority. Along the way, she exchanged polite nods and greetings with familiar faces from her community. Bai Ning had previously struggled with social anxiety around unfamiliar individuals, often at a loss for words, exuding an aloof demeanor. However, through the trials of social interaction, her demeanor had softened considerably, and her approach to human interaction had become notably more refined. Chapter 6. The Great Wave. The 15-minute stroll to the nearby shopping mall was filled with snippets of conversation, primarily concerning those who had succumbed to heatstroke and been hospitalized, or reports of fires breaking out in nearby locales. For those unable to work from home, the situation was dire. Many were left jobless, and the tragic news of heat-related fatalities weighed heavily in the air. Most victims were the elderly or young children, those with frailer constitutions. Bai Ning felt a complex swirl of emotions, sympathy for those suffering, yet a sense of relief that her own situation had not deteriorated further as it had in her dreams. But what could she do? Surviving alone was already a formidable challenge, and she feared the consequences of revealing her storage space to others. Upon entering the mall, Bai Ning made a beeline for the food section, where she found herself amidst a crowd of similarly minded shoppers. The elderly, in particular, displayed surprising vigor as they jostled for space in the aisles, making progress painfully slow. Arriving at this hour, she realized much of the fresh produce had already been picked over. Upon inspecting the prices, she noted a marked increase, particularly for vegetables and meats, which were notoriously difficult to preserve in high temperatures. Bai Ning stocked up for the week, pushing her cart toward the snack aisle, where the atmosphere was more congenial, dominated by young patrons who were polite and less prone to crowding. Prices for ice creams and cold beverages had surged, with previously affordable treats now nearly doubling in cost. After selecting an array of snacks that piqued her interest, she made her way toward the household goods section. Thermometers? It seemed she didn't have any at home, so she grabbed 10. Cooling patches? Though they may not be particularly effective, the demand warranted picking up 100. Steel wool? Perhaps a dozen would suffice. Fans? She decided to acquire 5 each of paper fans, small electric fans, and misting fans. Paper and pens? She would indulge in a few more, particularly those adorned with attractive designs. Bai Ning approached the checkout with an eclectic assortment of items. The line snaked toward the grain section, and by the time she completed her purchase, an hour had elapsed, and it was past 11 o'clock when she exited the mall. The streets were still bustling, with ambulances occasionally zipping by. Balancing numerous shopping bags, she fumbled for her phone, only to have it slip from her grasp. As she bent down to retrieve it, a glimmer caught her eye from the ground. What could reflect light in such a manner? Her gaze shifted toward the source, revealing a dimly lit alley where a streetlight had malfunctioned. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest as an instinctive dread washed over her. She sensed that something awaited her in that alley. The closer she drew, the stronger the foul odor became. Were it not for her ominous intuition, she would never have dared enter. The stench was unbearable, far worse than that of a sewage drain. She would need to shower again upon returning home. A flicker of light illuminated the alley once more, and this time, Bai Ning discerned its source, a small cat, seemingly just a few days old, lifeless and decomposed, emitting a repugnant stench. The glint came from a shiny object lodged within its remains. After a moment of hesitation, she stowed some items in her storage space, donned disposable gloves, and retrieved the gleaming object. Holding it up for closer inspection, she noted it was a 6-sided crystalline structure. Congratulations! You have acquired energy. System task initiated. The electronic voice of the sign-in system echoed in her mind as the shining object vanished, presumably absorbed into her being. Bai Ning hastily exited the alley and made her way home. Upon arriving, she immediately accessed the system panel. What had once been a simple interface with 2 buttons had transformed into a complex display featuring 2 screens. One retained the sign-in and lottery buttons, while the other revealed a task list, accompanied by a shopping mall icon, though it appeared gray and locked. She clicked on the task section. Task Series 1. Acquire Xianjing 100. Reward. Unlock the system all. Could Xianjing be the radiant object she had discovered? How was she to obtain it? Where might she find it? Bai Ning, burdened with a multitude of questions, meticulously examined the system panel. Eventually, perseverance bore fruit. After searching thrice, she discovered a small, inconspicuous icon for searching. Why must it be so hidden? The query entered, the page transitioned, and a torrent of dense text materialized before her. Bai Ning struggled to decipher the obscure language, painstakingly transforming it into comprehensible terms. This apocalyptic scenario was predestined. The system indicated that the trajectory of each world, upon reaching a certain threshold, would undergo evolution, which could either succeed or fail. Much like the age of dinosaurs, which faced extinction due to unsuccessful evolution. A successful evolution would result in the world's elevation. However, the form that this elevation would take remained a mystery. Each world possesses its own consciousness, leading to diverse developmental outcomes. According to the evolutionary histories of other worlds, each typically experiences 3 to 5 significant waves of evolution. And whether one can seize the opportunity depends on fate. The emergence of the system was mutually beneficial. It upgraded itself by absorbing the energies leaked during world evolution. While it could capture energies independently, if it manifested alone, it would easily be targeted by the world's consciousness, necessitating the selection of a host for protection, which would in turn receive certain rewards. The recently discovered Xianjing was a boon of evolution, though it was unfortunate for that little cat. According to the system, the true first major wave had yet to commence. That little cat, acquiring a chance before evolution and forming Xianjing, could be deemed a rare genius. If it survived, it might one day become a formidable ruler. Xianjing proved exceedingly valuable, particularly for the system, as it could accelerate evolution, though humans were unable to utilize it directly. Each Xianjing encapsulated the energy of individuals, each possessing unique energies. Direct use could lead to disastrous energy collisions, often resulting in death. The system asserted that the current high temperatures were harbingers of the impending first major wave, which was expected imminently, if not today, then tomorrow. The evolution of worlds mirrored Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest. Many lives had already been lost, and when the true major wave arrived, how many would remain? Chapter 7. Awakening Extraordinary Abilities. Heat, unbearable heat. Bai Ning struggled to open her eyes, yearning to escape this furnace, yet she found herself unable to pry them open. Her entire body felt ablaze, as though she were being roasted over an open flame. Her head throbbed with heat, her limbs felt scorched, and it seemed her mouth was spewing fire. Bai Ning desperately inhaled, but the air that filled her lungs was scorching. Water, no, ice. Ice. I crave ice. She envisioned the refreshing chill of ice, and with that thought, she succumbed once more to slumber. Ugh, what a foul stench. Bai Ning was roused by the putrid odor, a rancid scent that assaulted her nostrils. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately sensed something was amiss. How could she see the small crack in the ceiling so clearly? Wasn't she supposed to be over 100 degrees nearsighted? Rising, she noticed another peculiar change. Her body felt as light as a feather, brimming with energy. And her sense of smell had sharpened considerably. Could it be? Bai Ning excitedly closed her eyes, sensing a surge of energy within her. Observing the ice materializing in her hands, she erupted with joy. She had indeed awakened an ice ability. Bai Ning experimented with shaping the ice into various forms and gauged how much she could conjure. The shapes she could create were limited to those she had previously encountered and understood. Like the ice sculptures seen at art exhibitions, she recalled their general forms, thus managing to replicate them. Estimating the quantity of ice she could produce, Bai Ning concluded it could amount to about 20 blocks, each measuring 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 50 centimeters high. After her elation, Bai Ning pinched her nose, following the foul scent to its source. It was the food she had purchased the day before, or rather, the day before that. Checking her phone, she realized she had been unconscious for a full day and night. The vegetables and meats she had brought home had rotted in the refrigerator due to the power outage and the oppressive heat. Bai Ning recalled her foresight in installing solar panels to prevent sudden blackouts. Why had there still been a power failure? Upon inspection, she discovered she had inadvertently miswired a connection during installation, resulting in the outage. After rectifying the issue and double-checking her work, Bai Ning finally descended the stairs. Turning on the faucet, she heard the pipes emit a series of thuds, and when the water flowed, it emerged a murky yellow-black hue. Bai Ning stood still, waiting for the water to clear, but to her dismay, the flow ceased altogether, leaving not a single drop. After a grueling cleanup, she meticulously packaged all the spoiled items. Consuming 2 cans of 8 treasure congee and 4 sausages to satiate her hunger, then turned her attention to the outside world. The temperature was a staggering 53 degrees Celsius. However, upon awakening her extraordinary ability, Bai Ning found her heat tolerance had significantly increased. Without wearing a temperature-sensitive suit, 53 degrees felt akin to the mid-30s, though uncomfortable. It was bearable. The surrounding vegetation had begun to flourish once more. Those who had survived the major wave had, in some measure, enhanced their physical constitutions. Even individuals without awakened abilities could venture outdoors without fear of severe sunburn, merely experiencing intense heat. The evolutionary wave had affected only living beings. Mechanical and industrial products could not withstand the high temperatures, resulting in widespread damage, explosions, and fires. Her home was stifling, devoid of a single breeze, resembling a steamer, even hotter than the previous 40-plus degree heat outside. Moreover, without electricity, all appliances were rendered inoperative. Only a few fortunate individuals with generators fared better, while many areas suffered from depleted water sources and ceased supply. In the absence of water and electricity, food preservation became impossible, leading to widespread spoilage. The sudden onslaught of the major wave had resulted in countless fatalities. Hospitals overflowed with patients, funeral homes were congested, and many deceased individuals awaited processing, slowly decomposing and emitting foul odors. Those with fragile mental states resorted to suicide. Supermarkets and pharmacies were looted, and violence erupted in homes, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Rumors proliferated online, instilling fear in everyone. It was truly a grim tableau of a world on the brink of collapse. Bai Ning encountered claims online of individuals awakening extraordinary abilities, asserting that the apocalypse had arrived, and they needed to band together to form an organization for those with such powers, leaving behind contact information. As her phone scrolled to the end of the page, she could not decipher the contact details before the signal vanished. With communication severed, she resolved to venture outside later. Bai Ning surveyed her arsenal, a flame-spitting hairdryer, her ice manipulation ability, and the hefty stones weighing 400 to 500 pounds she had stored in her space. Any malevolent intruder within a 3-meter radius would surely meet a swift demise. With a sense of security, Bai Ning decided to occupy herself by tidying her apartment. This apartment was an independent unit purchased by her parents many years ago, spanning 3 floors. The first floor was divided into 2 sections, one half a living room and the other an expansive kitchen. She had stored all the perishable items from the kitchen in her space, leaving only a box of 8 treasure congee, a box of instant noodles, a box of sausages, a box of yogurt, and a box of soda. The second floor housed a game room, gym, cinema, and dance studio. The third floor contained a master bedroom, a room previously occupied by her parents, 2 guest rooms, and a storage area. In the dimly lit parking garage below, 3 unremarkable vehicles sat idly, all purchased by Bai Ning after she obtained her driver's license. Previously, she had no particular affinity for any car. She rarely ventured outdoors, preferring instead to remain at home, engrossed in videos, gaming, watching dramas, and snacking. These cars were merely acquisitions made alongside her colleagues. To others, she appeared aloof and strikingly beautiful, yet in reality, she was nothing more than a reclusive homebody. With the advent of the apocalypse, she found herself compelled to muster the strength to adapt. The first step in this endeavor was to satiate her hunger. The space was abundant with fresh vegetables for Bai Ning to select from. After much contemplation, she decided upon sweet and sour cabbage and kung pao chicken for her meal. The sweet and sour cabbage was tangy and rich, stimulating the appetite, while the kung pao chicken promised tender meat, fresh spiciness, and a delightful crunch. Merely imagining it made her mouth water. Bai Ning began by dicing cucumbers, carrots, and chicken breast, chopping scallions into sections, and slicing garlic. The most crucial step involved marinating the diced chicken with cooking wine, salt, chicken essence, egg whites, and cornstarch to eliminate any fishy odor and enhance the flavor. Once the oil was heated in the wok, she gently fried the chicken until it turned a golden hue. Each time she prepared fried dishes, Bai Ning donned a glove to shield her hands from splattering oil. Next, she added scallions, garlic, dried chilies, bean paste, oyster sauce, and soy sauce to the pan, stir-frying briefly before incorporating water, chicken breast, cucumbers, carrots, and peanuts. A sprinkle of sugar, aged vinegar, salt, and chicken essence followed, ensuring everything was evenly mixed. After washing the pan, she proceeded to prepare the second dish, sweet and sour cabbage. The cabbage had to be sliced thinly to preserve its texture, while ginger and garlic were minced and chilies cut into segments. For the seasoning, Bai Ning took a bowl slightly smaller than a rice bowl, adding vinegar, sugar, soy sauce, and salt, stirring until combined. She then heated oil in the pan, first sautéing the minced garlic until fragrant, followed by the chilies and cabbage, stir-frying until slightly softened. After pouring in the prepared sauce and continuing to stir-fry, she added a cornstarch slurry once the cabbage was about 60 to 70% cooked, finishing it off with a drizzle of sesame oil. Of course, the water used for cooking was sourced from her space, and Bai Ning diligently stored any reusable water in buckets for future needs, such as flushing toilets. After all, frugality is a virtue. Although she had ample water, she still aimed to conserve as much as possible. 2 dishes, accompanied by a large pot of rice, left Bai Ning astonished by her increased appetite. She found herself unsatisfied and ultimately added another dish to feel adequately full. As evening approached, and she had yet to step outside, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she saw the couple from the adjacent apartment, Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin, holding their 2 or 3-year-old daughter. Upon opening the door, Bai Ning was greeted by Aunt Lin's tears. "Bai Ning, please, I beg you to help my daughter." She sobbed, breathless. "What has happened?" Bai Ning asked, bewildered, urging Aunt Lin, "Please do not cry. Let's discuss this calmly." Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin were both nearing 40 and had long-desired children. After years of seeking blessings, Aunt Lin miraculously conceived at the age of 38, and she was their only child, affectionately nicknamed Mai Mei. Precious as she was, they had struggled to find a suitable name, and thus, she remained unnamed. "My Mai Mei has had a fever for 2 days, Aunt Lin continued, her voice trembling. "We went to the hospital, but the crowds were overwhelming. We waited all day, without receiving a number. The nearby pharmacies are out of fever-reducing medicine, completely sold out. Even in the neighboring district, we found nothing. To go further would mean traveling to another province. How can we wait that long? We have asked others in the vicinity, but no one has any," Aunt Lin concluded, her voice quaking. "We didn't know you had returned. You are our last hope. What will we do without the fever medication?" Understanding the urgency, Bai Ning replied, "Please come in, and wait a moment." She dashed upstairs, retrieving a box of ibuprofen and a bottle of huaxiang genki. Just as she was about to descend, she recalled how Aunt Lin had often brought her delicious treats over the years. With a sense of gratitude for their long-standing friendship, she grabbed 2 additional boxes of huaxiang genki and hurried down. Thank you. My daughter is saved," Aunt Lin exclaimed, tears streaming down her face once more. Before departing, Uncle Lin, who had remained silent yet equally moved, said, "Bai Ning, should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." As she bid farewell to the Lin family, Bai Ning felt a complex mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that a mere box of fever-reducing medicine could become a lifeline for another. Were it not for her system, she might have found herself in a similarly desperate situation. Chapter 8. The First Kill. On this occasion, Bai Ning set out with a backpack containing a flashlight, pepper spray, a small knife, and the cash she had previously withdrawn, opting to walk. Outside, the only illumination came from the moon, as streetlights and neon signs had vanished, plunging the world into darkness, the once vibrant city now shrouded in shadow. At the entrance of the community, a few individuals stood gathered, discussing matters of urgency. Bai Ning approached them, relying on her keen vision to discern the contents of the public notice board. "Dear residents, we are currently repairing the damaged electrical and water systems. Due to changes in the weather, the durability of these systems has significantly declined. To ensure long-term use, we will implement the following measures. 1. Electricity will be available from 22 to 4 o'clock. 2. Water will be available from 21 to 3 o'clock. 3. During this period of extreme heat, we kindly urge all residents to dispose of their garbage promptly by the designated times of 2300 hours and 1 o'clock. We will not be accepting any refuse beyond those hours. Thank you for your understanding." Property management. Having access to water and electricity was a positive development. Even with restrictions, it offered a glimmer of hope. Bai Ning pondered as she exited the community, the surroundings growing ever darker. Now, with her flashlight in hand, she could only assess her surroundings by the presence of similar light sources. Walking through the night, she encountered several uneven patches of ground, causing her to arrive at the shopping mall half an hour later than on her previous visit. The large shopping center boasted its own power supply, and this one was no exception. From a distance, Bai Ning noticed the lights still illuminated, filling her with delight. She hurried into the mall, where she found an even larger crowd, families with household registration documents in tow, leaving her puzzled. After much effort to squeeze inside, she spotted a sign indicating each person was limited to purchasing half a pound of vegetables and half a pound of meat, with proof of residency required. With temperatures soaring above 50 degrees during the day and 30 degrees at night, even staying at home was unbearable. Crops suffered directly under the sun, while livestock, although sheltered, still endured the harsh conditions. In the current climate, without refrigerators, meat and vegetables would spoil within mere hours. After 2 hours of waiting, Bai Ning successfully acquired her vegetables and meat, but prices had skyrocketed, nearly tenfold, yet demand continued to outstrip supply. Bai Ning, influenced by the chatter of an older woman ahead of her, ended up purchasing 5 pounds of salt as well. Upon exiting the mall, she walked for a short while before turning a corner, at which point the mall's light was obscured by towering buildings. Bai Ning switched on her flashlight and continued onward alone. Time seemed to halt. There was no sound of wind or animals. Bai Ning hesitated, opting for a narrow path that led her into a blind alley. This passage was dark and lengthy, devoid of any glimmer of light. In Bai Ning's eyes, the road appeared to stretch infinitely, with the beam of her flashlight dimming in the oppressive gloom. "Get out!" Bai Ning's expression remained impassive as she placed the vegetables by her feet, retrieving a small knife, while her other hand prepared to conjure ice shards. "Ah! So you are aware of our presence behind you," exclaimed one of the ruffians. "This charming beauty must possess some skill to dare venture alone into this forsaken alley. In that case, hand over your supplies, and perhaps my brother here will spare your life." 3 thugs emerged before Bai Ning, each sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, their colors forming a garish traffic light: red, yellow, and green. A sense of unease washed over Bai Ning. Did they not fear the blade? What emboldened them? With a flick of her wrist, several ice shards shot toward the trio. An ice elemental? Quite impressive. The red-haired thug marveled, his surprise quickly morphing into delight. Such a rare ability, but alas, you have met your match. From the red-haired thug, a plume of golden-red flames surged forth toward the ice shards, swiftly melting them into droplets that cascaded onto the ground. Bai Ning conjured more ice shards, yet each was effortlessly dissolved by the thug's flames. Infuriating. This individual's power surpassed her own, and even with her fiery blow-dryer at hand, she was outnumbered 3-1. Encountering a counter-element left her with no options. "Surely, you must be trembling in fear now. Don't fret, let my brother have his fun with you. I have yet to play with an elemental user. Just look at her delicate skin. She will be far more enjoyable than those from yesterday." The 3 thugs erupted into laughter as they witnessed Bai Ning's immobilized state, their crude remarks and lecherous gazes roaming over her form. Bai Ning assessed their advancing proximity, calculating the distance. She could strike all 3 down in one swift motion, ensuring none would escape. Just a fraction more. With her gaze lowered, the red-haired thug sensed an ominous darkness enveloping the area. He glanced up just in time to see a massive stone plummeting toward them. The boulder crushed down upon the trio, leaving them bloodied and gasping, with 2 of them rendered unconscious, while only the red-haired thug remained conscious. Bai Ning, resolute, refused to let them escape. From their words, it was clear she was not their first victim. Such scoundrels would only bring harm to others if released. With a dagger in hand, she lunged at the red-haired thug. The first strike, missing a vital area. "Damn you, let me go. I am one of Brother Wang's men," he threatened, coughing. Bai Ning thought to herself, "I care not for your brother Wang, Liu, or Zhu. I understand the folly of allowing a tiger to return to the mountains." She plunged the dagger in repeatedly, and at last, the red-haired thug fell silent. Without hesitation, she granted the same mercy to the other 2. To avoid attracting attention, Bai Ning was uncertain how to dispose of the bodies. She hastily stored them in her spatial pocket, tucked away in a corner, and scattered some earth over the bloodstains to erase her footprints before finally exhaling in relief. Leaning against the shadowy wall, Bai Ning gazed at the sky. This was her first act of taking a life, yet she knew it would not be her last. In this harsh world, she would undoubtedly end more lives in the future. The reason for her composure was not merely the act itself, but rather the realization that even after slaying 3, she felt no fear. "Am I truly a cold-blooded creature?" she pondered. Yet, it seemed that only the cold-blooded and selfish could thrive in such a world. Reassuring herself, she composed her emotions, ensuring there were no traces of blood left on her person. Confirming everything was perfect, she gathered her vegetables and returned home. Chapter 9. The Mutated Flies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle breeze graced the sky, which shimmered with beauty. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed. Yet the heavens displayed no change. The thunder was the manifestation of another's powers. A man enveloped in crackling electricity raced through the ruins, cradling a long-haired woman in his arms. He paused only to hurl bolts of lightning behind him, attempting to hinder the pursuers, yet they adeptly circumvented the electrical barrier, closing in rapidly. As they approached, a wall of ice materialized, blocking their path. Upon crossing the icy barrier, the ground beneath them became slippery, causing them to skid momentarily before regaining their footing to continue the chase. Ahead lay a dead end. The lightning-wielding man was compelled to halt, gently laying the woman down and facing his adversaries. The sky darkened ominously, and a fierce wind whipped through, as hues of red, green, purple, and white flickered with the brilliance of various elemental powers. The perspective shifted to reveal the long-haired woman, clutching her chest and coughing blood, half reclined amidst the rubble. The lightning user, stricken with grief, knelt beside her, his lips moving in desperate murmurs. Bearing, Ninger, Ninger. The relentless calls echoed like a haunting refrain. Abruptly, Bearing snapped her eyes open, a throbbing headache assaulting her senses. Why must I endure such bizarre dreams? I did not have nightmares after killing someone yesterday. Yet now I dream of my own demise? A wave of incredulity washed over her as she checked her phone. It was 9:32 a.m. The first order of business upon waking was to sign in. Congratulations, you have received 2 pounds of green grapes. Once again, food was the reward. A new day dawned, and Bearing stretched languidly, rolling about in bed before finally rising. Upon entering the kitchen after completing her morning routine, she was met with a disconcerting sight and promptly retreated. What on earth was this? Upon closer inspection, she discovered a swarm of flies, each as large as a fist. The flies, having detected the scent of food, swarmed around the refrigerator, transforming it into a veritable hive of buzzing activity. Unperturbed by such harmless creatures, Bearing decided to freeze them with her powers before delivering the final blow. Initially, she managed to immobilize many at once. However, upon witnessing their companions perish, they grew wise, scattering in all directions, prolonging her efforts. Lifting pot lids, peering into bowls and checking behind cloths, she found one here and 2 there. Even several had ventured into the living room and bathroom. Determined to eradicate them completely, she pursued them relentlessly. She could not rest until they were all eliminated. After thoroughly searching her home, she located the entry point in a small crevice and promptly sealed it. If the flies had mutated, it was a certainty that mosquitoes, ants, and cockroaches had undergone similar transformations. Recalling her lifelong nemesis, the mosquito, Bearing hastily retrieved a fine mesh net, layering it 3 times over her windows. She then produced an array of insecticides, spraying every nook and cranny of her home, even pouring half a canister down the drain. Feeling satisfied with her preparations, Bearing finally ceased her efforts. Next, she needed to dispose of the flies' remains. Retrieving a large stainless steel basin, she tossed the carcasses inside, dousing them with gasoline before igniting them with her blow dryer. The stench of burning flies was already foul, but now, post-mutation, it was unbearable. Fortunately, Bearing had anticipated this and took the charred remains to the rooftop to burn. Once the task was completed, her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she had neglected to eat. Indifferent to cooking, she pulled out the takeout she had packed the previous day. Cucumber salad, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised eggplant, sweet and sour potatoes, and stir-fried pearl vegetables. After a meager meal of 4 dishes, she barely felt satisfied. After finishing her meal, feeling slightly queasy in the heat, Bearing decided to concoct some bitter melon lemonade. Beverages are even simpler to prepare than cooking. One merely needs to chop bitter melon and lemon into small pieces, place them in a juicer with water, blend, filter, and finally add honey for a delightful drink. A single bitter melon can yield 2 cups, yet Bai Ning managed to produce around 10 cups before pausing. After consuming 4 cups in succession, equating to nearly 1 liter, Bai Ning felt truly satiated. Ever since acquiring her extraordinary abilities, her appetite had surged 3 to 4 times its usual size. Fortunately, she had stockpiled provisions beforehand. Otherwise, she would find herself perpetually hungry. She couldn't fathom how other ability wielders, lacking reserves, managed to satisfy their basic needs. After finishing her drink, Bai Ning initially considered lounging about, but recalling the events of the previous day, she decided to exercise instead. Should her powers be suppressed, She wanted to ensure she retained enough stamina to either flee or defend herself. She remembered her foray into online martial arts classes during her university days. Although she had quit after just one session, the materials were still accessible, albeit forgotten in a device. After an intense search, she finally located the resources on her tablet. To her surprise, following her awakening, not only had her strength significantly increased, but her flexibility had also improved. What she could once endure for merely 20 minutes had now extended to an hour. When fatigue set in, Bai Ning allowed herself a brief respite before resuming her regimen. The sensation of helplessness she experienced last night was something she wished to avoid. Once she felt adequately exercised and her body pushed to its limits, Bai Ning finally took a break. Sitting on the sofa, she pondered what tasks remained for the day. It seemed she had yet to retrieve a pot from the rooftop. The foul stench of decomposed flies had diminished considerably, yet a hint still lingered when she approached. She disposed of the fly carcasses in a bag. Wait, did she just see something? Donning a pair of disposable gloves, she rummaged through the bag, and indeed, her eyes did not deceive her. In her palm lay a familiar hexagonal crystal. Though small, it resembled the one she had received previously. Bai Ning meticulously searched through the bag and unearthed 12 more. Task Series 1. Obtain Xianjing, 13-100. Reward. Unlock System All. The count had risen from 1 to 13. It appeared they were not here to cause trouble, but rather to bestow gifts. If flies were present, surely other small creatures would be as well. Without hesitation, Bai Ning dismantled her windows, affixing fly traps made of netting and sticky paper, and set up various traps in the drainage system, eagerly anticipating their self-capture. After a moment's reflection, she deemed this approach too slow and decided to use a piece of meat and a bowl of pig's blood as bait. In just 3 short hours, Bai Ning had collected 37 xianjing, having replaced the traps 5 times. One could only imagine the vastness of their family.
Come.
My home welcomes you. Come and embrace your siblings. Bai Ning could hardly contain the smile that crept across her lips. How could one not be elated at the prospect of newfound wealth? Chapter 10 Mutation. Task Series 1. Obtain Xianjing, 55-100 incomplete. Reward. Unlock System All. Glancing at the system panel, Bai Ning could hardly suppress her joy, feeling as if she were floating amidst blossoms. What did this bounty before nightfall signify? It indicated that, with just a day or 2 more, she could complete her task. How could she not revel in such delightful prospects? If animals were evolving, surely plants would follow suit. Though every household now had electricity, supply and demand remained insufficient, leaving streetlights unlit, an opportune moment for Bai Ning to engage in some clandestine activities. She intended to pilfer flowers from the garden. Bai Ning was aware that she could not brazenly take the flowers from her own villa's front, so she ventured to a more secluded area near the last villa. Flower picking had its nuances. She rejected those that appeared wilted, too diminutive, or rare. After a meticulous selection process, she spent half an hour collecting merely a handful of blossoms. Perhaps just one more? She had her eye on a lovely white-pink flower to the side. Engaged in her covert operation, Bai Ning had not turned on her flashlight, relying solely on the moonlight to guide her. The sudden scream startled her, causing her to inadvertently snap the flower. No matter. It should still be usable. Quickly tossing the flower into her spatial pocket, she turned her attention to the source of the scream. It originated from the villa ahead. Help! Someone, please save me. Don't come any closer. The scream was quickly followed by desperate pleas. Peering through the door crack, Bai Ning witnessed a horrifying scene. A woman in a white nightgown with long hair had opened the door but was forcibly pulled back inside. Unsure whether to intervene, Bai Ning assessed the situation. It appeared to be domestic violence. Whether she could overpower the aggressor was uncertain, and even if she called the police, they might not arrive in time. Ultimately, she resolved to investigate further. The door to the house was ajar, and Bai Ning cautiously maneuvered around the corner, witnessing the woman still struggling, while the man who had dragged her inside was biting into her flesh. His face smeared with blood as he lifted his head in the light. This was not domestic violence. This was murder. Moving stealthily, Bai Ning approached from behind the man and struck him with a hammer, causing him to collapse heavily onto the woman. She paled, her fright manifesting in a scream. But upon realizing the man lay unconscious and no longer biting her, she caught sight of Bai Ning. Thank you for saving me," the woman stammered, her face pale and trembling. Bai Ning assisted her in extricating the man and helped her to her feet, fetching a first aid kit to treat her wounds. Once they were finished, Bai Ning settled onto the woman's sofa. I heard your screams and entered because the door was ajar, Bai Ning explained, seeking clarification on her confusion. What happened to him? Is he ill? The woman shook her head, pausing to gather her thoughts before responding. My husband has always been in good health, undergoing annual medical checkups without any issues. So why is he like this? It seems he has been bitten by some animal or something.
No.
He hasn't sustained any injuries. As she spoke, the woman began to sob again. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Her voice barely above a whisper. A couple of days ago, the weather turned unexpectedly hot, and I lost my appetite, but my husband craved meat, consuming an excessive amount. We ran out of meat at home, and he kept insisting that I buy more. But as you know, meat is rationed and we couldn't purchase much. Plus the bank wouldn't release any funds. We barely had enough cash on hand, so I couldn't buy it for him. Then he hit me just for that. It was the first time he ever struck me. I never imagined he would do that over something so trivial. The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became. Bai Ning, for reasons unknown, thought she saw a glimmer of red in the woman's eyes, though it could have been an illusion. Was meat truly so delectable? The woman pondered the taste of meat, suddenly feeling a wave of hunger wash over her. I'm feeling a bit hungry too. I want to eat meat. I want to savor delicious meat. You, Bai Ning hastily retreated, scrambling over the back of the sofa to evade the woman's sudden lunge. The woman's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a malevolent spirit, as she murmured incessantly, intent on pouncing upon Bai Ning. What's wrong with you? Wake up. Wake up. Merely shouting could not awaken that woman. Unfortunately, calamity struck again as the man also stirred from his slumber, his eyes equally bloodshot as he cried out, Meat. I crave meat. He lunged towards Baron. Thankfully, their movements were sluggish, allowing Baron to swiftly encase them both in ice. But what to do now? The icy prison would only last for an hour at most. She could take this opportunity to flee, yet the fear gnawed at her. Would they not endanger others? The woman, once bitten, could only converse with her for a mere 10 minutes before transforming into a creature akin to him, indicating a possibility of contagion and a rapid descent into madness. If released, the entire neighborhood might soon be overrun. Baron steeled her resolve, partially thawing the woman's upper body before ending her life. Then, in a fit of caution, re-encased her in ice and stowed her away in her spatial realm. The same fate befell the man. It was her first intrusion into another's home, and she had taken the life of its occupant. Anxiety gnawed at her, heightened by the fear of surveillance. After a thorough search, she discovered that the household was devoid of cameras, and the one at the entrance was merely a decoy, unpowered. With a sigh of relief, she hurried back to her apartment. Upon returning, her anxiety began to dissipate, her body and mind relaxing considerably. Baron first examined the traps by the window and the drain, yielding 2 large basins filled with their remains. She then retrieved a dozen flowers, employing the same method of incineration. It seemed her meticulous selection bore fruit, as at least half of these specimens contained Xian crystals, a promising yield. Occupied with tasks, Baron felt time slip by swiftly, leaving no room for other thoughts. By dawn, she had completed her mission. Task Series 1. Acquire Xian crystals 100-100. Completed. Reward. System Mall unlocked. Reward dispensed. Congratulations on unlocking the next task. Task Series 2. Acquire Xian crystals 0-1000. Incomplete. Reward. Purification Device X1. Upon submitting the first task, the next one appeared immediately. Baron chose to disregard it. Her priority was to examine the task rewards. The gray lock icon of the system mall vanished, replaced by a shimmering platinum glow that flickered enticingly. Clicking into the system mall revealed a plethora of items from various realms, all at exorbitant prices. The most captivating was the gift box in the upper left corner, labeled Beginner's Gift Pack. Originally priced at $99.99. It was now offered at a special rate of 100 Xian crystals, with a countdown of 23:59.
Wow.
Is this system not akin to a swindler reincarnated? Baron mused. With only 100 Xian crystals to her name, it seemed intent on squeezing every last drop from her. The allure of the Beginner's Gift Pack was undeniable. With a resolute bite of her lip, she made the purchase. Congratulations. You have received Spirit Recovery Pills X10, Invisibility Cloak X1, Evertrue Compass X1, Infinite Mineral Water X1, Endless Takeout X1. This upon reviewing the descriptions, it indeed seemed a worthwhile investment. Take the Spirit Recovery Pills, for instance. They would greatly benefit Baron. whose abilities could only regenerate through their use, requiring 3 to 4 hours for full recovery. With these pills, she could regain her strength almost instantaneously. The invisibility cloak was equally intriguing, allowing her to conceal her form and, if she remained still, to mask her presence, enabling her to masquerade as a stone or a tree. Quite useful, indeed. The ever-true compass, as the name suggests, pointed the way. It would prove invaluable in the absence of her phone. As for the infinite mineral water and endless takeout, aside from the less than appealing term takeout, they were exceptionally beneficial. Chapter 11. The Shadow Beings. Baron was aware she was dreaming. It was a rare experience for her to recognize her dream state. The global evolution was a grand trend, determining success based on one's willpower. Wait, does my dream come with a narrator? Baron exclaimed, astonished. The narration faltered momentarily, the previously blank expanse transformed, and she found herself seated in the center of a cinema, the best seat in the house. The film commenced. The movie began by recounting the evolutionary journey of life on Earth, and Baron watched intently, marveling at the extraordinary occurrence of viewing a film within her own dream. As the scene shifted to an aerial perspective, human beings appeared as insignificant as ants, and buildings resembled mere playthings, easily lifted. This film seemed to be a children's feature, illustrated in cartoonish strokes. Those who succeed in evolution stand in the light, while those who fail are relegated to the shadows, the narrator intoned. The perspective then transitioned to a warm family scene, with a mother in an apron cooking, a father watching television, and a child playing with toys. "Time to eat," called the mother, as they placed the dishes on the table and began their meal. How heartwarming, Baron thought, as she munched on popcorn and sipped cola that had mysteriously appeared. Suddenly, with a crash, the table's contents were upended. The film's tone shifted dramatically from the warmth of a children's channel to that of horror. The father was gnawing at the mother's flesh, tearing it from her body, while the child wailed in terror. Those who have failed in evolution yearn for another chance, yet their strength is insufficient. They must absorb more power to evolve. The narrator's voice resonated once more. Baron blinked, realizing the scene remained unchanged. Rubbing her eyes, she questioned, "Isn't this my dream? Is this reality?" The unsettling thoughts of the couple from earlier that day filled her with dread. As this notion crossed her mind, the film morphed again. The characters transformed from cartoonish figures into three-dimensional, visceral beings, drenched in blood. They are embodiments of filth, emerging from the shadows of power. They are the shadow beings. Is the whole world like this? Baron wondered in disbelief. One bite, and the entire group was turned. All heads turned towards her, their blood-red eyes fixated. Baron trembled, spilling her popcorn and cola as she sensed they might leap forth to devour her. What, then, were their weaknesses? She pondered weakly. To her surprise, the narrator responded to her question, confirming that this was no mere dream. "Will everyone become like this?" she queried urgently. Suddenly, the shrill sound of an alarm clock shattered the atmosphere, and the narrator fell silent. All vanished, and Baron found herself standing on a staircase. Abruptly, the stairs disappeared, and she plummeted from great heights, falling endlessly, as if into an abyss. Baron jolted awake, her heart racing from the terrifying sensation of falling. The shadow beings resembled zombies, craving flesh and blood, and once bitten, the contagion spread rapidly. She couldn't help but wonder if they would, like the apocalyptic tales, harbor crystal cores within their brains. Thinking of the two corpses in her spatial realm, she shook her head vigorously. No. What if their blood could still transmit the infection after death? Curiosity should not cost her life. Upon descending the stairs, she first cast a glance at the traps she had set before bed, and once again, it was a bountiful harvest. Not only had she captured an entire clan of flies, but mosquitoes, mice, and roaches had also joined the fray. Each of these creatures was of a size comparable to a fist. Fortunately, her netting was particularly extensive, or else it would have been inadequate to contain them. A sudden thought struck her. She was currently in the south. Would the northern pests have evolved to such a size as well? This notion piqued her curiosity. She resolved to take the catch to the rooftop for incineration. After burning for an entire day yesterday, there still lingered a faint odor on the rooftop. She wondered if that scent would drift to other areas, potentially drawing attention, especially since she intended to continue this practice for an extended period. Thus, in the days that followed, Bai Ning fell into a routine, exercising her body, setting traps, burning the remains, and, every couple of days, purchasing groceries. Every 3 hours, she would incinerate a batch, typically yielding between 15 to 20 essence crystals. To expedite the process, she set an alarm, even rising in the middle of a night. The foraging for flowers and weeds had become an additional source of income, as the flora in her neighborhood was nearly depleted. She anticipated that soon there would be none left. On average, she earned about 30 essence crystals daily from this endeavor. After nearly a week, Bai Ning finally amassed 1,000 essence crystals. Task Series 2, Acquire Essence Crystals, 1,000 completed. Reward, Purification Device X1. Reward issued. Congratulations on unlocking the next task. Task Series 3, Acquire Essence Crystals, 0. 10,000, incomplete. Reward, Supernatural Training Method. 10,000? Surely, this was an unreasonable demand. In recent days, particularly the last two, her income had dwindled. Perhaps she had eradicated all the flies, roaches, and mosquitoes in the area, or maybe they had learned to avoid this place, knowing it would be their grave. However, the undeniable truth was that her earnings had decreased and were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Was she to venture beyond the confines of the community to expand her territory? Never mind. Future concerns were for her future self to handle. The present was what mattered most. Bai Ning accessed the system shop, her finger gliding down the screen. One flaw in this system shop was its lack of a search function. You had to peruse manually, and if you stumbled upon something you couldn't afford, you'd have to search again when you could. Bai Ning felt compelled to give this a 5-star review, akin to an installment plan. After approximately 10 minutes of scrolling, she finally found what she desired. Basic martial arts, priced at 400 essence crystals. She continued scrolling, and, this time, found something within 3 minutes, a guide on how to become a top-tier assassin in 100 days. It sounded absurd, yet undeniably useful, and it cost 500 essence crystals. Skills acquired from the system shop were not immediately usable. Rather, they required one to enter the system space for study. However, each purchase permitted only a single entry. If one did not complete their learning in that session, they would need to repurchase to enter again. Bai Ning carefully selected both items for several reasons. Firstly, she possessed no martial arts skills whatsoever, let alone fighting. She would be fortunate not to end up on the receiving end of violence. Learning now, without proper guidance, seemed futile. Where could she find a master in such times? Secondly, regarding the assassin training, Bai Ning did not harbor aspirations of becoming a top-tier killer. She merely sought to learn a lethal technique or two, as assassins were known for their ability to deliver a swift death. Furthermore, the training was likely to be rather intense. Perhaps it would prove beneficial for her upcoming challenges. The ratio between the system space and reality was 1,000. 1, meaning 1,000 minutes spent in system space equated to just 1 minute in the real world. Having not engaged in learning for nearly a year, Bai Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might struggle to enter the right mindset. She decided to indulge in some relaxation first, perhaps by savoring a delicious meal or enjoying a cup of milk tea. To her, a true delicacy was one that she personally relished. Bai Ning resolved to prepare scrambled eggs with chives and braised fish. The scrambled eggs came together effortlessly, but the braised fish was the piece de resistance of the day. This dish was one her mother had taught her, a staple in their home. She began by frying the fish until the surface turned a delicate golden hue before setting it aside. Then, she sautéed scallions, ginger, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and chicken essence in the pan, returning the fish to the mix, adding a splash of water, and bringing it to a boil until the sauce thickened. Once the dish was completed, she turned her attention to the beverage. Bai Ning retrieved some premium tea leaves, worth hundreds per pound, and caramelized them with sugar until golden. Then added whole milk and simmered for a while before straining it to yield pure caramel milk tea. For her milk tea, she also desired accompaniments. So she brewed another batch of the exquisite tea leaves, allowing it to steep before incorporating white jelly to create a tea jelly. The slight bitterness of the tea combined with the bounciness of the jelly, along with the sweetness of the milk tea, resulted in a naturally delightful beverage. Having feasted and refreshed herself, Bai Ning steeled her resolve and prepared to engage in her studies. Chapter 12, Devilish Training.
Ugh.
Bai Ning was neither a top student nor a failure. During her school years, her grades hovered around the upper middle range. Yet, this was the first time she experienced the sensation of nausea from learning. The sheer volume of information could indeed lead one to feel sick. Determined not to waste her essence crystals, Bai Ning persevered, vowing not to exit until the very last moment. The initial basic martial arts training was manageable, being at the introductory level, but the course on becoming a top assassin was truly overwhelming, simulating various methods of killing. If she were to walk out now, She felt as though she would be contemplating how to eliminate anyone she encountered, plotting the most silent and lethal approach. After lying down for several hours, she drifted off to sleep once more, and when she awoke, she finally felt the throbbing in her brain subside. Congratulations, you have obtained a universal key. Reflexively, she accessed the system to claim her reward, surprised to discover such a valuable item. Universal key, not limited to doors. It can unlock various vehicles, electronic locks on airplanes, and safes, an essential tool for any thief. Bai Ning tried the key on the locks in her home, and it proved remarkably effective. She then set out to collect the trap's catches, only to find the quantity had diminished by more than half compared to before. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and felt no significant disappointment. Subsequently, Bai Ning visited the gym to test her newly acquired martial arts skills, only to discover that her physical condition was far from adequate. After only a few moves, she twisted her body and found herself gasping for breath. It was clear that her physique needed to catch up. Otherwise, possessing martial skills and deadly techniques would be of little use. However, after attempting to exercise for half an hour, Bai Ning felt ready to give up. With no one to supervise her, she found it difficult to stay motivated. This simply would not do. Bai Ning grit her teeth, recalling that the system's shop featured a supervisory robot. She had stumbled upon it out of curiosity, drawn to its interstellar origins as a result of her experience with a fire-breathing hairdryer. Yet, she had only 100 essence crystals remaining, sufficient for a single use over 10 days. True to its purpose, the supervisory robot adjusted its guidance based on her physical condition and monitored her exercise. Thus, each morning at 8, it would rouse her from slumber, persistently knocking at the door until she awakened. The meals were sourced from her favorite local eateries, renowned for their exquisite flavors. She jogged for half an hour, completed 100 squats, performed 100 sit-ups, and finished with 20 push-ups. Jogging is manageable, albeit challenging for my body, necessitating breaks every 4 to 5 minutes, ultimately resulting in a pace slower than walking. The standing squats proved relatively straightforward. After resting twice, I managed to complete them. As for sit-ups, I could muster only 3 before needing a pause, while I required a break after each solitary push-up. By the time I finished, it was already noon. I longed to slack off, yet the relentless gaze and urging of the supervising robot instilled a sense of trepidation within me. In the afternoon, a new round of training commenced. Fortunately, during the renovation of this gym, my father, an aficionado of martial arts dramas, procured an array of cold weapons, swords, spears, and shields, all authentic. Consequently, I spent the afternoon acclimating to these implements, while the virtual instructor had provided guidance on their usage in a simulated environment. Translating that knowledge into physical practice was a disheartening endeavor. Should my instructor, who had deemed me competent, witness my performance, I was certain I would be summoned back for further training. One advantage of the supervising robot was its ability to retrieve traps and incinerate them on the rooftop, allowing me to avoid the foul stench that lingered there, an odor that would take over 2 hours to wash away. During the first few days, I felt utterly drained after daytime workouts, harboring no desire to venture outside. However, as I grew accustomed to the routine, I prepared to step out. This time, I donned sun-protective clothing, long pants, a mask, and a hat, ensuring I was thoroughly covered before daring to leave. What if I encountered a shadow? I pondered. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a couple of individuals in sight, and the shopping mall remained unlit. Still, I resolved to approach its entrance. The glass doors had shattered into numerous shards, scattered far and wide, with pools of darkened blood on the ground, evidence of events that had transpired days prior. Peering into the inky darkness of the mall, I discerned nothing and decided to retreat. Just as I turned, I was encircled by a group wielding various blades. "You, girl, seem oblivious to the events that unfolded here." One man, clad in tight leather on this sweltering day, pointed to a rotund figure with slicked-back hair, clearly the leader. 3 days ago, a monster emerged, but our boss, Brother Wang, managed to slay it. I was perplexed by his words, yet Brother Wang resonated with a hint of familiarity. Observing my silence, the underling continued in a practiced tone, "Our Brother Wang sacrificed himself to vanquish that creature. Otherwise, it would have devoured you. Therefore, shouldn't you offer a protection fee?" He elaborated, "Gold or food will suffice. If you lack those, we can accept alternative forms of payment." I recalled the trio of ruffians from before, particularly the red-haired one with fire abilities who had mentioned Brother Wang. What if I refused to pay? I retorted. Their laughter erupted, wild and unrestrained. Brother Wang, with a lecherous tone, replied, "I detest those who play hard to get. If coercion is your game, I welcome it." Assessing the situation, I noted there were 7 of them, and at least one must possess abilities to lead this gang. However, their unsteady stance and pale complexions betrayed their overindulgence, indicating they were manageable foes. I stepped closer to Brother Wang, halting just a step away. My presence instigated a frenzy of laughter among them, particularly from Brother Wang, who basked in his perceived dominance. Suddenly, with precision, I plunged a watermelon knife into Brother Wang's chest. Indeed, after my last encounter, I had deemed a smaller blade insufficient, opting for something larger. Despite the wound, Brother Wang, a metal manipulator, conjured a metallic blade, swinging it toward me. Evading his strike, I froze his limbs with my abilities and drew another knife, aiming for his waist. His lackeys, now realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to support him, but their absence of abilities rendered them defenseless. One by one, I dispatched them, their exits serene. The 2 who had been aiding Brother Wang, upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, fled in terror. Yet, I would not allow such escapes. I swiftly eliminated them, leaving only Brother Wang, wounded and immobilized. "Heroine, please spare me. I possess treasures of gold and food. Just let me go," he pleaded. "I have many precious items to offer." Yet, I was well aware of the dangers inherent in releasing an enemy, as tales from both television and novels cautioned against such leniency. Thus, I declared, "I hope you reform in your next life." With that, the blade flashed, and Brother Wang ceased to breathe. One must always address the aftermath of taking a life. Yet I felt apathetic toward the task. I had already concealed 5 bodies in my spatial storage. A few more would hardly matter. As for the bloodstains, I reasoned that since this place was already tainted, a little more would make no difference, so I left them as they were. The concrete ground made cleanup impractical, and in public view, it was unwise to draw attention by bringing in water or sand. Thus, I rationalized my departure with a clear conscience. Chapter 13. The emergence of a base that evening, I planned to venture into the neighboring residential area to scavenge for resources, as my own neighborhood had been thoroughly depleted, leaving only barren soil and withered weeds in the flower beds. Had it not been for the larger shrubs that I could not uproot, I might have stripped those as well. After 2 hours of searching, I had only gathered 2 flowers, a result of complex circumstances. Unfamiliar with the access protocols of the adjacent community, I hesitated at the entrance until I observed someone enter, prompting me to follow suit. This neighboring community was densely populated, necessitating various amenities within a compact area, resulting in limited greenery, primarily large trees, with flower beets being a rare sight. After 2 full laps, I finally discovered 2 flower beets, though the blooms were lackluster. Just as I prepared to pluck them, a hand patted my shoulder, causing me to jump. Turning, I found a kindly woman returning from her errands. "Young lady, do you reside nearby?" she inquired directly. Considering the neighboring community was indeed close, I nodded in affirmation. "Have you been indoors for quite some time?" she queried again. I nodded once more and asked, "How can you tell?" With pride, she replied, "Because these days, young girls seldom venture outside." "Can you guess the reason?" "Guess? If I already knew, would I be asking you?" Baron shook his head, remaining silent. The elderly lady, seemingly at a loss for conversation, gossiped with great enthusiasm. To understand the situation, we must go back 3 days. On that day, I was engaged in household chores while my partner lounged on the sofa, smoking, and my youngest son was lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Baron's expression turned blank, contemplating whether such intricate details were necessary. "Could you please hasten your pace, Aunt? I have matters to attend to." Then he bit his son, leaving a gruesome scene of blood. It was terrifying. In all my years, I have never witnessed anything like it. As Baron caught a familiar term, he turned his gaze earnestly toward the elderly lady, who became increasingly animated in her narration. After enduring over an hour of her tales, Baron finally managed to extract the pertinent information from her gossip. In essence, the shadowy figure had long since emerged, but initially no one paid heed, resulting in numerous bites and ultimately, the police escorting the victims to the hospital. As the situation escalated, many feared stepping outside, terrified of being bitten. Several incidents had also occurred at the local shopping mall, which subsequently closed its doors. People resorted to clandestinely exchanging food at nearby trading spots, which shifted daily, with exorbitant prices. Many could no longer afford meat or vegetables, surviving on mere rice and flour, with a pound of rice lasting 3 days. Consequently, robberies surged, further deterring people from venturing outdoors. Once the elderly lady departed, her figure fading from view, Baron plucked a sprout, but as his fingers brushed against another, the sound of barking erupted in his ears. Woof, woof, woof. Alarmed, Baron took off running. The large yellow dog in hot pursuit. Realizing that one should not run in front of a dog, Baron felt remorseful for her sudden flight spurred by the unexpected barking. Yet, fear gripped her. What if she stopped and was bitten? Thus, for the next half hour, she engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the exuberant dog, which seemed reluctant to let her go. The moment Baron pushed open her front door, she collapsed onto the floor, unwilling to move. She felt as though she had exhausted her running quota for the week in that day alone. In the days that followed, she continued to exercise while outsmarting the large yellow dog. Baron touched her now-defined abs and muscles, bidding farewell to her relentless training robot with tears in her eyes. The floor beats in the neighboring community had withered, yet upon exiting her own, Baron was greeted by the waiting yellow dog. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. And before she knew it, November had arrived, the autumn air still unrelentingly warm. On this day, after completing her workout, Baron rested on the living room sofa. Zzzz, zzzz. The radio on the TV cabinet crackled to life. Since losing the signal, Baron had set out 3 radios, knowing well that such tools were common in apocalyptic tales. Despite their lack of reception, she initially thought one of the radios was broken. Greetings, residents. We interrupt this broadcast with an important message. The nation has not forsaken you. Please hold on. Troops will soon be dispatched to aid you. 12 large underground safety bases have been established in the city. Base No. 1 is located at XX in Province A, Base Number 2 at XX in Province B, Base Number 3. With a crackle, the transmission ceased. After a moment, the broadcast resumed. Greetings, residents. Now. Realizing it was a repeat, Baron switched it off and attempted to tune another radio, only to find all 3 delivering the same monotonous message. Lowering the volume, she reclined on the sofa, pondering when she should journey to the base. Naturally, she intended to visit the nearest one, Base Number 7, a mere 200 kilometers away. She wasn't foolish enough to choose a distant location when a closer option existed. Baron opened the system panel. Task Series 3, Acquire Xianjing, 7895 10,000. Incomplete. Reward, Ability Cultivation Method. After nearly a month and a half, she had amassed over 7,800 xianjing, a feat she achieved through tireless effort. Not only did she set traps in her home to attract flies and small creatures, but she also discovered the abandoned villa of a previous couple, situated in a relatively secluded area. At night, she scavenged in the neighboring community and along the streets, in parks, anywhere with greenery, to gather her bounty. Her relentless efforts stemmed from the realization that her abilities had reached level 2 and that advancement would prove increasingly challenging. She felt it would take over a year to level up again. In contrast, the lower creatures, flies, ants, mosquitoes, were evolving at an astonishing rate, many surpassing her own level. If not for employing some human ingenuity, she would have been unable to capture them. With lower creatures evolving so swiftly, who could say if others, like that exceptional little cat, might exist? Thus, she believed that strength was paramount. After checking the sign-in area, she clicked on the lottery and found she had accumulated enough for a 10 draw. Surely, there must be a guaranteed reward, right? Baron mused, contemplating washing her hands before proceeding with the draw. After cleansing her hands, she beseeched the heavens, feeling as though she had implored every deity she knew, and finally clicked on the lottery. Chapter 14. Departing with the Dog. Congratulations! You have won 1 pound of chocolate, 8 rabbit pelts, 1 luxury bus, an endless supply of tissues, 1 sincerity talisman, 3 level 3 ability orbs, 1 good luck charm, 1 disposable healing device, 1 storage camera, and 10 bags of dog food. The system panel erupted in a flurry of fireworks as the electronic voice announced each item. Baron diligently examined the descriptions. Chocolate. Just ordinary chocolate. What were you expecting? The tone. Rabbit pelts. Rabbit pelts that barely provide warmth. Rumor has it that the rabbit hasn't bathed in 3 years. Yikes. Luxury bus. I come with 2 stories. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Kitchen, bathroom, rooms, game halls, you name it. Truly a luxurious bus. Endless tissues. With me, you'll never worry about running out of toilet paper again. Quite useful, actually. Sincerity talisman. Effects last only 15 minutes. Anything you wish to hear, I can reveal. Level 3 ability orbs. Throw me, and I'll explode. Good luck charm. A must-have for turning bad luck into good fortune. Only lasts 3 minutes. Disposable healing device. It's one-time use. Don't expect too much. Storage camera. An essential for home and travel. Dog food. The favorite of dogs everywhere. Overall, it was a mixed bag, so one could say her luck balanced out. With ample time in the afternoon, Baron decided to prepare some fruit tea to pass the time. Essential to fruit tea are, of course, fruit and tea. Baron preferred green tea over black, planning to steep a couple of liters of green tea bags. As for the fruit, she selected her favorites: watermelon, pineapple, cantaloupe, passion fruit, orange, kumquat, and kiwi, filling a large bowl to the brim. After adding her preferred amount of ice, she completed her concoction. With refreshments in hand, it was only natural to seek out some snacks. Bai Ning selected several bags of barbecue-flavored and crawfish-flavored chips and fries before embarking on the quest for a good show. She was quite discerning when it came to her viewing choices, and it was rare for a drama to capture her attention nowadays. Typically, she indulged in suspenseful detective series or variety shows, but having watched most of them, she found herself resorting to rewatching her favorites. Thus, the splendid afternoon passed in leisurely fashion. That evening, as Bai Ning ventured out, she encountered her neighbors, Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. They were driving a vehicle laden with an abundance of household supplies, and it was evident from the interior that it was packed to the brim. Aunt Lin, cradling her younger sister in the passenger seat, greeted Bai Ning warmly. Unlike the last time they had met, when she had been in tears, Aunt Lin appeared composed and amiable, her smile radiating warmth and kindness. Many people have already headed to the base, she remarked. I hear there are places to stay and food available there. Food is becoming increasingly scarce, so I hope to fare better there. Bai Ning wished them a safe journey. Are you not going? Aunt Lin asked with surprise, gesturing ahead. It's too dangerous to stay here for much longer. Bai Ning understood her concern. Reports of attacks were becoming more frequent, and she had encountered a few herself, even having to defend herself on occasion. I'm not quite ready yet, she replied, nodding to indicate her understanding. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Bai Ning spoke the truth. There was little left for her to salvage in this area. It was time to relocate and seek new opportunities. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lin, Bai Ning spent some time playing with a large yellow dog that was waiting at the entrance of her community. She stroked the dog and mused, Do you have an owner? If not, why not come with me in a couple of days? If you stay here, you might end up as someone's dinner. The dog looked at her and barked a few times in response. Bai Ning took its front paw and declared, Then I shall consider that your agreement. Before returning to her apartment, Bai Ning made a point to speak with an elderly woman who knew the dog to gather more information. She learned that the dog's owner, a 15 or 16-year-old girl, had passed away recently. The elderly woman expressed her sorrow and even showed Bai Ning a photograph of the girl, who was indeed quite beautiful. Without a caretaker, the dog had proven to be remarkably intelligent and resourceful. However, during these times, many sought to capture it for its meat. Yet it managed to evade them with its swiftness. Having gathered the necessary details, Bai Ning searched for the yellow dog, only to find it had vanished. With no idea where to look, she reluctantly returned to her apartment to pack her belongings. While packing, Bai Ning felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She began in her bedroom, determining to take everything with her: clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics, skincare products, and jewelry. Everything was essential. Considering the ample space she had, Bai Ning even decided to include larger items like her wardrobe, desk, and bed. These belongings had accompanied her for a long time, and she couldn't bear to leave them behind, uncertain if she would ever return or if others might use them. Thus, she hoarded them like a little hamster, sparing nothing. On the night before her departure, Bai Ning finally cleared out her apartment, leaving behind bare walls, more desolate than an unfinished shell. At the entrance, she took the precaution of securing the door with heavy chains and locks, ensuring that anyone attempting to break in would face considerable difficulty. To facilitate her journey to the base, she had purchased a 6-seater off-road vehicle from the system's marketplace, which had ample capacity to carry her belongings, and she filled it to the brim. The trunk contained an induction cooker, a mini-fridge, a pressure cooker, and various small appliances. While the seats were packed with provisions: 200-pound bags of rice, 20 pounds of sausage, 20 cans of meat, 10 jars of pickled radish, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a carton of milk, a box of cigarettes, and a case of alcohol. On the roof were tied bundles of essential supplies, such as large buckets and basins. As she prepared to drive away, Bai Ning leaned out of the window to gaze back at her apartment, the place where she had shared memories with her parents. The last vestige of home she possessed. Now she was about to leave it behind. Suddenly, long-forgotten memories surged forth, reminding her that she had not truly forgotten. Reflecting on her childhood, Bai Ning blinked back tears that had unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I will live well. Upon arriving at the community entrance, she was delighted to find the large yellow dog waiting for her once again. Bai Ning rolled down the window, opened the passenger door, and waved at the dog, saying, "Come on up." The dog hesitated momentarily before leaping into the vehicle, even nudging the seatbelt with its paw. Bai Ning kindly fastened it for the dog before driving away. "Since you wish to accompany me, and we've known each other for quite some time, it seems only fitting to give you a name. What would you like to be called?" Bai Ning asked playfully. The dog responded with a series of barks. Bai Ning pretended to ponder, then said, "Since we met in Dreamhua community, let us call you Zaiwa." The dog barked again in acknowledgement. "Zaiwa? Zaiwa." Bai Ning continued to call out, and the dog, now known as Zaiwa, lowered its head dejectedly, as if to say, "Fine, call me whatever you like. I'm tired." Bai Ning laughed triumphantly, reveling in her victory. Chapter 15. Entering the base beneath the darkened sky. A crescent moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars that scattered their light upon the world, weaving a delicate veil for the earth below. A rugged vehicle sped along a winding road, and Bai Ning felt the trees on either side rush past her in a blur, while the destination remained unseen ahead. With just an hour left to reach Base 7, a sudden shadow darted across the road, prompting Bai Ning to slam on the brakes and swerve, the vehicle skidding to a halt. What on earth could anyone be doing on this deserted road at such an hour? She wondered, instructing Zaiwa to remain silent as she exited the vehicle. Upon stepping out, she spotted a woman lying on the ground, cradling an infant, which piqued her curiosity even further. Bai Ning kept her distance, calling out, "Are you alright?" The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, her disheveled hair greasy and unwashed for some time, and her tattered clothing was caked in mud. Despite her disheveled state, Bai Ning could discern a hint of beauty in her features. The woman held tightly to a small bundle, presumably the baby, and looked up with a pleading expression. "Please, kind stranger, we haven't eaten for 3 days. I can endure, but my baby, my little one, cannot," she implored, her voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down her face. Bai Ning remained unmoved. The situation was suspicious, especially at this late hour, with a child in tow. "I live just over there," the woman quickly added, attempting to justify her presence. Bai Ning glanced in the direction the woman pointed, perplexed. "But that's a river, isn't it? Are you saying you live by the river?" Yes. We live by the river, surviving by fishing," the woman responded eagerly. Bai Ning smirked. "I was just kidding. There is no river over there." With that, she turned to leave. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air, and from the bushes by the roadside emerged a dozen burly men, each wielding a weapon, with their leader brandishing a wooden shotgun. The sight of these thugs leaping from the grass was an experience that Bai Ning had previously only encountered in video games, yet here it unfolded in stark reality. It appeared they were attempting a robbery, with the woman in their midst likely serving as bait. "This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass through, leave your toll," intoned a bald thug, reciting a worn outline. Bai Ning's eyes twitched. Was this a martial arts drama? Having undergone rigorous assassin training, Bai Ning could discern the telltale signs of bloodshed, and it was evident that these robbers had claimed numerous lives. Consequently, she felt no compunction about retaliating. She summoned the strength of her muscles, and ice and snow coalesced into a spear, thrusting it forth before the robbers could react. She had recently discovered that a spear was more effective than a machete, and it wouldn't dull. She could conjure as many as she desired. The sharp tip of the ice-laden spear precisely targeted the junction of one thug's neck and shoulder, delivering a lethal stab. With a crack, one man fell. Bai Ning chose not to withdraw the spear but instead formed another, channeling all her might into each thrust, striking true to the heart. Among the thugs, 4 or 5 possessed abilities that lent them a false sense of security, yet their powers were only at the first level and poorly trained, rendering them ineffective. 1. Who had the ability of speed, darted swiftly, but Bai Ning swiftly erected an ice wall to thwart him. With another forceful stab, he joined his fallen comrades. Before long, the entire band of thugs lay defeated, leaving only the woman who had once been bait, now trembling in fear. Having retreated to the ice wall Bai Ning had erected to prevent escape, Bai Ning could not allow any enemy to survive, especially one who had played the role of bait. A heinous crime in itself. The woman, acutely aware of her impending doom, suddenly drew a concealed knife and plunged it into her own abdomen. Blood spilling forth as her gaze fixated on Bai Ning, filled with jealousy, resentment, and an envy she herself had not anticipated. I refuse to die at your hands.
Why?
Why are you so fortunate? Why do you possess abilities? Why can you thrive while I am left to suffer, bullied and threatened, living a life worse than that of a dog? I once was someone else's pride. Regrettably, she would never again behold the pure blue sky or the cotton candy clouds. In that moment, Burning suddenly grasped the weight of her words. After dealing with the bodies, Burning returned to her vehicle, ruffling the fur of her large yellow dog, sighing, Xiao Hua, we are fortunate to live in peace and comfort. We must cherish this. The journey ahead was smooth, and as they neared City C, the number of travelers increased, all heading in the same direction. Before reaching Base 7, they encountered towering walls of at least 3 or 4 meters in height, with no visible end on either side, indicating the vastness of the base. At the entrance of Base 7, there were 4 lines, 3 for vehicles and 1 for pedestrians. Burning chose the shortest line, and, just as she reached the end, several cars lined up behind her in a swift procession. Despite the crowd, the numerous lines allowed for a brisk pace. As they approached the entrance, the announcement became clear. To enter Base 7, each individual must pay 5 kilograms of food. She wondered if Xiao Hua needed to pay as well. Please exit the vehicle for inspection, instructed a staff member clad in insulated gear, gesturing towards a nearby small building for the inspection. Does the dog need to come in too? Burning inquired after unbuckling Xiao Hua. The staff member hesitated for a moment before affirmatively stating, yes, one by one. After Burning handed over her identification for registration, she was allowed into the small structure. This room was roughly 1 square meter, painted a slate gray on the outside, and divided into 2 sections. Through a window, Burning could see another staff member operating some equipment before being directed to the opposite side. Burning stood in place, undergoing a brief examination akin to a chest X-ray, completed in under 20 seconds. Xiao Hua's inspection took longer, approximately a minute. Afterward, Burning was required to fill out a form with basic information, which included a question about whether she was an ability user and, if so, what type, marked as optional. After a moment's contemplation, she indicated yes and specified ice as her ability. Burning closely observed the staff member handling the form, eager to gauge his attitude towards ability users. However, the insulated suit obscured his face, preventing her from discerning his expression. Yet, the staff member's demeanor was calm, suggesting a sense of familiarity. This realization brought Burning some relief. It indicated that the authorities were aware of ability users' existence while remaining indifferent, suggesting a relatively favorable situation for them. Every living creature entering the base was required to submit 5 kilograms of food, and Xiao Hua was no exception. After Burning paid the food toll, the staff member handed her 2 electronic devices along with a booklet detailing the base's regulations, advising her that the parking lot was to the left and that she must activate the electronic devices upon entry, or they would be rendered useless. With everything in order, Burning proceeded into Base 7. Chapter 16. Administrative Procedures. The roof of the parking lot was constructed from a peculiar blue membrane, the material unknown, possibly a newly developed heat-resistant substance, and the space within was vast, likely accommodating thousands of vehicles. Burning scarcely glimpsed an end in sight and found it challenging to locate an available spot, ultimately spending considerable time before discovering one. After parking, Burning pulled out the booklet of base regulations to read. The first page contained a simplified map of the base, revealing residential areas, construction zones, administrative halls, and police stations. The subsequent pages outlined the rules to be adhered to within the base, such as prohibitions against fighting, causing disturbances, murder, and robbery. The final page stated that all procedures, including housing rentals, team formations, task acceptance, and point exchanges, were to be conducted at the administrative hall. Base 7 operated on a point system, allowing for the exchange of all items at the hall. Points could be used as currency to purchase everything. However, it did not clarify what to do with the supplies in her vehicle. She had no desire to reveal her spatial abilities. Suddenly, a knock on the car window startled Burning. Rolling down the window, she faced a man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. His face bearing the marks of hardship endured during the apocalypse. He looked weary and gaunt, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in faded yet relatively clean clothing, with shoes caked in mud, indicative of days spent on the move. "Excuse me, is this your first time at this base? Do you need a guide?" he inquired politely. Burning hesitated momentarily, but the man misinterpreted her pause as a refusal and quickly added, "My fee is lower than others. I only ask for 2 instant noodles." Burning raised her eyes to him and asked, "I would like to know, how do they manage the items in their vehicles?" Having recently been robbed, Bai Ning hastily gathered her belongings from the roof of her car. With her windows tinted for privacy, the interior remained shielded from prying eyes. Typically, individuals would assign someone to watch over their possessions or seek assistance from others. "Miss, if you could spare me a few items, I would be glad to keep an eye on your things and help you reach your residence," the man suggested. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Rest assured, your items will be safe with me. There are numerous cameras around here, and those of us who assist in guarding belongings are all registered. Should anything go missing, you can easily track us down." Noticing the work ID in the man's hand, which bore his photograph, name, ID number, and an official seal, Bai Ning committed his details to memory. "Song Dakin, is it?" she noted, before leading her large yellow dog and dragging her suitcase into the bustling hall. The atmosphere was thick with heat and an amalgamation of scents, food, miscellaneous household items, and the odor of perspiration, a veritable cacophony of aromas. Overwhelmed by the crowd, her dog remained close to her leg, peering nervously around, its little head swiveling to assess the throng. Whenever someone glanced in its direction, it would promptly turn away, feigning ignorance. Some individuals, drawn to dogs, would steal a longer look, while others, perhaps starved of meat for too long, would gaze hungrily at it. The predatory stares unnerved Bai Ning, who feared that if she relaxed her grip, her pet might wander off and become someone else's dinner. There were 5 exchange windows, each brimming with people, families hauling various bundles, from food to household necessities, even a toilet. The queue was interminable, and Bai Ning cautiously surveyed her surroundings to alleviate her boredom. She spotted a young woman dragging a hefty sack filled with designer handbags and clutching a gift bag of luxury lipsticks and cosmetics, preparing for her exchange. The remnants of pre-apocalyptic luxury goods lay haphazardly piled, stuffed into burlap or plastic bags. Clearly, in these times, such high-end items were far less valuable than food. After all, they were merely for show and could not stave off hunger, and soon enough, those who clung to luxury would find themselves starving. After nearly an hour, it was finally Bai Ning's turn. 1 point is equivalent to 1 pound of food. At the cafeteria, 1 point can buy a bowl of rice, a dish, and a bowl of soup. "What would you like to exchange?" the staff member inquired, her voice hoarse from long hours of service amidst the throngs. Bai Ning pushed her suitcase through the product window and replied, "Everything in the suitcase for exchange." The staff member received the suitcase and began counting the items: 25 pounds of rice, 10 cans of meat, 5 packs of instant noodles, 25 compressed biscuits, 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and various other odds and ends. "That totals 185 points, she announced. Handing Bai Ning an electronic wristband, she explained, "Your points are stored here. To use them, simply input the point amount and your password. The default is 123456. She added a cautionary note. "If you lose the wristband and need a replacement, it will cost 10 points, so please keep it safe." After exchanging her points, Bai Ning proceeded to the housing rental section. There was only 1 window available, and fortunately, it was unoccupied. She let her large yellow dog pull the empty suitcase towards the counter. As bystanders cast curious glances, Bai Ning maintained her composure, inwardly resigned. It was not her intention to make the dog carry her things, but rather it had insisted on participating, displaying an impressive strength. At the counter stood a massive touchscreen, allowing her to select her residence. The options ranged from buildings numbered 1 to 15, each approximately 20 stories high. The touchscreen provided information on current occupancy, room types, and even visual descriptions. She promptly dismissed the luxurious villas as unaffordable and the crowded dormitories as unsuitable for her needs. Ultimately, considering the presence of her dog, she opted for a more spacious 2-bedroom apartment valued at 25 points. Bai Ning favored a centrally located unit and noted that the 10th floor of Building 7 still had vacancies. She chose a room at random and relayed her decision to the staff. "How long do you intend to stay?" the staff member inquired. After a brief moment of thought, Bai Ning replied, "Let us start with 3 months." The staff member utilized a device resembling a razor to deduct 75 points from Bai Ning's wristband, then handed her a card marked with 07, 1008. Feeling accomplished, Bai Ning returned to the parking lot, where she found Song Dakin squatting beside her car. Fortunately, a staircase led directly to her residence, allowing Bai Ning and Song Dakin to make several trips transporting their belongings to the front door. After many trips, Bai Ning, noticing Song Dakin drenched in sweat, gifted him 5 packs of instant noodles as a token of appreciation. Watching him depart, beaming and full of compliments, Bai Ning turned to her new home and affectionately patted her dog's head, saying, "Little Hua, this will be our new home." Woof woof. The large yellow dog seemed to understand, barking in response. Chapter 17. Organizing the house. The accommodations at Base 7 were situated underground, evoking a sensation akin to the interstellar era, with steel dominating the environment. Steel elevators, steel floors, steel walls, and cold, harsh lighting all contributed to an unwelcoming atmosphere. The apartments themselves were stark and minimalist, with only a faucet in the kitchen and bathroom and merely one outlet per room. It was reminiscent of a bare shell. Upon entering, Bai Ning's first task was to inspect for any hidden cameras or surveillance devices. Satisfied that none were present, she embarked on a significant renovation. The unoccupied unit was coated in a layer of dust, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Bai Ning retrieved a broom, mop, brushes, and cloths, and even fashioned 2 hats from magazine pages, one for herself and one for her dog. "Time to clean," Bai Ning declared, brandishing the broom, prompting her dog to tilt its head in response. The water was sourced from Bai Ning's own abilities. Through rigorous training, she had mastered the art of transforming ice into water, thus negating the need for external supplies. The dog curiously sniffed the magically appearing water, splashing about, inadvertently soaking Bai Ning. With a mischievous grin, Bai Ning turned the water into ice, watching as her dog skidded and tumbled, its face comically smeared with dirt. The dog soon learned to glide over the ice, playfully leaping towards Bai Ning, splattering her with water. Amidst their playful antics, the cleaning progressed swiftly, brushes flitting here and there. As dawn broke, fatigue washed over Bai Ning, and she yawned, glancing at her dog, now asleep. Yielding to her drowsiness, she fetched a yoga mat and a pillow, drifting into a deep slumber. Though she typically enjoyed restful sleep, that night was plagued by unsettling dreams, feeling as though a weight pressed down upon her, constricting her breath. Awakening in discomfort, she discovered her dog sprawled atop her chest. With a mindset of "if I cannot sleep, neither shall others," Bai Ning pinched the dog's face, playfully kneading its ears and nose until it finally stirred awake. "Hey, you're awake. Let us go take a shower." As Bai Ning contemplated the fact that the large yellow dog had not bathed for an indeterminate length of time and was now sprawled atop her, she decided it was high time for both of them to indulge in a cleansing bath. The bathroom soon echoed with the sounds of splashing water, intermingled with the various pitches of the dog's barks and Bai Ning's boisterous laughter. After 3 hours of laboriously drying the dog's fur, an endeavor that included numerous attempts by the dog to evade the blow-dryer, only to be caught and brought back, Bai Ning emerged from her own bath. She spied the large yellow dog lurking in a corner, sneaking glances in her direction. With heavy footsteps, she approached, causing the dog to dart away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Settling onto her yoga mat, Bai Ning retrieved a small table, laying out an array of refreshments, cola, fried chicken, and hamburgers, alongside some gourmet dog food she had acquired earlier. The aroma of the hot, calorie-laden fried delights wafted through the air, tantalizing her empty stomach after a long day of labor. As she took a hearty bite of her hamburger, the soft bread-encased crispy chicken, interspersed with salad, tomatoes, spicy sauce, and a refreshing piece of lettuce, accompanied by a sip of sweet, sparkling water. Paradise on earth, indeed. Immersed in her meal, Bai Ning's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the dog food, and she suddenly recalled the presence of the large yellow dog, which had stealthily crept halfway across the room. Clearing her throat, she extended her hand toward the dog food and beckoned the dog over, only for it to retreat once more. This back and forth continued, revealing that the dog had become quite adept at avoiding her traps. Realizing Bai Ning's intentions, the large yellow dog leaped forward in a fit of indignation, devouring the dog food in a matter of seconds before retreating back to its corner. With their appetites satiated, it was time to commence the task at hand. The house had been cleaned, and now it was time to arrange the furniture and appliances. The dull gray iron walls were far from appealing, prompting Bai Ning to pull out the wallpaper she had previously purchased, a vibrant array of colors from red to violet. To ensure the large yellow dog felt included, and to add an element of novelty, Bai Ning decided to let the dog choose the wallpaper colors, having already eliminated any particularly unappealing shades. In the 2 rooms, the dog opted for one in orange and another in yellow, while the kitchen was adorned with a warm brown hue, the bathroom in white, and the living room in blue. Applying wallpaper proved to be more challenging than it seemed, but after several attempts, Bai Ning finally mastered the technique and successfully adorned the walls. Once the wallpaper was in place, she began to furnish the rooms. She placed her bed, accustomed to her sleeping habits, in the center, followed by a wardrobe, a vanity, and a shoe rack, alongside a shelf for miscellaneous items. With only one outlet available in the room, Bai Ning connected a power strip and affixed wall hooks to hang a light bulb, along with an air conditioning fan, a small fan, a night light, and an incense burner, thereby completing the initial setup of her room. Next, she turned her attention to the adjacent room, deciding to divide it into two sections, one for the large yellow dog's bed and the other for some exercise equipment. The dog's bed was simply arranged with two blankets in the corner and a few toys. As she had not initially planned for a dog and had only one bottle of pet shampoo, necessitating a later trip to procure additional supplies for the dog. The fitness equipment consisted of basic items, a treadmill, a board, and a hand grip strengthener, with the underground temperature a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. A single air conditioning fan sufficed for each room, so she placed 3 fans, one in each room and another in the living area. In the kitchen, she set up a stainless steel rack for a portable gas stove, a round table for the induction cooker, pots, pans, and utensils, and brought out the refrigerator, plugging it in. The living room was furnished with foam mats covering the floor, a large screen positioned nearby, surrounded by a collection of discs and game cartridges, alongside a gaming console. Near the entrance, she arranged a sofa, a table, and a water dispenser, before retrieving a washing machine and a dryer. The bathroom setup was even simpler, featuring a small mirror, a storage shelf brimming with bottles and jars of bathing and hair care products, and a few hooks affixed to the wall for hanging clothes and towels. During the arrangement, Bai Ning noted the absence of windows, which made sense given the underground location. And the house was equipped with oxygen release systems, alleviating any concerns regarding air quality. Once the setup was completed, the home radiated warmth and coziness. But the exertion had left Bai Ning utterly exhausted. Slumping onto the sofa, she took a moment to catch her breath before retrieving a camera, a compact device she had won from a previous draw. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, a remarkably useful tool. The camera had the unique ability to store images of whatever it captured, and by destroying the photo, the items would reappear. Finding an angle from which to capture the entire room, Bai Ning snapped a photo, and in an instant, the living room's furnishings vanished, reverting to its original state upon her destroying the image. Satisfied with the experiment, she went to fetch the large yellow dog for its bath. During her earlier organization, she discovered that while the base provided water and electricity, the water was cold and required heating. Opting for the convenience of electricity over gas or other fuels, she had prepared an electric heating rod in advance. With a full bucket of water, it took only 10 minutes to bring it to a boil, remarkably efficient. Chapter 18. The night market. Before she could rest, one final task awaited, purchasing essential supplies for the large yellow dog. Bai Ning considered her options, realizing she still had not familiarized herself with the nuances of Base 7 and decided against taking the dog outside just yet. She was wary of the possibility of someone snatching it for dog meat hot pot. After reassuring the dog and offering it some dog food, Bai Ning donned her backpack and stepped outside. As she closed the door, she noticed a short-haired woman entering the adjacent room. The woman's athletic build was evident even from behind, her strong muscles eliciting a wave of envy from Bai Ning. Reflecting on her surroundings, Bai Ning observed that many men sported shaved heads, while most women had similarly short hair. The realization dawned on her. The lack of water resources made short hair a practical choice for many, as some individuals could not be bothered to wash their hair, opting instead to shave it all off and manage with minimal water. Consequently, her long hair seemed somewhat conspicuous. However, she could not bring herself to cut it short, as its unruly nature would only exacerbate the situation. Short hair would render her even more formidable than a golden retriever. Thankfully, she had claimed to be an ice-based supernatural being, so her water supply was never a concern. Stepping outside, she found the air still stifling, with little moonlight to illuminate her path. Fortunately, the base was equipped with numerous streetlights, casting a bright glow along the way. During her earlier move-in, Song Dakin had mentioned that some residents had banded together to form a small night market, offering a variety of goods at prices lower than those in the base's supermarket. Uncertain of the night market's location, Bai Ning followed the flow of people. Before long, she arrived at a long alley adorned with small lights, bustling with vendors setting up stalls, some laying out their wares on cloths, while others simply placed their items directly on the ground. This must be the night market they had spoken of. Prices were slashed drastically, with branded goods available at unprecedented discounts. Now, all it took was some grain to bring them home. Towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and shower gel were being offered at rock-bottom prices. Passing by, one could not afford to miss out. Luxurious skincare products promised to make one the most beautiful person in this post-apocalyptic world. The night market predominantly measures prices through the medium of food, with vendors displaying various items they deem valuable for sale. This setting somewhat resembles the flea markets of yore, showcasing a plethora of second-hand goods, from renowned designer brands once sold online for exorbitant sums, to books, hair accessories, clothing, furniture, and laundry detergent. Yet, many of these items are already in the possession of Bai Ning and have lost their worth. After wandering for a considerable time, Bai Ning finally discovered a stall selling pet-related merchandise, run by a young girl who appeared to be a novice in this venture. Her stall was not only tucked away in a remote corner, but also lacked any allure to attract customers. Upon noticing Bai Ning's approach, her face flushed, and she timidly inquired, "What would you like?" Bai Ning replied, "I'm uncertain about what is needed for dog care. Could you enlighten me?" The moment the girl began discussing her area of expertise, her shyness dissipated, and she spoke with enthusiasm. To care for a doghouse and a cage are essential. The doghouse ensures quality sleep, protecting the dog from the cold floor, while the cage facilitates taking the dog outdoors. A leash and collar are also indispensable, as dogs tend to run about freely. The collar signifies ownership. A dog toilet aids in cleanliness and convenience. Additionally, pet shampoo, toothbrush, mouthwash, dog food, and treats are necessary. Of course, a dog bowl and water dispenser are crucial for when the owner is away. Bai Ning felt overwhelmed by the extensive list. "What do you require?" the girl cautiously asked, quickly adding, "We provide home delivery services." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ning asked, "If I were to purchase everything, how much food would I need?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and with excitement, she replied, "If you take everything, I'll offer you a discount of 20. You'll only need 20 pounds of food and 5 pounds of meat. If you opt out of the meat, then 30 pounds of food will suffice." After arranging a delivery time with the girl, Bai Ning continued her stroll and soon came across a toy stall. There, she spotted a fluffy bear, approximately 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, still encased in its packaging and appearing quite clean. This bear resembled one her mother had purchased long ago, which had unfortunately broken years prior. Back then, she had lacked the inclination to buy a replacement. To her surprise, she found herself reminiscing. "How much for this one?" Bai Ning inquired, pointing at the plush bear. 10 packs of instant noodles, responded the stall owner, a weathered man in his 30s with an unkempt beard. Upon seeing Xianyo and hearing Bai Ning's question, he realized he had a potential sale, as toys were seldom purchased nowadays. Most were struggling to satisfy their basic needs. 10 packs? That's quite a steep price. Noticing Bai Ning's silence, the stall owner quickly lowered his offer. 5 packs, or even 4 will do. This was meant for my son, brand new and unopened. Unfortunately, he has no use for it. Ultimately, Bai Ning purchased the bear for 4 packs of instant noodles. Feeling satisfied with her acquisitions, Bai Ning hugged the bear as she made her way back. The night market was still a fair distance from her apartment, necessitating a passage through a communal dormitory area. Not everyone could afford to live in underground apartments, nor could they even manage the communal dormitories. As she approached the dormitory, the streetlights grew dim, with several bulbs out of order. Although the area fell under government jurisdiction, there were always places beyond their control. Just as Bai Ning was about to traverse this section, she heard the sounds of fists striking flesh and raucous shouting emanating from a poorly lit alley. Within the shadows, 3 bald, tattooed men were assaulting a young girl, who was pressed against the wall, bearing a deep handprint on her face and a bloodied lip, gasping for breath. Nearby, a small boy around 4 or 5 years old was crying. The boy rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, and with a quavering voice shouted, "That's our food. Why are you stealing our food and hurting my sister? I'll kill you." The men, unfazed by the boy's threats, laughed mockingly. "We're not just taking your food, we're also going to take your sister as our wife. What are you going to do about it?" One of the men threatened, "Stay back, or we'll hit you too." With that, he roughly shoved the boy aside and advanced towards the girl. "I'll kill you," the boy cried, summoning blades of energy that swirled like a tornado towards the 3 men. "No, don't use that, Xiao," the girl shouted, coughing violently in her panic. Yet it was too late. Blood sprayed everywhere, coating the boy and splattering across his face. "Ah!" The boy seemed to succumb to a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of blades upon the lifeless bodies of the men. Chapter 19. Slacking off. As the boy conjured yet another blade to strike against an icy wall, he lifted his head, but before he could discern who had intervened, he was knocked unconscious. Bai Ning had appeared behind him, catching his falling body. "Thank you, cough, cough. Thank you, sister." The girl weakly gazed at Bai Ning, her large, expressive eyes filled with confusion and wariness. The sight of those eyes tugged at Bai Ning's heartstrings. She had not yet fainted. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. Sensing the girl's wariness, Bai Ning released the boy and pointed at the 3 corpses, saying, "I believe the base manual states that fighting and killing are prohibited. What will you do now?" The girl coldly regarded the bodies and calmly responded, "The base does mention such things, but some matters are not enforced. This area is chaotic. And they can't manage everything, so they pretend not to see." Bai Ning pondered the reasons behind the lack of intervention. Was it due to the presence of exotic beasts, alien plants, or shadowy figures? The girl's vigilance persisted, and Bai Ning had no intentions of lingering further, opting to leave. She felt that if she remained, the girl might engage her in a prolonged standoff. Observing the sweat trickling from the girl's brow, Bai Ning decided it was best to leave in kindness. Upon exiting the elevator, Bai Ning spotted the young stall owner waiting at the door, accompanied by a boy who bore a resemblance to her, both clutching their belongings. I'm sorry, the stall owner said. "I've closed up, but I thought I'd bring your items over since there was nothing else to do." "It's no trouble. An early delivery works just fine." As Bai Ning opened the door, her large yellow dog immediately bounded toward her, rejecting the dog's enthusiastic greeting. As if it had missed her for an eternity, Bai Ning instructed them to wait at the entrance while she retrieved 10 pounds of food and 5 pounds of meat from her space, handing it to the stall owner and asking them to leave the items at the door while she carried them inside. In such a short time since her arrival, her home had accumulated an array of items, making it less than ideal for others to see. "Zaiwa, oh Zaiwa, you're living the good life with me." Bai Ning waved the dog toys in front of the yellow dog, teasing, "No one else would squander such a bounty of food to indulge you like this." Woof, woof, woof. The yellow dog barked in frustration, unable to reach the toys. After tossing a frisbee to the far corner for the dog to fetch, Bai Ning engaged in this delightful game repeatedly, both she and the yellow dog reveling in their shared joy. Bai Ning felt that she had exhausted herself over the past few days and decided to allow herself a well-deserved week of rest. Every day, my meals are determined by the sign-in system, requiring no extra thought. I simply consume whatever is presented. If there is nothing available, I resort to the pre-prepared dishes. Upon rising each morning, my first action is to sign in, followed by my morning routine and breakfast. Thereafter, I embark on a delightful day. I first approach the refrigerator to retrieve 2 bunches of thoroughly washed grapes, a succulent peach, 2 nectarines, 2 plums, a handful of pitted cherries, and 2 small pudding ice creams, all while maintaining a cheerful disposition as I stroll towards the living room. In the expansive living room, a massive screen dominates the space, with boxes of game discs and controllers arranged on the left, while a row of snack shelves occupies the right. Adjacent to the snack shelves is a mini fridge brimming with fizzy drinks, and beside it stands a small table for casually placing beverages and tissues, culminating in a trash can. Oh, how fortunate I am! With a heart full of joy, I select a bottle of yogurt-flavored soda, take a sip, and place the fruits and ice cream on the small table. Now it is time to choose a game. After some deliberation, I select one I have yet to play, cranking up the volume to its maximum, as soundproofing is in place. After all, a little thrill never hurt anyone. Crackling and popping sounds fill the air, yet within minutes, my game character meets an untimely demise. I set the controller down and indulge in my ice cream. I have always been rather laid back and unbothered. Losing a game is of no great consequence. What matters is that it is enjoyable and brings me joy. Having polished off both ice creams, I decide to start a new game. If I lose, I'll have a peach to calm my nerves. If I win, I'll celebrate with a bunch of grapes. Soon enough, both the ice cream and fruits are gone. Naturally, small incidents punctuate my day, such as when the big yellow dog, spotting the ice cream, seizes the moment and nibbles a bite when my attention wavers, subsequently helping itself to my grapes and licking my fruits. Startled upon discovery, I fret that it might suffer a stomach upset from the ice cream, but I soon realize it is as lively as ever, and I breathe a sigh of relief. It seems the big yellow dog has evolved, its constitution strengthened to handle such treats. Observing it looking pitifully lost, I decide to invite it to watch a movie with me. While this is the official reason, in truth, I simply feel I have played enough games for the day and, anticipating chips and snacks, I prefer not to sully my hands for gaming. What's a movie without snacks? I approach the snack shelf, first selecting a bag of barbecue-flavored chips, then a pack of tomato-flavored ones, followed by 2 bags of soda crackers, and I contemplate adding 4 duck necks. Ha! The big yellow dog shall have none of this. It only has its dog treats. As for the movie, I am uncertain what to choose, primarily yearning for the snacks, so I randomly select a disc and commence the screening. Prior to the film, I dim the lights to create the perfect ambience. As the movie begins, I catch a glimpse of the protagonist, a female character, who struggles with her snacks, while only the big yellow dog watches intently. After finishing a bag of barbecue chips, I feel a bit overwhelmed and reach for my soda. Just as I twist the cap off, the heroine emits a blood-curdling scream, prompting the big yellow dog to yelp in response, causing me to nearly drop my soda in shock. What has happened? I gaze blankly at the large screen, realizing the protagonist's loved one is in the ICU, facing imminent death, which she cannot bear. Surely, little Hua, you can't comprehend this? Have you somehow gained sentience? Wasn't it said that such transformations were forbidden post-nation building? I cast a skeptical glance at the big yellow dog, which remains motionless until my gaze intensifies, prompting it to glance back at me before returning to the film. Clearly feeling disturbed by my interruption, there is another essential routine, bathing. Thankfully, the big yellow dog does not require daily washing, otherwise, engaging in a battle of wits with it would consume hours. After heating water to a comfortable temperature with an electric kettle, I hum a cheerful tune and enjoy a refreshing shower. To celebrate a week of indulgence, I even treat myself to a white peach oolong-scented body wash. Chapter 20. Accepting a mission. After lounging for a full week, I feel as though my abdominal muscles might have vanished, and I finally muster the energy to rise. I wonder if this base has a point for accepting missions, as depicted in novels. I am eager to see what tasks I can undertake. Notably, I am still short over 1,000 Xian crystals, yet I have no idea where to acquire them. It is certain that someone has discovered Xian crystals. Clever individuals must be plentiful, yet I am uncertain if they have utilized the crystals or possess methods for their use. The thought of gathering intel gives me a headache, but I resolve to tidy up and head out. Once again, the big yellow dog will remain behind as a stay-at-home companion. Gathering information should be a discreet endeavor. I imagine myself in a shadowy corner exchanging intel with an informant, only for the big yellow dog to bark, revealing our presence, leading to its unfortunate demise in a dog meat hot pot. To prevent such an occurrence, I must endure its company. Upon reaching the base's administration hall, I find myself at a loss, unsure of where to go, scanning the area for a mission acceptance point, wondering if such a place exists at all. Hello. A woman's voice suddenly calls from behind me, startling me. I turn to see a strikingly beautiful woman with long, golden waves dressed in a work uniform. Such beauty is a rarity these days. May I assist you? I maintain my aloof demeanor, inquiring. Are you here to accept a mission? The golden-haired woman states directly. Is such information shared so openly? I ponder, bewildered by the transparency of this place. The woman gestures toward a lengthy queue ahead of us, explaining. You can join the line to enter. These individuals are all here to accept missions. So many people? They must queue to enter? I am taken aback, but ultimately comply and join the line. After all, undertaking missions is inherently risky, yet abstaining from them guarantees no income, which is unsustainable. As I step through the entrance, a staff member hands me a waiver to sign. Glancing over it, I see it states that I am responsible for my own safety during missions and that the base cannot be held liable for any fatalities. Without hesitation, I sign, and the staff member opens a passageway for me to proceed. The pathway leads to a sliding elevator that takes me down to the underground hall. This hall is entirely different in style from the austere upper administration area. It exudes a sense of wild abandon, rather rough around the edges, to be honest. Above, 10 large electronic panels display various missions akin to those found in a high-speed train transfer station, scrolling through tasks ranging from locating individuals to retrieving items, and even finding lost pets. No wonder there are so many people waiting. It appears not all tasks are perilous. In the center of the hall, 6 or 7 circular counters are set up, with staff members stationed behind them. I approach one of the counters where the staff member is busy writing something, and without looking up, asks, "Are you here to accept a mission or to post one?" Greetings, I am visiting this place for the first time, and I wish to familiarize myself with the regulations here, said Burnin politely. The staff member, still engrossed in his work, merely gestured toward a promotional flyer on the bar with his left hand and stated, "Your inquiries are addressed therein. I kindly ask that you peruse this document first." Complying with his suggestion, Burnin extracted a flyer and began to read. It commenced with the stipulation that one must either procure 10 units of grain or 20 crystal cores to undertake a task. Illustrations of the crystal cores adorned the flyer, unmistakably depicting the mystical crystal. Furthermore, it delineated the methods of acquiring crystal cores. Firstly, by hunting aberrant beasts, secondly, by slaying anomalous flora, and thirdly, by vanquishing vampires. Adjacent to these points, the characteristics of aberrant beasts, anomalous flora, and vampires were meticulously described. Vampires, referred to as shadow dwellers, were noted to exhibit movements akin to those of ordinary humans in their lower tier, possessing a penchant for blood and flesh. While the intermediate tier was characterized by remarkable speed, the nature of the advanced tier remained ambiguous. Why are they referred to as vampires? Vernon inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was evident that this question was seldom posed. Upon hearing her inquiry, the staff member finally lifted his gaze. He was a youthful man, appearing to be in his 20s, with a delicate visage and an air of refinement accentuated by his spectacles. The nomenclature was derived from cinematic portrayals and widely accepted characteristics. The staff member's demeanor reminded Vernon of her high school homeroom teacher, evoking a sense of being questioned by an authority figure, leading her to utter a dry, "So that is the case," before promptly lowering her gaze to continue her reading. Subsequently, the process for accepting tasks was outlined, categorized into 7 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, ranked from highest to lowest based on the difficulty and reward associated with each task, with the base extracting a 10% commission. It was permissible to undertake tasks of higher tiers, yet failing 3 consecutive tasks would result in a prohibition on accepting further tasks for a month. Vernon mused internally that such a grace period seemed designed for recuperation after failure, allowing for a cyclical exploitation of labor, thus enabling the base to accrue substantial profits. Truly, a clever means of generating wealth. The document further stipulated deductions from rewards based on damage incurred during tasks and the distribution of rewards among multiple teams or individuals undertaking the same task. Vernon then posed another question. Is it possible to undertake a task alone? Indeed, the young man replied without raising his gaze, eliciting a sigh of relief from Vernon. Such was the power of a high school teacher's authority. Lastly, the procedure for task acceptance was explained. One must first register an account via an electronic wristwatch, followed by locating the desired task number on a large display screen, and finally communicating with the staff to finalize the acceptance. How simple, Vernon thought. And after cautiously returning the flyer, she hurried toward the nearest large screen, her eyes fixated upon it without blinking. She sought a task that was both nearby and uncomplicated. However, such tasks were swiftly snatched up by others, leaving her with little opportunity. One task, exploring anomalies in a small village situated 100 kilometers away, was available without a time limit and bore a reward of 50 crystal cores, designated by task number 516532. Upon hearing this familiar number, the young man paused, looking up at Vernon with an indifferent tone. Are you certain you wish to select this one? Is this not an option? Vernon stammered. Her curiosity piqued as his cold gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Many have failed at this task. Vernon's eyes widened. She had anticipated her luck would not favor her. How could she expect to seize an opportunity? With a swift mental calculation, she cautiously asked, "Failure? But no deaths, correct?" "None," he replied, shaking his head. Vernon contemplated this. If no fatalities occurred, it might indeed be safer than other tasks, albeit with lesser rewards. However, she was not bound to this task alone if she ventured out. Resolutely, she declared, "Then I shall accept this task." The staff member offered no further persuasion and proceeded to finalize her acceptance. Chapter 21. The extraordinary abilities of the Golden Retriever. Upon returning to her apartment, Vernon accessed the system marketplace to procure essential items for the future. Her choice was a primary energy detector, priced at 1,200 crystal cores. The detector, palm-sized and resembling a Golden Retriever-esque frisbee with a central protrusion, could ascertain the presence of any object within a 5-meter radius when placed within the elevated center. The intermediate detector could extend its range to 10 meters, requiring an expenditure of 2,000 crystal cores for an upgrade, while the advanced detector could reach 20 meters at a cost of 5,000 crystal cores. Task Series 3. Acquire crystal cores, 7435, 10,000. Incomplete. Reward. Ability cultivation method. After purchasing the device, Vernon lamented the distant prospect of obtaining the ability cultivation method, yet deemed the investment worthwhile despite the present monetary sting. She inserted a crystal core into the detector, which suddenly emitted a sound. Where could there be more crystal cores? Hadn't she stored them all away? The detector pointed toward the Golden Retriever. The closer she approached, the louder the detector became. "Well done, my friend," Vernon exclaimed, playfully tapping the dog's forehead and pinching its cheek, her curiosity piqued. "What have you evolved into that I failed to notice?" The golden retriever paid her no mind, engrossed in a film that Vernon had left for it before she departed. "Why are you ignoring me?" she whined, blocking the dog's path. The golden retriever cast her a sidelong glance, its expression seemingly conveying, "Foolish human, what are you doing?
Do not disturb me."
Unfazed by its disdainful gaze, Vernon playfully pinched its cheek again, hands on her hips. "Ah, who would have thought I had taken in a heartless dog that dares to roll its eyes at me? Truly, the world is full of surprises." As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, choking back sobs. The golden retriever was utterly exasperated with her theatrics. It opened its mouth and expelled a piece of ice. Upon recognizing what it was, Vernon joyfully patted the dog's back, declaring, "You truly are a good friend. Your abilities are indeed remarkable." Thus, she mused, "You are indeed more dog than dog." Thanks to the existence of a storage camera, a few snapshots rendered the apartment starkly empty. Vernon scattered a few items to feign signs of life and, together with her golden retriever, set off with a hiking backpack. The point system wristwatch served as the emblem of the Sea City base. With it, she could freely enter and exit without further payment of grain. The queue at the base's entrance was exceedingly long, stretching several kilometers, indicating that the news had attracted an ever-increasing number of people. After a half-hour drive, with the number of individuals dwindling, Vernon retrieved a map she had prepared long before the apocalypse and followed its guidance. Bored during the journey, she activated random music playback. However, within 10 seconds, the song switched to the next, and moments later, it changed again. "What are you doing?" Vernon questioned the culprit. The accused looked back at her with wide, innocent eyes, its long lashes fluttering, appearing both pure and guileless. Vernon watched it switch songs until a sentimental love ballad played, at which point it paused. Once the song concluded, it reverted to the previous selection. With a deep exhale, Vernon pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples. "Do you have such a fondness for love songs? Can a mere dog comprehend human emotions?" The journey continued in silence until they reached their destination. The scenery tonight is rather dismal, the moon is absent, and the stars are veiled by thick layers of ominous clouds, pressing down upon the sky as if it might collapse at any moment. Beneath the shadowy embrace of the towering mountains lies a quaint little village, home to merely 20 households, each constructed from earthen bricks. The village seems devoid of electricity, as every door is adorned with paper lanterns. The feeble light emanating from these lanterns casts a dim glow, rendering the village akin to fireflies in a dense forest. Shrouded in murky darkness, yet twinkling with a delicate luminescence. As Bai Ning gazes upon the village, memories of horror films featuring rural corpses that he watched during his student days with classmates flood his mind. A sense of trepidation washes over him, and he hesitates to step inside, as if crossing the threshold would plunge him into a realm of terror. Suddenly, a creaking door echoes in his ears, intensifying his unease, and cold sweat trickles down his back. No ghosts, no ghosts. This world is materialistic. We must believe that there are no specters. He reassures himself, attempting to hypnotize away his fears before slowly turning to investigate the source of the noise. Before him stands an elderly woman, her weathered face etched with deep lines, partially illuminated by the faint glow of the lantern. Her murky eyes fixate on him with an unwavering gaze.
"Ah!"
Bai Ning feels dizzy, nearly gasping for breath, and instinctively retreats a few steps. "How frightening! How terrifying! Dear child, what brings you here?" A voice, both aged and benevolent, inquires. Bai Ning cautiously opens his eyes, exhaling a long breath of relief. It turns out he had merely overthought the situation. The figure before him is simply an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s. The faint light is merely that of the lantern, and her gaze was one of confusion, as she struggled to discern his presence. With this revelation, the world shifts back from the realm of fantasy to the tangible, and clarity returns. Bai Ning forces a smile, albeit stiffly, and replies, "I am here to investigate any issues in this area." "Oh, you're just like those young men who came before," the old woman exclaims, as if recalling something. Bai Ning understands she refers to those who previously failed in their tasks and nods in acknowledgement. The old woman glances at the unusually quiet large yellow dog nearby and compliments, "What a spirited dog you have, resembling my dear nephew." Bai Ning finds himself at a loss for words, his lips tightening with awkwardness as he manages a feeble smile. How odd it is for someone to compare their nephew to a dog. The old woman nudges the wooden fence at the village entrance and inquires, "So, do you wish to come in and stay?" Ah Zhang's house is at the village's end. He lives alone and should have a spare room. Given the time, he likely hasn't gone to bed yet. You could ask him. Oh no, no. Bai Ning quickly declines. I have matters to attend to and will return later. For reasons he cannot quite articulate, he feels a strong aversion to entering the village, perhaps remnants of the horror films he had watched in the past. After his refusal, without waiting for the old woman's response, he swiftly sits in his car, eager to depart. As he drives away, the large yellow dog turns its head and begins barking furiously at the village, continuing for a considerable time before finally quieting down. Bai Ning tugs at its ear in frustration. Oh, Xiao Hua, just a moment ago you were silent, scaring me half to death, and now you find your voice? Woof, the large yellow dog seems to acknowledge its previous cowardice, letting out a soft, plaintive whimper. Humph, I shall not accept your apology, Bai Ning retorts, pouting. From now on, there shall be no music for you. Woof, woof. After driving for a while, emerging from the shadows of the mountains, the moon escapes the clutches of the clouds. Frolicking with the stars, Bai Ning finds a discreet spot to park, accompanied by the large yellow dog, and retrieves his energy detector, ready to commence his work. Chapter 22. The Mutant Maple Tree. To Bai Ning's surprise, the efficacy of the energy detector exceeds his expectations. After placing the discovered anomalous plant into a large iron basin and dousing it with gasoline, the device begins to beep again, indicating a small creature nearby. He instructs the large yellow dog to keep watch over the basin while he ventures forth to capture the anomalous beast. Clad in his stealth suit and employing the concealment techniques he has mastered, Bai Ning swiftly locates the creature, a rabbit. However, it cannot be simply classified as a rabbit. It is more akin to a giant rabbit, roughly the size of an adult sheep. Since the apocalypse, Bai Ning has observed that mutated creatures have grown significantly larger than their predecessors. The rabbit's legs appear plump and succulent. Identifying his target proves straightforward. Bai Ning holds his breath, gracefully leaps, and a spear forged from ice materializes in his hand. He raises it high, launching it with precision. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminates the air, and before the rabbit can react, it collapses lifelessly to the ground, the spear vanishing as quickly as it appeared. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Bai Ning has become adept at discerning the location of the rabbit's core crystal. He retrieves a small knife and delicately extracts a hexagonal crystal stained with blood. Having secured the crystal, he refuses to waste the rabbit. Drawing upon his experience from butchering chickens, he cleans the rabbit thoroughly, discarding the skin and entrails, leaving only the pure meat, which he skewers and places over the grill. Basting it with oil. Roasting the rabbit requires careful attention. It must be periodically basted and turned to avoid losing its delightful aroma. Contrary to expectation, it is best not to consume it immediately while hot, but to let it rest for a while, allowing the savory scent to fully develop, enhancing its flavor. Bai Ning favors a spicier dish, while the large yellow dog receives a simpler version, merely sprinkled with salt. However, the dog shows no appreciation, salivating as it gazes longingly at the meat in Bai Ning's hands, occasionally feigning despair with soft whines. Ultimately, Bai Ning concedes and allows it a bite, only to watch as the dog eagerly gulps down water from the spiciness. After satisfying their hunger, Bai Ning intends to continue searching for more core crystals and instructs the still panting large yellow dog to guard their spot while he moves ahead. Advancing further, he encounters no signs of civilization. Suddenly, he recalls the existence of corpses in his surroundings and proceeds to bury them. Grateful for the capabilities bestowed upon him by his powers, burying a dozen or so individuals is a trivial matter. Having completed yet another task, Bai Ning presses onward. As he traverses through low shrubs, a striking maple forest emerges before him. This maple grove is perplexing. Although much of the vegetation had withered during the onset of the high temperatures, most has since recovered, yet this particular grove appears utterly lifeless, as if its vitality has been drained away. Leaves accumulate in layers, crunching beneath his feet, necessitating careful attention with each step. After a considerable time, the energy detector beeps, directing his gaze toward the target. Before him stands a mutated tree, towering 3 meters high and thick enough to require 6 men to encircle it. Adorned with maple leaves, it bears long, drooping tendrils reminiscent of banyan roots, each as thick as a grown man's arm, entwined with the bones of various creatures. Bai Ning observes one robust tendril siphoning the life from a rabbit. Within moments, the rabbit's flesh and blood are entirely consumed, leaving behind only a slack skin and bones. This carnivorous plant stands in stark contrast to the previously encountered anomalies, rendering them mere trivialities. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Ning had not anticipated the creature's remarkable agility. With a forceful twist, she evaded the oncoming tendril.
Bang!
A resounding impact echoed behind her, and glancing back, she noted that the spot struck by the tendril had transformed into a substantial crater. Such formidable strength? With a swift leap, she dodged another assault, firmly regaining her balance upon a sturdy branch. From her spatial pocket, Bai Ning produced a basin of water and hurled it forward. Rather than splattering to the ground, the water morphed into sharp icicles, darting towards the mutated maple tree. Although she possessed the ability to directly condense water vapor into ice, the might of this mutated maple tree exceeded any she had encountered before. Prudence dictated she harness additional power. The icy shards pierced the tendril, slicing it in two. Yet the mutated maple tree rapidly sprouted more tendrils, outpacing her ability to sever them. Bai Ning attempted to freeze the tendrils, but the cunning tree adeptly severed its own limbs, rendering her efforts futile. She crouched low to evade yet another sneak attack from the mutated maple tree, her mind racing with thoughts. Its speed was increasing. If she could not devise a solution, she might perish here. Frustration welled within her. Being a water elemental, she was at a disadvantage against this wood elemental. If only she had fire. Suddenly, she recalled her flamethrower hairdryer, but it required proximity and could not be wielded continuously in such a volatile situation. She needed a combustible material, but how could she approach? Alcohol, oil. If she were to use such methods, a considerable quantity would be necessary. Fortunately, she had stashed away a substantial amount. Others would not have fared as well. Bai Ning skillfully conjured a hollow ice sphere and, once proficient, retrieved a large barrel of gasoline from her spatial pocket. She attempted to pour the gasoline into the hollow ice sphere and then hurled it towards the mutated maple tree, causing it to burst in midair and shower the tree with gasoline. Success. With her initial triumph, the subsequent actions became significantly easier. She merely had to repeat the previous maneuver, smashing and exploding the sphere once more. Time and again, she adeptly avoided the mutated maple tree's assaults, eventually able to predict where it would strike, even dodging with her eyes closed. After consuming hundreds of pounds of gasoline, she finally paused, sensing that the mutated maple tree had absorbed the gasoline's essence. Pinching her nose, now accustomed to the pungent odor, she prepared for the final step, ignition. Bai Ning weaved through the tree branches, leaping down just as she approached the mutated maple tree. A long ice slide manifested beneath her feet, allowing her to glide expertly towards the tree. Seizing the moment while the tree was still unprepared, she brandished her flamethrower hairdryer and directed flames at the gasoline-soaked area.
Boom.
Sizzle. A mere spark ignited the gasoline into a raging fire. Shielding herself with an ice wall, she quickly retreated, for the mutated maple tree, now aware of its adversary, unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, fighting with relentless fury. Facing this frenzied assault, Bai Ning struggled to evade, realizing that had the tree fought with such desperation from the outset, she might have already met her demise. However,
the victor was now she.
Observing the mutated maple tree's initial desperate thrashes, followed by its gradual surrender to the flames, Bai Ning's lips curled into a sly smile. Though it possessed a modicum of intelligence, humanity's cunning proved superior. The fire raged for nearly 2 hours, and as dawn approached, Bai Ning felt her face flushed from the heat, nearly hot enough to fry an egg. When the last flicker of flame extinguished, she crafted an ice armor to protect herself from the residual heat as she stepped forward. After a considerable search, she finally located a dark crystal, about the size of her 2 fists, adorned with vibrant green and streaked with hints of red, truly a sight to behold. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and Bai Ning closed her eyes momentarily.
Huh.
Where is my dark crystal? The hard-earned trophy I fought so valiantly for? Realizing her crystal had been stolen, Bai Ning seethed with rage, determined to capture the thief. Yet, in the desolate maple forest, she had no idea where to begin her search. Infuriated, she had never endured such humiliation. Opening the system marketplace, she swiftly perused her options. A locator device, usable infinitely, could find whatever she envisioned, requiring no physical object, an essential tool for dreamers priced at 1,500 dark crystals. Fueled by anger, Bai Ning disregarded the price as she purchased the device on the spot. Chapter 23. A Windfall. The thief's location lay far off. After meandering through twists and turns for nearly half an hour, she felt tempted to give up. But recalling her hard-won spoils and the 1,500 dark crystals spent on the locator, she pressed onward. Moreover, retracing her steps would take a considerable amount of time, easily exceeding an hour. Emerging from the maple grove, she found herself in a forest of unfamiliar trees as the eastern sky began to blush with dawn's arrival. The sun, still shy, peeked out timidly, casting its light inch by inch toward her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Burning concealed herself in the underbrush, observing two monkeys atop a towering tree, even more robust than the mutated maple tree. The monkeys clutched a dark crystal in their hands, though not her own. The locator device confirmed her crystal resided within that very tree. At last, I have found you. Watching as one monkey entered a tree hollow while the other swung lazily on the trunk, she decided against immediate confrontation, opting instead to wait and see if more monkeys would appear. After a while, however, only the two remained, prompting Burning to take action. Given the monkey's ability to snatch items from her grasp, they likely possessed wind or speed abilities, possibly even spatial teleportation, though the latter seemed improbable. Uncertain if one or both had extraordinary powers, she resolved to conceal their escape route by erecting a towering ice wall before revealing herself. The sudden commotion startled the outside monkey, which began chattering and gesturing frantically. Hearing its calls, the other monkey emerged from the hollow. As the outer monkey faced the onslaught of ice shards raining down, it adeptly dodged each one, while the other narrowly evaded the icy projectiles upon exiting the hole. Seeing their swift movements, Burning recognized that only those with skill dared such antics. With determination, she kicked off the tree trunk and leaped onto the massive branch leading to their hollow. An ice spear manifested in her hand as she ascended high, aiming the sharp tip directly at the unsuspecting monkeys. Alas, the one inside evaded her strike, but the other was not so fortunate. Filled with a profound sorrow, the surviving monkey fixed its gaze upon Burning, eyes brimming with vengeance. Accustomed to such looks, Burning dismissed it and raised her spear for another strike. However, this monkey was evidently much stronger than the one that had just perished. Not only did it evade Burning's attack, but it also lunged directly at her, attempting to claw at her eyes. Having already sensed the enemy's movements, Burning would not allow it to succeed, especially since her arsenal extended beyond just a spear. Just as the monkey believed it could seize Burning, an unexpected shard of ice sprang forth, pinning its limbs down, followed by a lethargic thrust that pierced its skull.
Ha!
My training over these past days has not been in vain. Burning gazed at the diminutive hole, large enough for a child of 1 or 2 years to enter. Feeling quite distressed, Xianjing was inside, yet she found herself unable to enter. Was she truly to chop down this tree? Such a tall tree, it would be a pity. With a furrowed brow, Burning contemplated her predicament, and in a flash of inspiration, she instinctively took a step back, pressing her body tightly against the trunk. Suddenly, an ice wall manifested. Burning's eyes instinctively glanced downwards, only to meet dozens of crimson eyes, each brimming with fury and hatred. If they were all of the same caliber as the previous adversary, Burning assessed that she could triumph. Ice shards unexpectedly erupted from the ground, immediately skewering several monkeys. The death of their comrades only intensified the rage of the remaining monkeys, making their attacks against Burning all the more ferocious. Burning wielded her spear with precision, thrusting and withdrawing, striking again and again. Each of her attacks found its mark. In the end, the ground was littered with the corpses of monkeys, save for one that was unexpectedly smaller than the others, seemingly twofold in size. Based on Burning's experiences during this time, she deduced that generally the stronger the ability, the larger the physique. Thus, this smaller monkey must be the Monkey King. The Monkey King was exceedingly clever, adept not only at feints, but also at utilizing tools. It lifted a stone larger than itself and charged at Burning, who dodged left but still sustained an injury. She glanced at the wound on her arm. Although she had narrowly escaped the initial attack, it was undeniable that the Monkey King had anticipated her movements. Such an astute creature only spurred Burning on further as she charged directly at the Monkey King, thrusting her spear with vigor. She missed, but undeterred, she pressed on. After exchanging 4 or 5 blows, although she hadn't struck a fatal blow, she had inflicted several wounds upon the Monkey King. Taking a deep breath, Burning summoned every ounce of her muscle, her gaze fervently fixed upon the Monkey King.
Kill.
With a fierce thrust, the accumulated murderous intent and malevolence within her bore down upon the Monkey King, crushing it beneath her resolve. With a soft squelch, the Monkey King fell. The spear was planted into the ground as Burning knelt upon one knee, gasping for breath. Defeating 2 bosses in quick succession had utterly exhausted her. Yet the rewards were substantial. She had learned to harness her murderous energy and malevolence. Worth it. After a brief respite, Burning resolved to no longer hesitate and swiftly severed the grand tree. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled, stirring up a cloud of dust that sent the surrounding wildlife fleeing in terror. Once the dust settled, what lay before Burning was a trove of treasures glimmering under the sun.
Wow.
A windfall. She was positively elated. If only she could face a couple more bosses. Burning's heart soared, unable to suppress her excitement as she mentally set a goal. After a rough estimate, she calculated that there were approximately 4,000 to 5,000 xianjing here. She wondered how that horde of monkeys had amassed such riches, and how many people they had robbed. Moreover, the xianjing from the mutated maple tree could be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary xianjing. What did that signify? It suggested that defeating a few more mutated maple trees or higher-tier creatures would be far more expedient than searching for them one by one. Mission Series 3. Acquire xianjing, 10,000, 10,000. Completed. Reward. Ability Cultivation Technique. Reward has been issued. Congratulations on unlocking the next mission. Mission Series 3. Acquire xianjing, 12,013, 100,000. Not completed. Reward. Substitute Scarecrow, X1. Burning paid no mind to the next mission's tenfold increase. What mattered most was the ability cultivation technique at hand. She recalled that the last reward, the purification device, was intended to facilitate rapid training with xianjing, yet, given her current level 2 ability, she could only absorb about 40, barely surpassing her meditation efforts. How disappointing. Now, with the ability cultivation technique, she at least knew how to cultivate rather than merely absorb and release. Chapter 24. The Array Disc. After much effort, she had finally obtained the ability cultivation method. Burning sprinted back, arriving 20 minutes earlier than before, and without even tending to the large yellow dog, she was eager to commence her training. In the opulent bus, Burning sat cross-legged on her bed, a pile of xianjing laid before her. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her hands extending forward as unseen energy swirled in the air. As the energy within her body accelerated, the energy in the air also quickened, coalescing into a rotating energy sphere before her. The sphere spun rapidly, expelling impurities and refining the energy until it condensed into essence, surging directly toward her dantian. After a while, Burning gradually slowed the energy, allowing it to converge, and then opened her eyes. Phew. This cultivation technique is indeed effective. All those arduous days were not in vain. And she owed a debt of gratitude to that troop of monkeys. In just 2 short hours of training, she felt as though she had accomplished what would typically take 3 days, and she sensed she was on the verge of breaking through from level 2 to level 3. With her training progressing well and her ability feeling saturated, Burning turned her attention to the new mission. The requirement had increased by a 0 compared to the previous task, which she had anticipated. The key focus was the reward, a substitute. Did that imply an extra life? Burning hastily checked, confirming it was indeed as she had hoped, eliciting a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy of potentially gaining an extra life meant she would not have to fear danger as much. But the sorrow stemmed from the daunting requirement of 100,000 xianjing. How long would it take her to amass that sum? Were it not for this unexpected turn of events, she wouldn't have accumulated it so swiftly. She felt a twinge of frustration, despite the joyous news. Alas, no need to dwell on it now. She could lie down for a while. Reclining on the comfortable bed, Burning pondered the need for some defensive items in case of an ambush, while she was resting outside. In the system marketplace, she found 2 options. One was relatively inexpensive, capable of defending against level 3 abilities, requiring only 500 xianjing. The other was a top-tier array disc, reputed to withstand a strike from a transformation deity, a formidable level, based on Burning's extensive reading experience, likely requiring level 7 or 8 abilities, but it cost 10,000 xianjing.
Ah.
Burning rolled about on her bed, ultimately deciding to purchase the top-tier array disc for 10,000 xianjing. It wasn't a one-time use. In the future, if she encountered danger, deploying it would be akin to having an extra life. Moreover, with it, she could roam freely. The more she contemplated, the more delighted she became. Xianjing could always be earned again, but life was paramount. Yet, in her blissful state, Burning overlooked the fine print at the bottom of the array disc's description. Each use would consume 20,000 xianjing. Having made her safety preparations, Burning finally succumbed to the call of sleep and lay down. In a dreamless slumber, Bai Ning found herself fortunate enough to awaken naturally, reluctant to open her eyes, yearning to linger a while longer in the embrace of sleep. After indulging in a few more moments of lethargy, she rolled about in bed, only to sense an odd disquiet. What could possibly be amiss?
Ah,
Why was there no sound from the golden retriever? Bai Ning leaped from her bed and dashed into the adjacent room, discovering the golden retriever slumped before its food bowl, barely hanging on. The pitiful whines it emitted were laden with weakness. Surely, it couldn't be that dire, merely a missed meal. As Bai Ning poured the dog food into the bowl, the retriever devoured it ravenously, as if it had been starved for days, all the while casting reproachful glances at her, as if to convey its grievances. Well aware of its nature, Bai Ning chose to ignore its antics and proceeded to the gym for a workout. The luxurious bus, as previously described by the system, was a double-decker marvel, featuring 2 rooms, a gym and a gaming room, alongside a cinema, kitchen, living room, and restroom. Truly a dream come true for anyone.
not only that.
But it was coated with heat-resistant paint, and its roof bore solar panels, allowing for prolonged use with a single charge, a testament to the system's ingenuity. After enjoying a refreshing shower, Bai Ning's stomach growled in protest, prompting her to ponder what to eat. Congratulations! You have received a case of probiotic milk drink. The mere thought of a meal led her to open the sign-in feature once more, hoping for a delightful suggestion from the system, only to be met with the offer of beverages. In light of this, she decided it had been too long since she'd indulged in instant noodles. A change of flavor was in order. Which flavor to choose? Braised, spicy and sour, fragrant and spicy, or clear broth? Unable to decide, Bai Ning turned to the golden retriever for assistance. Since acquiring the dog, it had become a veritable blessing for those plagued by indecision. Once the retriever made its choice, Bai Ning callously abandoned it, taking the braised and spicy flavors into the kitchen to commence cooking. Typically, the allure of instant noodles builds with anticipation. The aroma that wafts during cooking is tantalizing. Yet, upon the first bite, interest often wanes. However, Bai Ning had her own methods. First and foremost, she never added boiling water directly to the pot, as this rendered the noodles overly soft and devoid of chewiness. Secondly, once the noodles were in the pot, she would use chopsticks to separate them, as the fried noodles would otherwise become greasy if boiled or soaked directly. Hence, Bai Ning rinsed the noodles first, and when the pot's water reached a boil, she turned off the heat, drained the noodles, and immersed them in cold water to soak. Next, she boiled another pot of water, adding the seasoning and vegetable packets as the water simmered, followed by the oil packet to enhance the flavor of the broth. Finally, she added 5 pieces of bok choy, 4 slices of ham, and 2 eggs, cooking them with the noodles for about 20 seconds before they were ready to eat. The noodles were al dente, the broth rich and flavorful, and the combination of vegetables and meat was exquisite. With a heaping bowlful that could not be contained in any dish, Bai Ning, too lazy to fetch a bowl, simply dove in straight from the pot. Having satiated her hunger and completed her workout, Bai Ning felt empowered, the sun basking in its zenith, unabashedly radiating its warmth. She joyfully resolved her afternoon plans, snacks and video games. Of course, learning from past experiences, Bai Ning first selected a melodramatic romance for the golden retriever in the cinema room before settling down to play games. Time flew while gaming, and before she knew it, it was nearing 6 or 7 o'clock. As the sun began its descent, Bai Ning stretched lazily, feeling the temperature drop, signaling it was time to venture out. Seizing the opportunity before dusk settled, she decided to pay a visit to that quaint mountain village. With her destination set, Bai Ning turned off the film, tugged at the golden retriever, and exchanged the luxurious bus for an off-road vehicle, setting off. The mountain village at dusk presented an entirely different visage from that of nightfall. If the latter resembled a ghostly realm, the former radiated warmth and charm akin to an animated scene. Golden rays cascaded upon the rooftops, illuminating the houses, while wisps of smoke curled upward. Dried corn and peppers hung from the eaves, and a proud rooster strutted about the yard, leading a gaggle of fluffy chicks in search of food. The tableau was harmonious and beautiful. The first to notice Bai Ning's arrival was the elderly matron, likely due to her residing in the first house at the village's entrance. Now, this elderly woman, though advanced in years, exuded a kind and gentle demeanor that evoked familial warmth. My dear, you've come again? Bai Ning felt a hint of embarrassment at being remembered by the matron, her lips curling into a polite smile as she replied, "Indeed. Good evening, esteemed matron. I wish to come by and see if there were any peculiar occurrences of late. Speaking of strange happenings, I know quite a few. Were it not for your agreeable nature, my dear, I would not share them with you." The matron's words filled Bai Ning with delight. Had she stumbled upon the bearer of answers even before entering the village? The matron leaned in closer, whispering, "I find the son of the family behind mine rather odd. He often shouts so, Li Ji at night. I can't help but wonder if there's something amiss with his mind."
Ah.
Bai Ning remained silent, considering the possibility that he might simply be engrossed in a video game. And there's the little girl from another family who insists she has multiple husbands, changing them daily. Who would believe such nonsense?
Ah.
Perhaps paper doll husbands? And there's more. Bai Ning began to grasp that the peculiarities the matron spoke of were merely contemporary trends that appeared odd to her generation. As twilight approached, Bai Ning hastily strolled through the village, finding no anomalies. Pulling out her energy detector, she also found no signs of energy, prompting her to leave without lingering in the darkness of the mountain village. Chapter 25. The Giant Serpent. Exiting the mountain village, Bai Ning was disinclined to return to the base. Now endowed with defensive abilities, she felt emboldened to explore, perhaps venturing into the city to observe the state of affairs. Would she experience the thrill of a zero-cost purchase, as depicted in apocalyptic novels? With this thought in mind, Bai Ning chose not to return to her childhood city, but rather picked a random route, trusting that all roads lead to Rome. Certain one would lead her where she wished to go. Along the way, Bai Ning encountered vehicles heading in the opposite direction, with only her own traveling back. Had she not been confident in her navigation, she might have thought herself driving against traffic. Previously, the vehicles were laden with goods, their occupants appeared well. But now she confronted dilapidated cars, stained with remnants of blood, and the occupants looked frighteningly gaunt. What had transpired in that city? Were it not for the inability to stop and inquire, Bai Ning would have halted to seek clarity. Suppressing her curiosity, Bai Ning drove steadily. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, reminiscent of rocks tumbling. As she approached a sharp 90-degree turn, Bai Ning was uncertain of what lay ahead. Slowing her speed and navigating the turn successfully, she lifted her gaze, only to be met with a long, red creature, its forked tongue extending towards her vehicle. What in the world was that? Bai Ning slammed on the brakes, and the golden retriever barked in alarm. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a colossal serpent. The size of the serpent was unclear to Bai Ning, but she could tell its head was larger than her car, with a tongue that was even longer, hinting at its immense proportions. It is perilously dangerous. No wonder they fled so swiftly. Without further ado, Bai Ning turned his head to escape this treacherous place. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. A massive boulder, rolling down from the distant mountains, obstructed Bai Ning's path back, sealing it off entirely. There was not even a sliver of space left. Bai Ning's vehicle was utterly trapped. With no other option, Bai Ning was compelled to exit the car. Had the colossal serpent not pursued him? Bai Ning glanced towards the serpent's location and discovered that a group of individuals was blocking its advance. No wonder it had not followed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 5 extraordinary individuals, clad in similar garb reminiscent of military attire. Suddenly, the giant serpent twisted its body, its fangs lunging directly at Bai Ning. Anticipating the threat, he conjured an ice wall that swiftly emerged to deflect the serpent's assault. The serpent, undeterred by the failed strike, attempted another attack. It could expel venom. A voice from afar alerted him. Sure enough, the serpent, realizing its fangs could not penetrate, unleashed a stream of toxic venom towards Bai Ning. In an instant, he fortified the ice wall into an ice enclosure, encasing himself within. The serpent's venom was highly corrosive. Bai Ning layered ice upon ice to create an effective barrier. Seeing its attacks ineffective, the serpent twisted again, directing its tail towards the 5 extraordinary individuals. Grateful for their warning and sensing an innate camaraderie due to their military affiliation, Bai Ning decided to approach them, confident in the protective capabilities of his top-tier array formation. An ice bridge formed beneath his feet as he glided effortlessly towards them. Upon his arrival, the man who had previously warned him immediately informed him of the serpent's characteristics, advising him to exercise caution and to seek Lin Bing in case of poisoning. This man, robust in stature, appeared to be an Earth-type ability user, while Lin Bing, the one standing at the periphery, was a Water-type ability user, impeccably dressed and bespectacled, presenting a rather genteel demeanor. Though his combat prowess was formidable as each water arrow struck the serpent's most vulnerable spots. Employing a rare Dark-type ability was a youthful boy of about 15 or 16, who flashed a charming smile at Bai Ning, revealing an endearing little canine tooth. The only female among them was a Wind-type ability user, rather than directly engaging in combat. She infused her powers into two lengthy sabers exceeding a meter in length, each slashed towards the serpent crackling with sparks. Lastly, their apparent leader. A strikingly handsome man approximately 24 or 25 years of age, stood tall at nearly 6 feet, his features rivaling those of prominent celebrities, his sharp brows, refined nose, and chiseled jawline were complemented by an imposing stature, making him a rare lightning-type ability user. Noticing Bai Ning, he momentarily froze, about to speak when the serpent interrupted. Upon closer examination, Bai Ning realized they must have been battling the serpent for quite some time. Its scales had noticeably shed, especially around the head, revealing tender flesh, with dark vapors and electricity crackling around the scales, hissing ominously. The serpent's head reared high, its crimson eyes glaring fiercely at the group. Seizing the moment while its hatred was not yet overwhelming, Bai Ning sought an opportune position and hurled an ice spear towards the serpent. Naturally, striking the serpent's vital spot was crucial. With a series of whooshing sounds, several spears pierced near the serpent's critical area, while a couple ricocheted off its scales, landing on the ground. As its weakness was once again under siege, the serpent retaliated with ferocity. A bolt of lightning struck the serpent, accompanied by waves of dark mist, slicing winds, ice shards, and earthen spikes, each assault intensifying, gradually wearing the serpent down. Exchanging glances, everyone understood that it was time to deliver the final blow. Bai Ning began gathering his energy, summoning all his abilities to unleash upon the serpent. A tempest of lightning, omnipresent slicing winds, enveloping black mist, massive earthen spikes, and frigid frost that chilled the air all surged towards the serpent. Ultimately, as the lightning dissipated, the serpent lay writhing on the ground, still breathing, but death was imminent. As the group approached cautiously, encircling it from a meter's distance, the robust man pointed towards the serpent's tail, exclaiming, "The hide from this tail could fashion a dozen leather jackets." In his audacity, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, Bai Ning felt a surge of unease and instinctively shouted, "Retreat! It's not dead yet." The colossal head lunged towards them, and at that moment, everyone had exhausted their abilities. They were too distant. Any formation would only ensnare them all the more perilously. In a flash of inspiration, Bai Ning recalled the ability orbs he had acquired earlier. With a mighty effort, he hurled them away, propelled by the shockwave, soaring out of the battlefield. Coughing and sputtering, Bai Ning expelled a mouthful of blood, taking a moment to recover before rising, disheveled and caked in dirt. Surely the others were unscathed? Chapter 26. Self-introduction. Indeed, the others had survived, sustaining only minor injuries. Naturally, the stout man bore the brunt of the wounds, as he had been closest and unable to evade in time. Soon, everyone regained their footing, with the stout man supported by his companions. Bai Ning stood uncertainly, contemplating whether to greet them or simply depart. "Miss, that was incredible. You tossed it so effortlessly. And it was obliterated. How did you do that?" "More powerful than a bomb." The dark-type boy approached Bai Ning with an affable demeanor, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. Bai Ning pondered briefly before replying, "That was an unexpected acquisition of mine. It appears to be a manifestation of condensed abilities. When too many powers coalesce, they tend to explode." Her words were somewhat vague, leading the boy to assume she preferred not to elaborate further. He then introduced himself. "Greetings, miss. I am Liang Zio. Liang as in the gentleman from the rafters, Z from the fictitious, and you from the bright full moon. Don't mistake my name for being feminine. I'm quite the sturdy man." He flexed his arm to showcase his muscles. Observing the boy's physique, Bai Ning noticed his muscles were comparable to her own. His playful banter alleviated the awkwardness, prompting her to introduce herself as well. "I am Bai Ning, as in the cypress tree and the tranquility of peace." "That name suits you perfectly. You appear so serene. I might have thought you were too aloof to speak," Liang Zio chattered on. The sole female, pulling Liang Zio aside, turned to Bai Ning and earnestly said, "Thank you for saving us. I am Zhu Yu."
Wow.
"I thought my height of 171 centimeters was impressive, but you must be over 175 centimeters." She continued, "And you exude such confidence and grace. It's truly striking." With her stylish short hair, defined brows, spirited eyes, and poised demeanor, Bai Ning radiated an aura of safety. Faced with such a striking young woman, Bai Ning straightened her posture, repeatedly expressing, "No need for thanks. I hardly contributed." "That's not true. You undoubtedly saved us," interjected a smooth voice, Lin Bing. "Hello, I am Lin Bing, as in the Forest of Two Woods, and your ice-type abilities." He humorously added. Hey there, beautiful. The stout man, supported by Lin Bing, enthusiastically greeted. I'm Su Zhaohong. Su as in the legendary Su Xian, Zhao from the Morning Glow, and Hong from Grandeur. Or you may call me Fatty. That's what everyone calls me. I am Rong Ziking, the captain of our team, adept in emotions and analysis. The man with lightning abilities remarked. Indeed, it was you who saved me. Without your final strike, it is uncertain how many of us would be standing here now. Rong Ziking gestured towards the colossal serpent and said, I apologize, but it is our mission to handle this creature. We cannot relinquish the crystal core to you. However, we can offer you alternative compensation. Should you encounter any difficulties, come to Base 1 or send a message through the office over there. We will certainly do our utmost to assist you. Bai Ning glanced at the mangled giant serpent and shook his head repeatedly, saying, I did not contribute to this effort. You may keep the crystal. It's of no concern to me. Crystal? Rong Ziking exclaimed, taken aback by Bai Ning's unique term, unsure if she had misinterpreted. Are you heading to City S? She inquired, indicating the path blocked by the serpent. It dawned on Bai Ning that it was indeed City S. Previously, she had driven without consulting a map or road signs, merely wandering aimlessly. Hearing Rong Ziking's query, she shook her head, responding, No, I am going elsewhere. Anywhere will suffice. Sister, you're not going to City S? What a pity. We were on our way there for a mission, and I thought we might be able to accompany you. Liang Xia chimed in, approaching with a playful flutter of her large eyes. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted, and Bai Ning turned to see the astutely clever golden retriever. Realizing the danger had passed, it opened the car door and bounded out, signaling to Bai Ning, I came to play with you. As the dog approached, Bai Ning playfully smacked its head, remarking on its incessant eating and sleeping habits, as well as its tendency to watch her films, which had led to its current plumpness. The golden retriever, sensing Bai Ning's reprimand, let out a timid whimper, its tone wavering, sending shivers down her spine.
Wow.
This dog is quite hefty. No, I mean robust. Is it yours, sister? You've really taken excellent care of it. Liang Zio remarked, pinching the dog's chubby cheek, which resembled a large pancake due to its girth, before affectionately stroking its head and fur. You Jia, tell me which is fatter, it or a lion? Liang Zio directly asked, seeing the dog endure his playful pinches without retaliation. Zhu Yu chose to remain silent, while the stout fellow chimed in. I believe it's a matter of perspective. Each has its merits. Following this, he too reached out to pinch the golden retriever's face, appreciating its pleasing texture. Of course, they felt emboldened to act so freely because Bai Ning had chosen to ignore the golden retriever upon its arrival, maintaining a distance as if it were invisible. Bai Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment as she joined Rong Ziking and Lin Bing in dealing with the enormous serpent and the collapsed road. The road's collapse was a secondary concern, primarily due to the challenge posed by the serpent's size. It was too cumbersome to transport, and cutting it on site would create a bloody mess, with various parts presenting their own dilemmas. However, this did not apply to Bai Ning, who, according to Lin Bing, had ample space to store the serpent after it was cut. The serpent's skin was remarkably tough. After over an hour of hacking, they had only managed to damage a small section, making it ideal for crafting protective garments. Given the serpent's affinity for the Yin element, it would likely be cooler than ice silk attire, and its size rendered it a rare treasure. Bai Ning attempted to mimic their skinning technique, but upon striking, her knife rebounded with a clang. So hard, she exclaimed, trying again, only to face a similar outcome. Undaunted, she discreetly retrieved another knife, this time observing how Rong Ziking and Lin Bing skinned the creature before attempting again.
Oh.
They follow the grain of the scales, she realized, and this method proved successful. Despite her inexperience, Bai Ning gradually improved, eventually managing to carve out a sizable piece of skin measuring over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide. Yet, this was merely a third of the serpent's skin, leading her to estimate its total width at 3 to 4 meters, confirming its enormous size. It was indeed a remarkable feat to have slain such a creature. Chapter 27. Hand in Hand. Time flew by as they diligently worked on their task. Bai Ning, having successfully skinned another piece of the serpent, finally noticed that her legs had fallen asleep, feeling as if countless ants were biting her. And she had no desire to move. To compound her predicament, her stomach began to grumble, a reminder of her indulgence in snacks earlier in the day, which had led her to skip dinner. After an afternoon of exertion, it was no wonder her hunger had returned. Sister, hurry over. Liang Zier's voice called from a distance. Looking up, Bai Ning saw that the five of them had gathered, some squatting and fiddling with various items. After taking a moment to ease her legs, she began to move, albeit at a snail's pace. Suddenly, a delicate, long, and elegantly bony hand reached out before her. Bai Ning clearly noticed the well-manicured nails that accentuated the hand's graceful length.
What is it?
Bai Ning asked, puzzled as she looked up. Rong Ziking's handsome face remained impassive, as if discussing a trivial matter. Your legs must be numb. Realizing that Rong Ziking intended to take her hand, Bai Ning quickly waved her hands. No need. I can walk.
Hold on.
His commanding voice rang out, and Bai Ning instinctively extended her hand, only realizing it once it was firmly grasped. Wow, his hand is so warm, she thought, her fingers curling involuntarily as if touched by a sensitive mimosa. When she struggled to break free, she found his grip only tightened, and eventually, she relented. A refreshing, pleasant scent wafted past her, accompanied by his warmth, causing Bai Ning to momentarily lose herself. This was her first time holding a man's hand and being so close to a male figure, aside from her father. She noted that men's hands were indeed significantly larger and warmer than women's. No wonder so many girls online mentioned that they enjoyed cuddling with their boyfriends in winter, as if they were human furnaces, yet found it less appealing in summer. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Ning realized they had arrived at their destination. Sister. Liang Zio turned around, intending to call Bai Ning over again, but upon seeing Rong Ziking gently leading her by the hand, he stumbled back in shock. You guys. Captain. Liang Zio's features contorted in disbelief, his mind a whirl, unsure of how to articulate his astonishment. He glanced at his teammates. Lin Bing was grilling, the stout fellow was assisting, and Zhu was polishing her dagger. In the face of such an unexpected scene, Liang Zio doubted his own reaction. Am I overreacting? They're merely holding hands in a friendly manner, right? But the captain has always been averse to such intimacy. In truth, his teammates were equally astonished, though they maintained their composure. For instance, the obsessively meticulous Lin Bing had carelessly butchered the meat. The skilled cook had accidentally charred a piece, and Zhu hastened her polishing, all betraying their surprise. As Bai Ning approached, she caught the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, mouth-watering and utterly appetizing. Indeed, a skill honed through long practice. Your culinary skills are impressive. Bai Ning praised, inhaling deeply, savoring the delightful scent that promised delectable flavors. Ahem. The portly fellow choked on his own saliva, then gestured dramatically towards Rong Ziking, exclaiming with exaggerated expression. You've never tasted what our captain can cook. What our captain prepares is truly extraordinary, rivaling that of a top-tier chef. Right, old Lin? Lin Bing nodded gravely, affirming, Indeed, that is precisely the case. Is it really that impressive? Bai Ning inquired, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized Rong Ziking. You don't seem like someone with such culinary prowess. Perhaps I underestimated you. At that moment, Liang Zir also chimed in. Yes, our captain is remarkably skilled. He excels in everything, from combat to the kitchen. She playfully nudged Rong Ziking towards the barbecue station, while Lin Bing and the rotund fellow quickly made space for him to showcase his talents. Bai Ning leaned closer to the barbecue stand, with Liang Zia squatting beside her and Zhu on the other side, the five of them forming a tight circle around Rong Ziking, their 10 eager eyes fixed upon him. A smile graced Rong Ziking's lips, his features illuminated by the flickering flames, rendering him even more handsome, causing Bai Ning's heart to skip a beat. The others, however, felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they felt they had already offended him and resolved to see it through. Indeed, the praise from the rotund fellow and Lin Bing was well-deserved. Rong Ziking's grilling skills were exceptional, leaving Bai Ning longing for more even after she was full. This is delightful, truly exquisite, she exclaimed, though she felt as if she had forgotten something crucial. What had she forgotten? Of course, it was the sly, thieving golden retriever. Noticing that everyone was preoccupied, the golden retriever lounged idly, retreating to listen to music until the enticing aroma lured it back. Bai Ning, unable to pull out dog food in front of everyone, her stomach bloated to the point of reluctance to move, chose not to pretend to retrieve it from her vehicle. After all, the golden retriever, being an extraordinary creature, could consume human food, so Bai Ning decided to share her leftovers with it. The golden retriever assumed Bai Ning felt guilty for neglecting it, especially after adding seasoning to the food, enhancing its flavor. Let us not speak of such matters openly. After indulging to their heart's content, fatigue began to settle in, and with no clear path ahead or behind them, it became evident that the giant serpent they had been dealing with required another day's work. Thus, they proposed taking turns to keep watch. Bai Ning immediately volunteered to be the first sentinel, reasoning that the shift was only 2 hours long and she could manage it. It wasn't merely vanity. She believed that if she fell asleep first, the others might not wake her. Regardless, she figured it best to complete the task before succumbing to slumber. With others present, she couldn't unveil her luxurious bus or retrieve her plush bed, so Bai Ning resorted to staring blankly to pass the 2 hours. Once her time was up, she yawned and hurried back to the off-road vehicle to sleep. The giant serpent did indeed require over a day of attention, particularly under the sweltering heat, where it began to decay and emit a foul odor that was truly unbearable. Bai Ning pulled out her pre-prepared mask and gloves, distributing some to the others before preparing to work. If they didn't act swiftly to dispose of it, the rotting carcass would render this path impassable for future travelers. With her extraordinary abilities, Bai Ning conjured a large cleaver, wielding it with precision to chop the rotting remains into heaps. She instructed the golden retriever to haul the fallen trees beside the small mound of flesh, preparing to incinerate them. The thick smoke rolled for an entire day, and Bai Ning felt as though she had absorbed the stench. Thankfully, the off-road vehicle contained a small tent, and she used her ice to melt water for a quick shower, pouring half a bottle of shower gel before finally feeling somewhat clean. She then invited the others to wash up as well, and they collectively emptied 3 bottles of shower gel, a testament to the horrendous odor emanating from the serpent's decay. Chapter 28. Feast. Once the giant serpent was dealt with, the remaining damaged road and those blocked by boulders became considerably simpler to navigate. This was primarily the domain of Earth-type ability users, and the rotund fellow could manage it all on his own. Bai Ning's main role was to toss him a couple of ice blocks to cool him down when he got too hot. Once everything was in order, Bai Ning parted ways with them. Even as Liang Zio persistently assured her, "Sister, we will protect you. We will definitely get you home. You must trust us." Bai Ning was acutely aware of her situation. They clearly had a mission at hand, while she merely wanted to take it slow. Moreover, with them around, she dared not utilize her space abilities. Thinking of the luxurious bus, the comfort of a large bed, the pleasure of a warm shower, and her gaming room and movie theater, her dream home beckoned her. Once separated from them, Bai Ning quickly found a small path leading into a secluded corner, where she produced the luxurious bus, set up her array, and reclined comfortably on the bed. Woof, woof. Woof the golden retriever was thrilled to see the luxurious bus and couldn't help but jump and bark excitedly. Silence. A cushion suddenly fell from above, landing on the golden retriever's head. Bai Ning's cold voice echoed near its ear, laced with a hint of menace, causing the golden retriever to fall silent. As quiet as a mouse. Though she had just awakened, Bai Ning longed for another nap. Sleeping on the hard vehicle seat hardly qualified as rest. Merely a moment of closing her eyes for rejuvenation. Now, with food and drink at her disposal and no obligations, she could eat whenever she wished and sleep at will. Pure bliss. Satisfied with her self-convincing arguments, Bai Ning closed her eyes and swiftly drifted into slumber. Sleepiness is contagious. As Bai Ning's gentle breathing resonated, it acted as a lullaby, and the golden retriever promptly fell asleep with a thud. Upon waking, Bai Ning followed her usual routine of exercise and bathing. As for meals, she opted to cook for herself, preparing a substantial feast to appease her appetite after 2 days of barbecues and the occasional compressed biscuits. Considering the golden retriever's appetite, Bai Ning prepared 5 cans of rice, rinsing it thoroughly before wiping the base of the rice cooker with a clean cloth and placing it inside. Tired of the dry barbecues, she decided to make a dish with sauce: Coca-Cola chicken wings. After cleaning the chicken wings, she scored the back with several cuts, then briefly blanched them in boiling water. Once froth appeared on the surface, Bai Ning promptly retrieved them. She marinated them in lemon juice, 5-spice powder, salt, cooking wine, and soy sauce for a while. During the marination, Bai Ning prepared salt-baked prawns, as it had been ages since she had savored river delicacies. She poured salt directly into the pan, adding Sichuan pepper and star anise to release their aromas over low heat. Then she removed half the salt, layering ginger slices and green onion segments in the pan, placing the cleaned prawns atop, and covering them with the remaining salt. After about 15 minutes, they would be ready. By this time, the chicken wings had marinated sufficiently, so she heated oil in a pan, sautéed garlic and green onions until fragrant, then added the chicken wings, tossing them to coat evenly. She poured soy sauce into the pan, followed by the Coca-Cola, bringing it to a boil before reducing the heat. Once done, a sprinkle of sesame seeds completed the dish. With two delectable main courses prepared, Bai Ning then casually prepared pickled cucumbers and stir-fried chives with eggs. As she cooked, the golden retriever had already scampered out, circling around her. Whenever Bai Ning took a step to the left, it mirrored her. When she stepped to the right, it did the same, its clinginess so intense that she nearly stepped on it, prompting her to shoo it out of the kitchen. Dinner is served. Due to the dining table being over a meter high, the large yellow dog was unable to leap onto it. Although its front paws could reach the surface, it was impossible for it to eat in such an awkward position. Therefore, Bai Ning divided some of the dishes into another plate and placed it on the ground for the dog to enjoy. Naturally, the spicy cucumber salad was withheld from it. The dog feasted noisily, smacking its lips, while Bai Ning relished her meal, thoroughly enjoying the dishes she had prepared herself. The food was indeed delectable, yet to her astonishment, she found that her appetite remained unquenched. After disposing of her used utensils in the dishwasher, Bai Ning retrieved a watermelon weighing over 20 pounds. A gentle tap produced a crisp sound, indicating its ripeness. She halved the watermelon, setting one half aside and freezing the other for a few minutes before indulging. Bai Ning adored scooping out the fruit with a metal spoon while watching an entertaining variety show, which made the experience even more delightful. Suddenly, she was met with a pair of canine eyes. Pausing for a moment, Bai Ning decided to divide the reserved half of the watermelon again, offering a portion to the large yellow dog. After finishing the fruit and watching half of the show, Bai Ning felt a sense of satisfaction, having digested her meal without the earlier discomfort of fullness. During the afternoon, she planned to practice her abilities, sensing a potential breakthrough on the horizon. After extracting nearly 500 essence crystals, Bai Ning settled cross-legged on her bed and began to circulate her energy. The blue particles in the air spun rapidly, condensing into snowy white elements that continuously compressed within her. Her internal energy felt abundant, yet she sensed the possibility of absorbing more. Gradually, she pressed against the energy within her until it expanded and burst forth, resulting in a notable qualitative change. Upon opening her eyes and forming a fist with her slender fingers, Bai Ning felt empowered, as though she could lift a vehicle. However, an unsettling growl from her stomach reminded her of her hunger, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days, despite having just finished her meal. She reached for high-calorie foods, consuming 5 double chicken burgers, 2 8-inch durian pizzas, and 2 liters of cola, only to feel about 80% full. Observing the remnants scattered across the floor, Bai Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, having only reached the 3rd level of her abilities. She had already consumed the equivalent of at least 3 meals. The thought of needing even more food to progress was daunting, and she wondered if her supplies would suffice. Pushing aside her concerns, Bai Ning contemplated celebrating her breakthrough with a little extra food. It was unthinkable to deny herself, and she believed in eating to her heart's content. Having just consumed a meat-heavy meal, she craved something lighter. Her thoughts turned to the enticing prospect of spicy hot pot. Previously, she had purchased a vegetarian hot pot filled with 2 servings of bean sprouts, 3 servings of bamboo shoots, 1 serving of enoki mushrooms, 1 serving of baby bok choy, 1 serving of small shiitake mushrooms, and 2 servings of watercress, all brimming with a tantalizing aroma. This time, Bai Ning finally felt satiated. Yet, as she reflected on her steadily increasing appetite, she felt a mix of joy and sorrow, the sorrow stemming from the potential inadequacy of her food supply, and the joy from her newfound ability to indulge in a variety of dishes without the fear of overindulgence or weight gain. Chapter 29. Celebrating the New Year. Merely eating without gaining weight was certainly not a hallmark of her abilities. It primarily relied on her own discipline. After satisfying her hunger, Bai Ning found herself bored, disinterested in both television and video games, prompting her to browse the system store. Each item in the store tempted her. Yet she was acutely aware that essence crystals were required for purchases, and her daily training also consumed them. After browsing for a while, she recalled that she had previously purchased a beginner martial arts skill, and now had enough to afford the intermediate martial arts skill priced at 4,000 essence crystals, while the advanced skill costing 40,000 remained out of reach. Although she recognized the value of spending 4,000 essence crystals, she felt a pang of regret as she clicked the purchase button. Perhaps due to prior mental preparedness, Bai Ning did not experience the same severe nausea as before, though she still felt a wave of retching. After all, learning to the point of nausea was a rare occurrence. Upon reflection, she realized that she had previously possessed 4,000 essence crystals, but had hesitated to purchase the intermediate martial arts skill, likely due to the traumatic experience of her previous learning. It was indeed a challenge for someone who had graduated and entered the workforce, even if just for a few months, to return to such intense study. Nevertheless, she could not deny that the intermediate martial arts encompassed deeper and more decisive content. What once required several moves to overcome could now be executed with a single strike. After completing her studies, Bai Ning spent another day recuperating her energy. Over the past few days, she had indulged in burgers, pizzas, hot pot, and instant noodles, leading her to crave something different. As mealtime approached, she found herself indecisive about what to eat. Each day, she woke up pondering her meals, a genuine conundrum in her life. The following days unfolded in a remarkably regimented manner. She would wake, sign in, eat breakfast, exercise, have lunch, practice her abilities in the afternoon, dine again in the evening, engage in activities for 2 hours, watch a show, and then sleep. This strict routine led Bai Ning to notice a more vibrant complexion in the mirror. She no longer required skincare products, her skin radiating a healthy glow, a clear testament to her well-nourished life. After scouring the surrounding area for prey to no avail, Bai Ning understood it was time to relocate. She drove nearly a kilometer away to continue her daily life. Gradually, she moved until, after 6 months, she finally settled in S-City. Bai Ning's New Year was celebrated just outside S-City. Unlike her previous solitary celebrations, this year she was accompanied by a large yellow dog. Though she occasionally glanced at the system's time, she did not keep track meticulously. It was only the system's reminder that alerted her to the arrival of the new year. On that day, as per routine, she woke up and signed in, but instead of immediately recalling her sign-in rewards, she was instead greeted by a grand display of fireworks. Shortly after, the system's electronic voice chimed in. "Congratulations. You have received a New Year gift package." Initially, she thought the system might be malfunctioning, only to realize that the new year had indeed arrived. Within the New Year gift package were 2 good luck charms, 2 pig legs, a roasted suckling pig, 10 pounds of beef, 3 pounds of dragon vegetables, 5 pounds of tofu, 10 pounds of candy, 10 pounds of honey dates, and 10 pounds of dried fruits, almost exclusively food meant for celebration. Thus, Bai Ning chose not to train, but instead followed her traditional routine of cleaning and preparing a grand feast to reward herself. The RV had an automatic cleaning feature, so it remained tidy. Her focus was primarily on organizing her own room and that of the large yellow dog. She replaced her bedding with a new set, welcoming the new year with a fresh atmosphere, and sorted through clothes, shoes, and cosmetics she seldom used, discarding them into the storage space. She also switched the incense to a fragrant orange scent, sweet and appealing. In the dog's room, she provided a new mat, food bowl, toys, and a toilet. In the bathroom, she replaced all items, including bath bombs, shower gel, shampoo, a shower cap, conditioner, towels, toothbrushes, and bath towels with new ones. After completing her cleaning, Bai Ning took out red paper to prepare window decorations. Nostalgia washed over her as she recalled her father cutting out decorations during her childhood, with her mother guiding her. Her father was always overly enthusiastic, praising even the most imperfect cuts. As she grew older, her skills improved, yet those who once admired her creations were no longer present. After finishing the intricate task of cutting paper decorations, Bai Ning carefully stored them away, not wishing to affix them to the caravan. The act of crafting window flowers was merely a rite of passage for the new year. The next order of business was the grand feast, the New Year's Eve dinner. The roasted suckling pig was already prepared, thus qualifying as one of the dishes. The items provided by the system were all pre-processed, allowing Bai Ning to utilize them directly. The stir-fried dragon vegetables were the simplest of all. Merely heat the oil, sauté the garlic until fragrant, toss in the greens, sprinkle a dash of salt, and it is ready to serve. Following the adage, winter calls for radishes, summer for ginger, she decided to stew the beef with radish. Bai Ning first peeled the white radish, washed it clean and sliced it into strips, then chopped the garlic sprouts into segments. The beef provided by the system was not only fresh but was likely the renowned A5 grade. However, as Bai Ning was no master chef, she merely cut the beef into large chunks, blanched it in water, drained it to remove blood, washed it thoroughly, and squeezed out any excess moisture. In a hot pan, she poured oil, added the beef, a spoonful of cooking wine, and sautéed for a while before adding a substantial amount of water and bringing it to a vigorous boil. She then reduced it to a simmer, allowing it to tenderize, adding the white radish, garlic sprouts, and broad bean paste for seasoning before serving. Next came the pickled fish, roasted lamb chops, crispy chicken, stir-fried onions with prawns, pan-fried ribbon fish, dry pot frogs, and braised ribs with potatoes, 10 dishes in total, symbolizing perfection. After toiling in the kitchen for the entire day, Bai Ning was finally done, but not before preparing the quintessential dumplings. While she could expertly prepare the filling, rolling out the dough was a challenge, so she purchased an abundance of dumpling wrappers. Bai Ning's hands were not particularly deft, and throughout her life, she often ended up with dumplings that leaked filling or, in some cases, were completely devoid of it. After crafting nearly 300 dumplings, she felt assured that breakfast and lunch for the following day would be ample, prompting her to cease her efforts. The clever yellow dog was quick to emerge at the scent of delicious food. The insatiable duo had nearly devoured the entirety of the New Year's Eve feast, leaving behind only half of the small roasted pig. Following the dinner, there was an essential ritual to partake in, setting off fireworks. However, due to government restrictions imposed several years prior, Bai Ning had not purchased any fireworks. Instead, she had procured star wands and sparklers. The brilliant sparks ignited against the backdrop of the night, and for a fleeting moment, Bai Ning envisioned her parents, who seemed to be bestowing blessings upon her. Mom and Dad. Happy New Year. May we be safe, joyful, and may everything go smoothly, she exclaimed. Glancing at her faithful yellow dog beside her, she extended her wishes. Happy New Year. Xiao Hua. Woof, woof, woof. The yellow dog responded enthusiastically. Chapter 30. Blessings to Xiao Xiao. Equipped with her newfound skills and the purified Xianjing, coupled with practical experience, Bai Ning naturally progressed from level 3 to level 4 after a few months. This advancement instilled her with newfound confidence as she entered City S. In stark contrast to her own City C, known as the Green Capital, City S was an industrial powerhouse. Its origins traced back to before the founding of the nation. It had already been a city bustling with labor, experiencing rapid growth in tandem with post-establishment economic development. City S served as a hub within Province XK, housing numerous light industrial processing factories, resulting in a dense population. As Bai Ning drove into the city, she immediately felt the roads narrow, overshadowed by towering buildings casting deep shadows. Due to the overwhelming population density, housing shortages compelled the construction of vertical living spaces, creating an environment where sunlight scarcely penetrated.
Consequently,
It was said that the residents of City S rarely basked in sunlight, rendering them paler compared to those from other provinces. However, this did not imply that City S was devoid of warmth. On the contrary, the multitude of factories and the high population density generated substantial heat from air conditioning units and machinery, rendering the city rather sweltering. Having driven but a short distance, Bai Ning observed that the city indeed mirrored the prior rumors. Everywhere were buildings, with scarcely a tree in sight, and the roads were narrow and riddled with potholes. As predicted, the wheels of her vehicle became ensnared in a particularly deep pothole. Bai Ning pressed the accelerator, attempting to extricate the car. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure resembling a spider landed on her windshield, shattering the glass with a single blow. The individual bore a striking resemblance to a spider. Clinging to the vehicle with fur limbs, their hair disheveled and obscuring their face, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Bai Ning was taken aback that the supposedly bulletproof glass produced by the system was so easily shattered. However, she reacted swiftly, conjuring an ice wall to barricade the intruder. The yellow dog, startled, began to bark anxiously. Bai Ning unfastened her and her dog's seatbelts, pulling the dog into her lap, before abruptly flinging open the door and tossing the dog to safety while she surged forward, the ice wall steadfastly shielding her from the spider-like figure. The yellow dog, displaying remarkable intelligence, leaped forward, seeking refuge in a secluded corner. The spider-like assailant exhibited two notable characteristics: immense strength and a resilient physique, as he effortlessly shattered the ice wall with another punch, sustaining no injuries in the process. To confirm this observation, Bai Ning constructed an ice house around the figure, and indeed, he headbutted it, creating a significant breach. Bai Ning recalled her martial arts mentor's teachings regarding individuals resembling the King Kong shield or iron shirt, who appeared impervious yet possessed vulnerabilities that, once discovered, could be exploited. If one could not locate their weakness, it was prudent to target the most vulnerable areas of a human body. Bai Ning initiated her assault on the temples. Thousands of ice spikes materialized in the air, hurtling toward the target. The spider figure, unable to match their speed, dodged some while others struck true, yet the impact seemed to inflict no pain or damage upon him. Only Bai Ning was aware that her ice spikes could penetrate nearly 2 meters of earth. She subsequently tried targeting the eyes, neck, heart, and even the area 3 inches below the abdomen, but all her attempts proved futile. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender. Wave after wave of attacks ensued, keeping the spider figure at bay. Observing the spider's movements closely, Bai Ning suddenly noticed that he consistently used his left arm to defend while his right arm remained motionless, even retreating slightly. She had discerned his weakness. Elation surged within her as she directed all her assaults toward his left arm. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Bai Ning conjured an ice spear, thrusting it decisively through his right arm. The spider figure stiffened abruptly, collapsing face first to the ground, lifeless. Just as Bai Ning bent down to inspect the fallen figure, a voice rang out from above. She looked up to see a girl frantically waving at her from the staircase. "Miss, come up quickly." The girl appeared anxious, beckoning desperately. Noticing Bai Ning's hesitance, she called out again. Bolstered by her array of protective spells, Bai Ning ascended with confidence. Upon reaching the second floor, she found the girl waiting at the staircase entrance. Bai Ning scrutinized the girl, likely around 15 or 16 years of age, with a sallow complexion and a blackened nose. Her hair appeared greasy, her face was dusty, and her white shirt was covered in grime, particularly on the shoulders and sleeves. The black pants were equally filthy, and she wore slippers, with dust on the tops of her feet. Where had she crawled out from to be so dirty? "Hurry!" the girl urged, attempting to grasp Bai Ning's hand, only to be evaded. Unperturbed, the girl gazed outside in terror, exclaiming, "They are coming. Sister, you must hide quickly." Bai Ning sensed the girl's genuine urgency and palpable fear. Without hesitation, she called out to Xiahua, and the large yellow dog emerged from seemingly nowhere, swiftly running to her side. The girl, slightly taken aback upon seeing the dog, remained silent and led the way forward. They dashed into her study, turning towards the bottom of the bookshelf. Whereupon a peculiar movement caused the bookshelf to gracefully shift aside, revealing a door of approximately one person's height. She beckoned Bai Ning to follow her inside, into a small chamber of roughly 1 square meter, furnished only with a single bed and a desk lamp, devoid of any other items. As Bai Ning stepped forward to inspect this little sanctuary, she inadvertently stepped on something that vanished in an instant, followed by a long dormant system notification resounding in her mind. Ding! Damaged core detected X1. System has automatically retrieved it. System upgrading. Current progress. 0. Bai Ning suppressed her urge to access the system. Her gaze focused on the actions of the girl who had led her here. The room appeared quite dirty, suggesting that the girl had accumulated a layer of dust upon her arrival. The girl tapped on a brick beside the door, causing the bookshelf to effortlessly revert to its original position. Gazing at the now entirely sealed room, she exhaled dramatically patting her chest. "Aren't you afraid I might be a villain?" Bai Ning inquired curiously, observing the girl's series of actions, her apparent lack of concern for her own safety, and her slight defensive demeanor. The girl's eyes widened, her face flushing crimson as she stammered for a moment before deciding to speak frankly. "Well, I saw you kill that monster, and thought there's danger, so I called you up. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." She concluded her statement with newfound conviction. Bai Ning regarded her for a while, a faint smile curving her lips as she introduced herself. "I am Bai Ning, with Bai for Cypress and Ning for Tranquility. This is Xiahua, with Hua for Magnificence." Woof, woof, woof. The large yellow dog barked upon hearing its name. The girl mimicked Bai Ning's smile and introduced herself. "I am Zhu Xiaoxiao, with Zhu for Blessing and Xiao for Dawn." Chapter 31. Weakness. Bai Ning inquired about the happenings with Zhu Xiaoxiao, who, equally uninformed, shared what little she knew. Zhu Xiaoxiao had been raised by her grandmother, who had passed away the previous year. A high school student, she preferred to stay indoors during the summer, hoarding food as a true homebody. 7 months ago, a monstrous creature had appeared in their local market, capable of biting and draining blood. Those bitten would become infected. Recalling apocalyptic novels, Zhu Xiaoxiao stockpiled instant noodles and provisions to survive the ordeal. Since then, the monsters frequently emerged to attack, and Zhu Xiaoxiao dared not leave her home. By chance, she discovered this small secret room and chose to hide there, despite its stifling heat, as she feared for her safety. Recently, some locals, unable to endure the menace any longer, banded together to confront the creatures. Zhu Xiaoxiao, still hidden away, did not join them. Tragically, they managed to slay one monster. But their victory was short-lived as new monsters emerged, leading to many casualties among the group. It was then that Zhu Xiaoxiao realized the monsters seemed interconnected. Killing one would spawn another, and the newcomers would consume the fallen. Furthermore, the creatures initially resembled humans but gradually became more monstrous, and Zhu Xiaoxiao only dared to sneak peeks outside. Luckily, the monsters had not ventured up to her hiding spot. However, she had gone 2 days without food and resigned to her fate, decided to take a chance. Unexpectedly, upon stepping outside, she witnessed Bai Ning vanquishing a creature and quickly called her to join. Listening to Zhu Xiaoxio's chaotic narrative, Bai Ning discerned her authenticity. If it were a fabrication, the logic would not be so disordered. She couldn't help but admire Zhu Xiaoxio's bravery. It was indeed fortunate that she had survived thus far. From Zhu Xiaoxio's descriptions of the monsters, Bai Ning deduced they were shadow walkers. However, she also gleaned further insights, such as the fact that the shadow walkers would consume their own kind, and the one she had just defeated might also be a shadow walker, though she could not be entirely certain. Suddenly, two long, echoing growls emanated from Zhu Xiaoxio's stomach. She immediately clasped her abdomen, her cheeks flushing a deep red, almost hot enough to fry an egg, and sheepishly admitted, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Hee, it won't make noise after a few more calls. The large yellow dog perked up at the familiar words, barking proudly at Bai Ning and Zhu Xiaoxiao, then lifting its head high and barking again. To their astonishment, 2 dumplings, larger than their fists, appeared on the ground. Is this not Xiaohua's doing? Does it possess the extraordinary abilities typically reserved for protagonists in novels? Zhu Xiaoxiao stammered in shock. Bai Ning was equally astonished but masked her surprise. After all, even she was unaware of this. Bai Ning picked up the dumplings. Although the underside was dusty, she could easily tear off the soiled portion and still consume them. After doing so, she handed the dumpling to Zhu Xiaoxiao, stating, Here,
Eat this.
if you don't, you might perish. Muvua, sister, I owe you my life. I shall repay you with my body, Zhu Xiaoxiao exclaimed through sobs. Listening to her fragmented words, Bai Ning maintained a calm facade while her thoughts churned. Since Zhu Xiaoxiao was now aware of her extraordinary abilities, Bai Ning waited until she finished the dumpling and then conjured a small chunk of ice for her to quench her thirst. Zhu Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face. Bai Ning had never encountered a girl so prone to tears. After spending nearly half an hour in the cramped chamber, Bai Ning resolved to venture outside briefly, intending to check on her system. Recognizing Bai Ning's determination, Zhu Xiaoxiao understood she could not dissuade her and, knowing Bai Ning had the means to protect herself, waited with the large yellow dog in the small chamber for her return. Upon stepping out of the secret room, Bai Ning immediately activated her system. All other functions appeared normal, yet the top displayed a glaring message. System upgrading, current progress, 0. Over half an hour ago. It had been at 0, and now it remained unchanged. Bai Ning speculated inwardly that perhaps the system was malfunctioning as she slowly exited Zhu Xiaoxio's home, reaching the hallway. Peering through the window, she noted that the corpse of the spider-like creature had indeed vanished, leaving only traces of blood on the ground. Bai Ning hastily made her way to her SUV, retrieved her mountaineering pack, and returned to the secret chamber. Having not strayed far, she placed a basin of pig's blood beside her vehicle, concealing herself in the hallway to await her prey. Rather than driving around aimlessly, waiting here seemed more prudent. The fresh scent of blood would be enticing to the shadow walkers. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, a particularly daring creature approached, appearing more human-like and rational than the last. Upon spotting the basin of pig's blood, it quickly recognized the trap and attempted to flee. However, Bai Ning was not about to allow an escape. With a swift shot, the creature fell, proving weaker than the previous one, with its vulnerability conspicuously located at its heart. As the icy spear was drawn, it was accompanied by a mysterious crystal. At that moment, Bai Ning recalled having seen an introduction about the shadow beasts and their crystals at base 7. It suddenly dawned on her that the crystal was, in fact, their Achilles heel. With this knowledge, they became significantly easier to confront. Another one appeared, merely 10 minutes after the last, highlighting the irresistible allure of the pig's blood and the corpses of its companions. This time, Bai Ning diligently focused on locating its crystal. While she was unsure if others could sense it, she could detect its position while channeling her energy. Otherwise, how could she absorb its power? Once again, she executed a lethal strike, even swifter than before. It was as if she stood at the threshold, awaiting her prey to fall into her trap. Even when several emerged simultaneously, Bai Ning dispatched them with a single blow. Her speed in drawing the spear became increasingly rapid, and her angles more casual. As time progressed, the sky gradually filled with blue. The basin of pig's blood had already begun to rot, and the corpses of the shadow beasts had piled up into a small mountain. Bai Ning decided to leave only the most recently slain, preparing to incinerate the others, including the pig's blood. Naturally, she could not ignite a fire on the spot. surrounded as she was by residential buildings. Concerned about igniting the structures, she transported the bodies to a relatively open area, less likely to catch other buildings alight before setting the fire. The corpses of the shadow beasts withered rapidly within half an hour, so igniting them required no accelerants. They burned swiftly, akin to paper, turning to ash in no time. However, the stench was unbearable, reminiscent of when Bai Ning had burned flies and other small creatures at home. After everything had turned to ash, she disdainfully sought a stick to poke through the remains, collecting all their crystals. On her way back to Zhu Xiaoxuo's home, Bai Ning took along a hiking backpack filled with food. Chapter 32. The difficulty of guarding against thieves. As she stepped into Zhu Xiaoxuo's living room, Bai Ning paused, contemplating how the weather would soon become hot. And without electricity or air conditioning, she wondered how Zhu Xiaoxiao had endured. Now that conditions allowed, she decided to find a few basins or buckets to hold ice for relief. For some reason, every time she made plans, they were always unexpectedly disrupted. After circling Zhu Xiaoxuo's home, checking every corner, including the bathroom and balcony, she found not a single bucket or basin, almost resorting to rummaging through the refrigerator. In the end, Bai Ning settled for several larger bowls and pots as she headed to the study. As she opened the door to the small hidden room, a wave of refreshingly cool air greeted her, revealing that all the missing buckets and basins were inside, 4 buckets and 2 basins, all neatly filled with ice. Arranged in a row, Bai Ning's gaze swiftly fixed upon the instigator of this delightful surprise, who innocently widened her eyes and barked at Bai Ning. Zhu Xiaoxiao, upon seeing Bai Ning, leapt up with joy, rushing to within a meter of her, her eyes scanning Bai Ning curiously as she muttered, "Sister Ning, are you hurt? Did those monsters come?" After closing the door to the hidden room, Bai Ning strode over to a small stool to sit. The stool was rather low, and her long legs folded beneath her, giving her a somewhat pitiful appearance as she placed the pots and bowls beside her. It was only then that Zhu Xiaoxiao noticed them. Scratching her head, she beamed, "I didn't expect Xiaohua to have another ability. I thought it would be troublesome if the ice melted on the ground, so to avoid waste, I brought all the buckets and basins from home." "That's fine," Bai Ning replied, shaking her head as she retrieved 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 2 packets of corn and ham sausages, and 4 packs of quail eggs, distributing half to Zhu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her refusal coming with difficulty. "Sister Ning, you don't have to. I've already eaten your buns, and I'm not hungry right now." Ignoring her protest, Bai Ning firmly pressed the food into her hands. In the end, Zhu Xiaoxiao accepted only 1 box of self-heating rice and a sausage, claiming that was enough for her. Bai Ning cast her a glance, but said nothing further. She gave a sausage and 2 packs of quail eggs to the big yellow dog, leaving the remaining food for herself. Given her appetite, it was certainly manageable. The self-heating food only required cold water, which Bai Ning already had, sparing her the need to venture outside. The aroma of the food filled the small hidden room, significantly potent, as self-heating hot pots and rice were designed to entice with their scent. Zhu Xiaoxiao, with her smaller portion, finished her meal quickly, leaving the remaining time for her to gaze wide-eyed, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor in exaggerated astonishment as she watched Bai Ning consume such an amount of food.
Wow.
Once Bai Ning finished her last bite, Zhu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her gaze lingering on Bai Ning's belly beneath her t-shirt. "Sister Ning, how can you eat so much and not gain an ounce?" As Bai Ning packed away the trash, she casually replied, "Those with abilities tend to have larger appetites." Zhu Xiaoxiao pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Those with abilities require substantial energy, extracting it from food. This is a common theme in all comics, novels, and dramas. Having eaten to her fill, Zhu Xiaoxiao began to feel drowsy, her eyes blinking as tears welled up. After several yawns, she mumbled, "Sister Ning, you just came back from outside. You must be exhausted. You should take the bed."
No.
"I'm not accustomed to sleeping soundly in unfamiliar places. Normal people remain vigilant and easily adopt a combat-ready posture in strange environments," Bai Ning declined, offering a reasonable excuse. Zhu Xiaoxiao, turning her muddled mind, replied earnestly, "That seems true. They're all afraid of being ambushed, so they don't sleep in beds." With that, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. "Do you really believe that?" Bai Ning opened the formation disc and leaned against the wall, allowing herself to drift into a light sleep. The big yellow dog, already overwhelmed by fatigue, had long since gone to meet the Sandman. Sleeping while seated was inherently uncomfortable, and even the slightest movement would rouse her. Just then, when the big yellow dog barked suddenly, Bai Ning opened her eyes. realizing the dog was merely dreaming. She glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and she decided against going back to sleep. However, with the other two still fast asleep, Bai Ning found herself bored sitting on the stool and naturally opened the system shop. Thus, when Zhu Xiaoxiao awoke, she was struck by Bai Ning's invigorated demeanor, marveling inwardly. Indeed, having abilities is wonderful. One doesn't need much sleep to feel so spirited. In reality, those with abilities could remain energetic even after 2 or 3 days without sleep. Yet Bai Ning, who was accustomed to resting, found it challenging to adjust her internal clock without sleep. Zhu Xiaoxiao woke up around 3 in the afternoon, and now mealtime could also be considered afternoon tea. This time, Bai Ning pulled out 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, distributing 1 to each of them, herself, Zhu Xiaoxiao, and the big yellow dog, along with 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 for Zhu Xiaoxiao and the dog, and 3 for herself. After finishing their afternoon meal, the trio remained idly in the hidden room. Bai Ning, while relatively fine, occasionally condensed a bucket of ice, and when the ice in the other containers melted into water, she took it outside, deeming it clean and usable. The big yellow dog, bored, looked around before barking once and spitting out a tablet. Bai Ning.
Zhu Xiaoxiao, wow.
No wonder I could never find that tablet earlier, Zhu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. I never expected that guarding against thieves at home would be so challenging. The tablet still had 85% battery left, filled with numerous dramas and variety shows, and Bai Ning selected one to watch together. In her youthful ignorance, Bai Ning had accompanied her mother to watch countless melodramatic television dramas, filled with tales of twin marriages and convoluted love triangles. However, as she matured, she ceased to indulge in such frivolous narratives. To her surprise, she found herself irresistibly captivated by the charms of melodrama once more. It wasn't until her tablet indicated a low battery, signaling that it was past 8 o'clock, that Bai Ning snapped back to reality, only to discover Da Huangguo nestled affectionately in Zhu Xiaoxiao's arms. Raising an eyebrow, she recalled their less-than-friendly first encounter and scrutinized Zhu Xiaoxiao anew, realizing she bore a striking resemblance to Da Huangguo's previous owner. No wonder the dog had retrieved the Bai's eye. Did dogs possess a penchant for substitution? While Bai Ning was uncertain about other dogs, Da Huangguo certainly seemed to. Dinner was a simple affair, and as the sky darkened, Bai Ning ventured out once more to fish. However, the fish were elusive that day, yielding only a couple of tiny shrimps. Bai Ning speculated that perhaps the local fish had been overfished and resolved to seek a new spot. The buildings in S City were constructed en masse, identical in appearance as if copied and pasted, with narrow streets allowing only a single vehicle to pass. This led to the proliferation of numerous indistinguishable alleys. After turning a couple of corners, Bai Ning found herself lost. Reassured by the presence of her positioning device, she wandered further into the maze of alleys, hoping to lure out a few larger fish. On her third pass through an alley, Bai Ning halted, sensing something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. She scrutinized the alley, examining every brick and grain of sand, even comparing it to the other alleys. Upon doing so, she discerned an anomaly. This alley was shorter and narrower than the others, yet the buildings flanking it were of similar size. Where had the missing space gone? Having encountered a hidden room at Zhu Xiaoxiao's home, Bai Ning couldn't help but think of secret chambers and concealed spaces. As she inspected the bricks in this alley, it was evident they were new, having been laid just months prior, in stark contrast to the decades-old alleys adorned with moss and rust. After tapping around, she struck a hollow brick, and suddenly, a small window, barely large enough for a person to pass through, opened at the end of the alley.
Indeed,
a secret chamber lay beyond, albeit one requiring her to crouch to enter. Chapter 33. A Fortuitous Reunion. In an unexpected turn of events, she found herself in a subterranean chamber of approximately 100 square meters, where piles of sand suggested recent excavation. The basement was surprisingly well lit, adorned with luminescent stones that cast an eerie bluish-green glow, illuminating the space. What captured Bai Ning's attention were the 5 or 6 large iron cages housing 2 to 3 dozen shadow beasts, clearly starved for a considerable time. Upon sensing her presence and the aroma of food, they began to thrash about violently, causing the cages to rattle ominously. Under the strange lighting, their grotesque faces appeared even more fearsome, evoking the sensation of having stumbled into the underworld. Bai Ning circled the basement, noting several ventilation shafts and a black door in the farthest corner. With no other options, she resolved to eliminate the shadow beasts within the cages. Unlike the reckless characters in dramas, she was cautious, aware that pushing open that door might lead to an ambush from behind. Ice spikes pierced through the shadow beast's crystal cores, while others, unable to reach the front, resorted to devouring the corpses of their deceased companions. Disgusted, Bai Ning hastened to finish the task. Beyond the small black door lay a tunnel, which she traversed for several hundred meters before encountering 3 forks. Without hesitation, she chose the left path. After a prolonged and cautious journey, she found herself in another space, nearly as large as the previous one, filled with more iron cages housing even stronger and more hideous shadow beasts. After dispatching them all, she meticulously searched for alternative exits, but found none, prompting her to return and explore the central route. Ah, the thrill of discovery. The central path was somewhat smaller, approximately 50 square meters, yet it brimmed with supplies. Cans, high-energy chocolates, candies, cigarettes, and several boxes of exquisite wine, luxuries Bai Ning had only ever seen online. She also uncovered 2 boxes of gold, one filled with gray beads, the nature of which was unknown to her. However, the gold alone, with about 100 bars per box, was an astounding fortune. Having collected the materials, and with no new routes available, Bai Ning proceeded down the last path. After about 10 minutes, she entered a space reminiscent of an underground palace, resplendent and far removed from the dark depths below. Crystalline chandeliers sparkled from above, illuminating the chamber as if it were daylight. Plush carpets, leather sofas, intricately carved incense holders, and a long table capable of seating over a dozen adorned the room, complete with decorative candles and an ostentatious air conditioning unit, creating an ambience akin to that of a royal palace, albeit underground. Bai Ning noticed the water on the table was still warm, indicating recent occupancy. Just as she set the kettle down, her gaze fell upon an uncovered square box, revealing a jade tablet, palm-sized, pure milky white, with a smooth, warm texture, inscribed with strange symbols that were clearly not of her native tongue. Top, top, top. Her heightened senses detected hurried footsteps approaching, at least 2 individuals. As the footsteps drew nearer, Bai Ning turned to face an intricately carved wooden door, which swung open to reveal 3 disheveled middle-aged men in suits, their faces marred with blood.
Who are you?
The foremost man demanded, his eyes narrowing in alarm as he spotted the object in Bai Ning's hand. That's mine. Put it down, or face the consequences. Confronted by the man's crimson gaze, reminiscent of the stench of the shadow beasts, Bai Ning summoned her ice spear, leaping forward to pierce the man's throat. Let's see who is truly impolite, she retorted with a cold smile. The other 2 men, witnessing the scene, hastily raised their weapons and charged at her.
Yet.
Before they could close the distance, they stumbled on the ice beneath their feet. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ning grasped the heads of the 2 men, exerting her strength to smash them against the wall, before driving her ice spear through their throats. Blood sprayed forth, splattering the walls, as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor. Initially unaware of the origins and purpose of this underground space, Bai Ning now understood. These 3 men could not be allowed to live. Their red eyes symbolized the bloodshed and carnage wrought by the shadow beasts. Top, top, top. Once again, a sound of footsteps approached from afar, and this time, Bai Ning discerned it more clearly. There was but a single individual, moving at a leisurely pace, evidently possessing mastery over any impending danger. Standing by the door. As the figure came into view, Bai Ning's spear surged forth like a dragon, ready to strike, only to find it was blocked. Bai Ning. A somewhat familiar voice reached him, though he struggled to recall its source. Raising his gaze, he was astonished to recognize a familiar face. Lin Bing, the water elemental adept who had previously fought alongside him against the giant serpent. The spear vanished into thin air as Bai Ning scrutinized him, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Lin Bing appeared more formidable than before, suggesting that he had endured significant trials over the past 6 months. Adjusting his glasses, he surveyed Bai Ning with his customary gentleness, replying, "I'm here on a mission." 3 of them? Bai Ning gestured toward the lifeless bodies ahead. Indeed. Lin Bing's expression revealed no surprise, as if encountering the deceased trio was a commonplace occurrence. Instead, he inquired gently, "Are you also here on a mission?" "Not quite." Bai Ning shook his head, flattening his palm on his chest, his index finger pointing to another door. "I merely stumbled upon this." Lin Bing followed his gaze, spotting yet another door, and frowned. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. They are adept at evading. Upon hearing that the threat in this passage had been neutralized, Lin Bing refrained from asking how Bai Ning had discovered it. Instead, he extended an invitation. "Liang Zia and the others have frequently expressed a desire to see you again, reminiscing about our encounter fighting the giant serpent." Would you care to meet them? Bai Ning hesitated for a moment before responding. Aren't you all on a mission? It would be rather presumptuous to intrude. Not at all, Lin Bing replied with a sly smile. Our captain would not mind. In fact, he would welcome your presence. Thus, somewhat bewildered, Bai Ning followed Lin Bing through a labyrinth of twists and turns until he found himself utterly lost. He could not help but marvel at the convoluted paths beneath the ground, even more intricate than the streets above. And he was particularly impressed that Lin Bing remembered the way. That alone was remarkable. At the end of this subterranean passage lay a small, artificially cultivated forest, adorned with a city flower of S-City, the white begonia trees. Delicate blooms with 5 petals gently closed around their tender yellow centers, layered upon the branches, as if a gentle breeze could send forth a flurry of white petals cascading like rain. Though Bai Ning had never visited this place, he had heard of it. It was one of S-City's symbols, the begonia grove, a rare splash of color amidst the industrial sprawl. When the begonia bloomed, it drew many visitors, making it a favored spot for couples. Alas, beneath this picturesque scene flowed rivers of blood, and the architects of such carnage were individuals Bai Ning recognized. After Liang Zio extracted the shadowy crystal from the fallen foe, she looked up to see a strikingly familiar figure, his handsome face still bearing an air of aloofness. Gazing at the corpses was akin to surveying mere flora and fauna. Yet, upon recognizing Bai Ning, the icy demeanor melted away, transforming into a warm stream of affection. Miss. Liang Ziek dashed towards Bai Ning, pouting in a comically exaggerated manner, lamenting, I thought you would return to Base 1 to find us. I waited so long for your arrival. Bai Ning was genuinely taken aback. She had assumed Lin Bing's earlier remarks were mere pleasantries, not realizing that Liang Ziek had genuinely harbored thoughts of someone she had only spent 2 days with, and for such an extended time. With an apologetic tone, Bai Ning replied, I had some matters to attend to, so I couldn't come. I truly apologize. As a laid-back individual, I simply wished to remain inactive. A call from Liang Zio drew the attention of the others, who promptly greeted Bai Ning. Chapter 34. Creating Space. Bai Ning examined them closely. Although time had passed, their appearances had not altered significantly, save for an increase in their intimidating aura. This ferocity was characterized by an augmentation of murderous intent, a trait they had possessed before but now seemed more pronounced. Having learned from Lin Bing that Bai Ning's mission coincided with theirs, the members of Team 1 were unreserved in sharing their task details. The name Team 1 was chosen by their quintet, as each had different preferences for a team name. Zhu Yu was indifferent and withdrew from the competition, while Lin Bing believed it should reflect their image, suggesting names like Hope or Dawn Squad. Liang Zio dismissed those as outdated, proposing instead World Rescue Squad. The heavy-set member argued that since sustenance was paramount, Food Squad was a fitting choice. After a lively debate that resulted in the destruction of a room, 2 plates and 4 cups, it was ultimately Rong Ziking who, standing atop the backs of her comrades, declared that, henceforth, they would be known as Team 1 at Base 1. Under the authority of their captain, all members acquiesced. The origins of Team 1's mission could be traced back 3 months. During that time, Base 1 had welcomed a new batch of recruits, markedly smaller and far more unhinged than previous groups, incessantly murmuring incomprehensible phrases. However, Base 1 paid little heed until nearly 100 individuals inexplicably vanished, prompting an investigation. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that the missing individuals were all from S-City, and, subsequently, their bodies were found in an underground space near Base 1, along with the mastermind behind their disappearances. Just when they thought the situation had reached a resolution, more individuals went missing, all adult males, with no distinction in region. This time, Base 1 failed to locate anyone until suddenly, mutated vampires appeared within the premises, later identified as the missing persons. It was then that Base 1 recognized the possibility of human intervention, prompting a manhunt. Team 1 followed the clues that led them to S-City, where, after several days of searching, they finally uncovered the underground spaces and their research facility. Immortality?
Julie Anevelason Topik, Bai Ning Muset.
Initially, they had captured some elemental adepts for research, but upon discovering the instability of such studies, they shifted their focus to vampires. Lin Bing's intelligence was evidently broader and more comprehensive.
No.
Liang Zio interjected, raising her index finger in protest. I believe their pursuit extends beyond mere immortality. They seek to control that pack of vampires and ultimately dominate the world. The heavy-set member yawned, stretching his limbs. They are overreaching. The last group with aspirations of world domination is likely buried beneath several feet of earth by now. Engaging in such endeavors has left me sleep-deprived for 3 consecutive days. It was then that Bai Ning noticed the dark circles under everyone's eyes, more pronounced than her own after long nights at work, nearly resembling national treasures. Have you completed your mission? Bai Ning inquired curiously. We have just finished clearing the Eastern District. Lin Bing adjusted his glasses, his tone nonchalant. However, Bai Ning detected an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in his voice, a sentiment of reluctance to work, perhaps a vestige of solidarity among former overworked individuals.
What?
You have only cleared 1 district? There are still 3 left. Liang Xia exclaimed dramatically. 5 districts, Zhu Yu, who had remained silent until now, added. The heavy-set member began counting on his fingers: Western District, Southern District, Northern District, City Center, and the Old District. That makes a total of 5 remaining. You really should have consulted a map. This won't do. Liang Zio immediately countered him. I am not a technical talent. I am a forceful one. It is entirely normal not to remember the map. Oh, who is it that claimed to be omnipotent and aimed to surpass the captain? It turns out it was merely a pipe dream. The chubby one squinted and spoke in a peculiar tone. You, Liang Zio pointed, his hand trembling, gritting his teeth as he declared, I, young master, always keep my word. Whatever I say, I will accomplish. Just wait and see.
Oh.
How long must I wait for that? Following this, Liang Zia and the chubby one began to bicker. Bai Ning chose to disregard their antics. She had experienced this dynamic numerous times during her previous 2 days with them. Her gaze shifted to Rong Ziking, who spoke even less than Zhu Yu this time. Unintentionally, their eyes met, and Bai Ning instinctively looked away. But then she pondered, I am not spying. What does it matter if we lock eyes? So she returned her gaze, staring intently at him, ready for a contest of not blinking. Ultimately, it was Rong Ziking who averted his eyes first, prompting Bai Ning to cheer inwardly, thinking, as expected, I am indeed superior to him. Miss, have you had dinner yet? Liang Zia suddenly whispered in Bai Ning's ear, jolting her back to reality. It turned out their conversation had shifted to the topic of dinner. Bai Ning honestly nodded, replying, I already ate earlier. Liang Zia's eyes darted around before he seized Bai Ning's hand and led her to where they were cooking, beneath a rather large begonia tree. Conversing as they walked, since you've eaten, that means you can still have a bit more. Miss, I'll grill some meat for you. This time, I promise it will be even tastier than what the captain makes. Before Bai Ning could decline, she watched as a large piece of meat suddenly appeared in Liang Zio's hand. He waved it in front of her, exclaiming, This is the finest meat I've searched for long and hard. It is the most delicious I have ever tasted. Bai Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Liang Zio. You have space abilities too? Dark and spatial powers combined, rivaling the protagonists of apocalyptic novels. Only then did Liang Zio remember that Bai Ning had not visited Base 1 and was unaware of the events that transpired there. Thus, he carefully explained, It's not a space ability. There exists a spatial ability user at Base 1. Her power is to create space. And she has made numerous space bracelets to sell at the base. This news only surfaced recently. Liang Zio then proudly added, Those space bracelets are quite expensive, but thankfully, my points were sufficient to exchange for one. I acquired a 3-cubic space, and our captain is even more impressive. He exchanged for a 5-cubic space. Such abilities exist? Bai Ning mused, imagining if she could obtain one or feign having one, then she could use her belongings openly. Tentatively, she inquired, When you purchased them, was there any registration of who bought them? Liang Zia shook his head decisively, his voice dropping as if sharing a secret. Certainly not. The spatial ability user manufactured some to sell to the base, and let others slip away. She believed that if many possessed space, it would no longer be rare, and they wouldn't capture her. One could only say that the current naivete was misplaced. Space had indeed increased, but thus far, she was the only one known to create it. If she had not allied with the base, who knows where she would be now? A lively, cheerful youth of about 15 or 16 earnestly critiquing another's naivete seemed rather absurd. Yet, as Bai Ning observed Liang Zio's earnest expression, she recognized that he was not always the innocent and adorable figure he presented to her. Surviving in this apocalypse, to reach this point, one could hardly afford to be so naive. Chapter 35. Prelude to Storm. With a leap and a thrust or a jab, Bai Ning dispatched another shadow being, then awaited the emergence of a new one. After an extended wait, with no new shadows appearing, she resorted to incinerating them as she had the previous day before returning to Zhu Xiaoxio's secluded chamber. Indeed, Bai Ning had declined to join Team 1 for their excursion, stating that she would assess the situation after concluding her own matters. After all, the large yellow dog and Zhu Xiaoxiao awaited her return. If she did not return, they would surely worry. Upon reaching the stairway, Bai Ning glanced up at the sky. The azure expanse, dotted with fluffy white clouds, was undeniably beautiful. Yet after nearly a year of such skies, she had grown accustomed to them.
Huh.
Is that a cloud? Bai Ning realized it had been ages since she had seen a dark cloud, recalling the last time it rained was over a year ago, an eternity ago. She wondered if real rain would bring a respite from the heat. This fleeting thought passed through her mind. Entering Zhu Xiaoxiao's living room, she spotted a familiar swarm of flies buzzing around. The thought struck her. This area had already been cleared by Team 1 and having eliminated most shadows nearby. Only 7 remained today. This indicated that Zhu Xiaoxiao no longer needed to hide in her chamber. After all, Zhu Xiaoxiao had often lamented her inability to assist Bai Ning. Now the opportunity had arrived. Coughing slightly, Bai Ning reassured herself that this was not merely an attempt to find free labor. She intended to compensate Zhu Xiaoxiao for her efforts. Upon returning to the secluded chamber, Bai Ning noticed that Zhu Xiaoxiao was not as exuberant as the previous day, but still wore a cheerful expression. After communicating with Zhu Xiaoxiao, the latter expressed immense joy at being able to assist Bai Ning and was eager to exchange her labor for food. Thus, Bai Ning provided her with mesh, a metal basin and gasoline, instructing her on how to catch the flies. Initially, Zhu Xiaoxiao struggled to catch many, but she gradually improved. And then it was time for the large yellow dog to step in, freezing the flies before they were taken outside to be burned, thus completing the task. After observing Zhu Xiaoxiao succeed a few times, Bai Ning decided to let her and the large yellow dog handle it independently. After finishing breakfast, Bai Ning advised Zhu Xiaoxiao to rest. The daytime heat was intense, and even without exertion, one would sweat profusely, let alone carrying the flies to the rooftop on the 8th floor. Zhu Xiaoxiao understood that if she overexerted herself and fell ill, it would be even less worthwhile. Closing her eyes, Bai Ning once again felt as though she were dreaming. In this dream, which appeared quite ordinary, it rained. Without any warning, the first drops fell, stinging upon impact, accompanied by flashes of lightning, thunder, and fierce winds, all emerging with tremendous force. The rain persisted for days and nights, enveloping the sky in darkness. And it was not localized. It rained across the entire nation, the entire world. What transpired thereafter in the dream slipped from Bai Ning's memory. Upon waking, all that remained was the recollection of the rain. Rain seemed like a blessing. Would it bring relief from the oppressive heat? Yet, Bai Ning recalled that rain often preceded an even greater heat, and was the rain necessarily cold? Would it actually cool down afterward? Zhu Xiaoxiao also awoke. And Bai Ning inquired, if it rains in this weather, what do you think will happen? Without hesitation, Zhu Xiaoxiao replied, that would surely be boiling water rain. I remember on hot summer days sneaking out to play in the rain. Those rains were scalding. If it rains at the current temperature, it would absolutely be unbearable. Boiling water rain. Zhu Xiaoxiao's words struck Bai Ning like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, if it were to rain under such conditions, it was highly likely to be boiling. But this was not something she could prevent. At most, she could ensure her own safety. Standing at the window of Zhu Xiaoxiao's living room, Bai Ning gazed at the sky outside. That dark cloud was indeed no figment of her imagination, for now, much of the sky had turned ominous. The once azure expanse had been cleaved in two, one half remaining as before while the other was shrouded in gloom, obscuring most of the light and casting an even darker shadow over the already dimly lit floors. As the storm approached, Bai Ning cherished her life and decided against venturing outside. Even if her predictions were incorrect, rainy days were hardly conducive to outdoor activities. After locating a coal stove, Bai Ning resolved to treat herself for the haphazard meals she had endured these past few days. The provisions she chose were not from her own stash, but rather from a recent haul. She discovered an abundance of vacuum-packed meatballs, perfect for a hot pot feast, fish balls, shrimp balls, beef balls, chicken balls, pork balls, squid balls, and tendon balls, alongside a variety of vegetables such as yam, carrots, lotus root, and assorted greens. Having gathered a well-rounded assortment of vegetables and meatballs, Bai Ning retrieved the hot pot base and began to cook. She ignited the coal and placed the pot on the stove, awaiting the water to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she added a quarter of the spicy hot pot base, watching as the clear liquid transformed into a vibrant red broth, releasing an enticing aroma. Bai Ning promptly added the meatballs and chunks of meat. Zhu Xiaoxiao squatted nearby, relishing her share without a care for the food's origins. With a gentle bite, The resilient texture of the meatball burst forth with the spicy flavor of the hot pot base, prompting Zuxiak Xiao to exclaim, "It's been ages since I've had this. I truly miss this flavor. I used to be indifferent about it, but now I long for it." Burning nodded, acknowledging that the occasional indulgence was indeed delightful, though daily consumption might dull the experience. The large yellow dog also enjoyed the feast, and Burning, concerned about its ability to handle the spice, had taken the precaution of rinsing its portion in cold water before serving it in a bowl. Having not tasted meat in quite some time, Zuxiak Xiao devoured her share with remarkable speed, undeterred by the heat. Fortunately, Burning had prepared in advance, placing several buckets of ice beside their cooking pot. "Sister Ning, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious," Zuxiak Xiao exclaimed, ladling a marbled meatball into Burning's bowl. "Very well, but make sure you eat plenty as well," Burning replied, picking up a meatball, blowing on it gently, and savoring the exquisite flavor as she bit into it. The meatball was a revelation, bursting with juicy goodness and delightful crunch. Earning a thumbs up from Burning, Zuxiak Xiao beamed with joy, relishing her meal even more. Witnessing her enthusiasm urged Burning to hasten her own pace. Before long, the pot of meatballs was thoroughly consumed, leaving the sluggish yellow dog to realize it had been left out. Seeing the dog's forlorn expression, Burning felt a pang of guilt and promptly emptied the remaining half-box of vegetables into the pot. The pot brimmed with greens, presenting a facade of healthiness, albeit in a spicy broth. After tasting the vegetables, Burning noted they lacked the freshness she desired, though their flavor was still quite satisfactory. Upon finishing their meal, Zuxiak Xiao eagerly rushed to wash the dishes, insisting that she could not simply take without contributing. "The ingredients you prepared were sufficient," Burning began to say. But Zuxiak Xiao had already darted into the kitchen with the pot. Observing her determined expression, Burning felt a mix of exasperation and comfort. After all, encountering someone who expressed gratitude was indeed a rarity. Moreover, glancing at the system progress at level 5, Burning realized that had it not been for Zuxiak Xiao dragging her into the small chamber, the system would not have had the opportunity to update. She resolved to leave behind extra provisions for her when they departed, as a form of compensation. Chapter 36. Poached Fish. Initially, Burning believed that the ominous clouds accumulating in the sky would soon unleash rain, or at the very least, that it would fall within the next couple of days. However, the clouds continued to gather, and the hot winds blew, yet not a single drop of rain materialized. With Burning remaining indoors out of boredom, Zuxiak Xiao entrusted her home to Burning's care, allowing her to make her own adjustments. Burning took full advantage of this, installing solar panels, air conditioning, and other appliances, while also clearing out the storage room to bring in an array of fitness equipment, though to Zuxiak Xiao, it appeared as if all these items were newly acquired. Not one to waste the opportunity, Burning began to exercise within the confines of her room. After completing her routine, she glanced up to find Zuxiak Xiao, peeking in through the door, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What are you doing?" Burning's gaze inquired. Zuxiak Xiao, understanding the unspoken question, slowly entered, her fingers fidgeting as she looked around, finally mustering the courage to speak. "Sister Ning, your muscles look magnificent. They're the most beautiful I've ever seen. There are certainly others who surpass me," thought Burning, recalling Zhu Yu from Team 1. "Not at all. I believe yours are the most impressive," Zuxiak Xiao insisted earnestly. Burning recognized this familiar pattern. It resembled her own past behavior when she sought to flatter others excessively before embarking on a task. "No need for flattery. Just tell me directly what you wish to do," Burning encouraged. Zuxiak Xiao, now more hesitant, struggled to articulate her request, as if squeezing the last remnants from an empty toothpaste tube. Sister Ning, you're so formidable, and I wish to become stronger too. I don't want to hold anyone back. Could you teach me some self-defense?" Burning assessed Zuxiak Xiao thoughtfully and replied, "Of course, as long as you remain committed." Recognizing her role as an instructor, Burning transformed into a demanding coach, emphasizing the necessity of physical endurance. Despite her youth, Zuxiak Xiao possessed an abundance of energy, making her training far superior to Burning's initial experiences. After a half hour of jogging, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 20 push-ups, Zuxiak Xiao completed her session in under 2 hours, still brimming with vitality. It was time to progress to the next step, weapon selection. Faced with an array of unfamiliar weaponry, Zuxiak Xiao looked bewildered and sincerely asked, "Sister Ning, could you help me choose? I don't recognize any of these." After confirming her request, Burning selected a straightforward weapon suitable for her stature, a collapsible baton. Holding it with approximately a hand's length of space at the end for balance, Bai Ning demonstrated its use, allowing Zuxiaxiao to practice. Yes, I understand. Zuxiaxiao responded with newfound confidence. However, her technique was initially flawed, prompting Bai Ning to correct her before she attempted again. Time flowed swiftly. Yet the sky darkened ominously, shrouding the sun. It felt as if night had already fallen, despite it being daytime, with the heat remaining oppressive. As Bai Ning's worries deepened, she busied herself in the kitchen, preparing delectable dishes to soothe her spirit. To reward Zuxiaxiao for her successful grasp of the foundational techniques, Bai Ning decided to treat herself as well. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed fish, and so she opted for a delightful poached fish dish. Recalling the flavors from her previous experience, she could not help but swallow in anticipation. Selecting a hefty fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds, she sliced the flesh into thin pieces, marinating them with egg whites, salt, cooking wine, and starch. Meanwhile, the water beside her had already reached a boil. She chopped the trimmed fish bones into segments, have the fish head, sliced ginger and garlic, and prepared to cook the bean sprouts. In a heated pan, oil is poured in, followed by Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, slices of garlic, ginger, and doubanjiang among other seasonings. Subsequently, all the fish are added, simmered until the fillets take on a delectable hue, indicating they are ready to be savored. Even before the lid is lifted from the pot of poached fish, an intoxicating aroma envelopes the entire kitchen, wafting even through the small window. Bai Ning, already craving this enticing scent, feels her hunger intensify as it materializes before her. Gurgle, gurgle. Bai Ning pats her belly, reassuring it that nourishment is imminent. Gurgle, gurgle.
Huh?
Was that her stomach growling? Bai Ning turns to glance outside the kitchen door, where a girl and a dog peek in. Upon being discovered, Ji Xiaoxiao shows no embarrassment, directly asking, Sister Ning, what are you cooking? It smells divine.
Can we eat yet? Not yet.
Bai Ning replies, her expression stoic.
Sigh.
Woof. Instantly, Ji Xiaoxiao and the big yellow dog look despondent, a cloud of gloom hovering above them, causing them to feel as though mushrooms were sprouting from their melancholy. However, Bai Ning elongates her tone, watching as their spirits revive in an instant, practically bursting with energy, as if they could run 10 laps. With a slight smile, she declares, once the food is brought out, it will be nearly time to eat. Oh yay! Woof woof woof. The girl and the dog erupt in jubilant cheers, their exuberance almost deafening. Bai Ning notices their eagerness to dash around in excitement. Ji Xiaoxiao carries the rice to the dining table, dutifully serving Bai Ning first, presenting her with chopsticks and thoughtfully placing a napkin beside her. Bai Ning calmly accepts her service, observing Ji Xiaoxiao and the big yellow dog gazing at her with eager eyes, exuding an air of authority. With a wave of her hand, she proclaims, let us eat. No sooner had the words left her lips than Ji Xiaoxiao began to deftly maneuver her chopsticks, first serving Bai Ning large pieces of fish before taking some for herself, burying her face in her bowl while showering praises. Weevua, Sister Ning, encountering you is truly a stroke of luck in my life. No, I shouldn't call you Sister Ning. You are more like a mother to me, even better than my own. Be quiet, a cold voice interjects.
Oh.
Bai Ning massages her forehead, feeling that Ji Xiaoxiao has become increasingly unrestrained of late. She is merely 6 years older than Ji Xiaoxiao and has no desire to assume the role of a mother, especially not to a daughter who is becoming more mischievous by the day. The poached fish is quickly devoured, with Ji Xiaoxiao even soaking the fish broth into her rice, leaving nothing behind. Bai Ning muses that ever since Ji Xiaoxiao began exercising, her appetite has nearly matched her own. Had she been underfed all along? Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door startles everyone. Ji Xiaoxiao is tidying up the dishes, while the big yellow dog lazily sprawls on the floor. Bai Ning glances at them and states, I'll go open the door. Chapter 37. Beasts. As soon as Bai Ning opens the door, a force rushes in, causing her to stumble backward. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, force their way through the narrow opening, surveying Bai Ning, Ji Xiaoxiao, and the big yellow dog with familiarity. Little sister, you seem to be living quite comfortably and are remarkably beautiful, the woman remarks, her chestnut waves cascading around her overly pale complexion. Her bright red lips and long nails reaching for Bai Ning's face, which Bai Ning deftly dodges. Indeed, what delectable food are you enjoying today? It smells divine. We've been smelling it for days and are absolutely famished. The man, towering at around 6 feet, with a deep bronze complexion, a bald head, and a scar running along his eye, exudes a menacing aura.
Who are you?
Ji Xiaoxiao demands, still tidying the dishes. We are your lovely neighbors. The woman sachets toward Ji Xiaoxiao, scrutinizing her closely, causing goosebumps to rise. Oh, you have poached fish to eat and so much food. Aren't you going to share with your neighbors? She gestures towards the dining table, then gazes longingly at the big yellow dog, fixating on its 4 stout legs. What a plump dog. It could last us for days.
Please leave.
Ji Xiaoxiao throws down the cloth, positioning herself protectively in front of the big yellow dog. Her right index finger pointed assertively at the door. We don't know you, and we do not welcome you here. Please leave. Leave? What a joke. The man plops down onto the sofa, his expression fierce, a threatening grin spreading across his face. Little beauty, I advise you to be sensible and quickly bring out your delicious food, or else don't blame us for being rude. You, Ji Xiaoxiao, infuriated, can only glare at him. Little sister, your face is so tender, the woman coos, attempting to caress Ji Xiaoxiao's cheek, but Ji Xiaoxiao evades her, only to have her chin grasped roughly. Don't be ungrateful. Ji Xiaoxiao shakes off the woman's hand, employing the techniques Bai Ning had taught her, sweeping her leg to trip the woman, who falls to the ground, and using the opportunity to restrain her hands. You little girl. The man bellows, attempting to rush at Ji Xiaoxiao, but Bai Ning suddenly appears before him, employing the same tactic to incapacitate him. Woof woof woof. At that moment, the big yellow dog cleverly brings over 2 thick ropes. Bai Ning binds the man, instructing Ji Xiaoxiao on how to properly secure him, displaying remarkable diligence. Ji Xiaoxiao, quick on the uptake, ties the knot securely. Are there only the 2 of you nearby? Bai Ning inquires, twirling a small knife in her hand.
Yes.
Ji Xiaoxiao leans in. Puzzled, I remember there were a few more households, but I haven't seen them out for quite a while. The man falls silent, while the woman's gaze flits about nervously before she hesitantly responds. How would we know? We just moved here, like this little sister said, we've never seen them. Is that so? Bai Ning presses the knife closer to the woman's throat, maintaining a calm demeanor. I thought they had fed you. The woman suddenly trembles, leaning toward the knife, which grazes her neck, leaving a thin line of blood. Ignoring the pain, she smiles brightly. We're not monsters. How could we eat people? Ji Xiaoxiao, however, believes Bai Ning's words wholeheartedly, looking at the man and woman with a mix of fear and disgust.
Ah!
With the knife's handle raised and the blade pointed downward, Bai Ning thrusts it forcefully, causing the man to scream in agony. Unperturbed, Bai Ning continues to address the woman. If you don't tell the truth, I shall stab him again and again. Who knows how many times I could go before I hit a major artery. Then blood would flow endlessly, and I have all the time to play with you. You. The woman grits her teeth in frustration at Bai Ning's threat, yet feels utterly powerless, quickly conceding, all right, I'll tell the truth. 3 months ago, he and I were expelled from Base 5.
Ah!
Another knife thrust strikes the man's other thigh, eliciting another scream. He trembles slightly. I will speak. Oh, Bai Ning raises an eyebrow, glancing at the woman. If what he says is inaccurate, the next stab will be directed at you. The woman is repulsed by the playful tone in Bai Ning's voice. Ashue and I were expelled from Base 5 and wandered all the way to City S. Upon our arrival, kind-hearted individuals, moved by our pitiful state, graciously took us into their home. However, in a tragic turn of events, you seized the benevolent soul's provisions, usurped their dwelling, and even took their lives, devouring them in the process, did you not? The question, albeit posed with doubt, was unwittingly affirmed by Bai Ning. You fiends! Shouted Xiaoxiao, her fury palpable. She had never fathomed that such malevolence could exist. The man fell silent and continued, when our supplies dwindled, we resorted to the same methods. Bai Ning began to piece together the grim narrative, yet new questions arose in her mind. Where do you reside? Above us, the man replied, bewildered. If you dwell below us, that means you could smell our meals daily. Why have you only come today? The man was silent for an extended moment before responding. Because we had not finished our food yet, had it not been for the desire for something different. Beasts. Xiaoxiao retorted. Bai Ning stood, presenting a small knife to Xiaoxiao, her expression devoid of emotion. You handle this. Understanding the implication in Bai Ning's words, the man and woman pleaded for mercy. But Bai Ning remained indifferent. Standing by the window, she listened as their pleas morphed into curses, culminating in a sudden silence marked by a muffled thud.
Xiaoxiao,
bloodied knife in hand, with droplets of crimson splattered on her face, approached Bai Ning with a stoic demeanor and inquired, what shall be done with them? Xiao's first experience of taking a life was more composed than Bai Ning had anticipated. Whether this calmness stemmed from genuine serenity or mere shock was uncertain. But the current world could scarcely accommodate naivete. They were discarded onto the street below. Something will take care of it. Xiao grasped Bai Ning's meaning. The bodies, cast onto the thoroughfare, would attract vampires, leading to their obliteration, an ending befitting such wretches. Xiao expressed a wish to see their living quarters, and Bai Ning did not impede her. Indeed, upon her return, Xiao was so overwhelmed she nearly lost her composure. Yet by the following day, her spirits had considerably lifted. Thus passed the shadow of her first kill. Chapter 38. I understood. The thunder rumbled, ominously loud, as dark clouds amassed beyond measure. As though the heavens were on the verge of collapsing, a silver dragon of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the earth, followed by a series of resounding thunderclaps. Before the echoes of thunder subsided, torrential raindrops, the size of beans, plummeted to the ground, sending up sprays of water and swirling dust. Bai Ning hastily closed the window before the dust could invade their sanctuary, while the relentless rain battered against the window with a cacophonous rhythm. The glass kept the rain at bay, yet it persisted, drumming insistently, enveloping the world in a shroud of mist. The outside was tumultuous, and the inside was no less chaotic. Xiao Hua, keep it up. Go, go. Xiao sat on the sofa, a row of buckets set before her, while a large yellow dog squatted opposite, regurgitating a block of ice, prompting her to cheer. Indeed, the prelude to the rain was significantly warmer than before, leading Xiao to negotiate with the yellow dog for more ice, thereby relying on the ice to lower the room's temperature. In such sweltering weather, hot food was far from appealing, prompting Bai Ning to opt for cold dishes, a decision also pragmatic. Cold dishes of cabbage, potatoes, kelp, cucumbers, and mung bean sprouts were prepared, with all but the cucumbers blanched in hot water before being cooled and served atop ice. The trio of daily meals rotated, and Bai Ning even derived new recipes from these dishes, experimenting with cold seaweed, cold dragon whiskers, cold baby bok choy, and cold tofu skin. Indeed, anything could be served cold. Each dish was generously seasoned with chili and vinegar, resulting in Xiao racing to the restroom after every meal. The culprits, Bai Ning and the yellow dog, remained in good health. Sister Ning, before I perish, I have but one final wish, Xiao said, her pallor evident as her trembling hand finally rested on Bai Ning's. For dinner, I do not wish to eat cold dishes any longer. Very well, Bai Ning began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderclap that startled her. Woof, woof, woof. The yellow dog yelped in fright. Rushing to the window, Bai Ning saw that the lightning had struck nearby, igniting the electric line of the building across the way. Flames dancing fiercely. Another bolt illuminated the sky, followed by a fresh roll of thunder, and the rain intensified, mercifully dousing the flames.
Wow.
This rain is torrential, Xiao exclaimed, joining Bai Ning at the window to gaze at the deluge below. Will it flood up here? Bai Ning scrutinized the drain and observed water surging forth. It likely will, but I cannot say if it will reach the second floor. We must prepare early. Xiao rummaged through the cluttered storage room for cardboard boxes, gathering scattered items from the floor and placing them atop the table, while in other rooms, she elevated belongings to higher ground. She glanced at larger items and remarked, "The water has yet to reach us. We can address the rest once it does." Bai Ning concurred, instructing Xiao to take the yellow dog for exercise while she prepared the meal. With days devoid of sunshine, the solar panels were ineffective and gas supplies were dwindling. Bai Ning decided to use a coal stove to make pancakes. Speaking of pancakes, Bai Ning fondly recalled a pancake shop on her elementary school street, where an elderly woman crafted the most delectable creations. She had once implored her mother to learn from the woman to enjoy pancakes at home. Her mother, ever indulgent, had spent money to study under the elderly woman for a few days, but it was not solely for Bai Ning's benefit. If Bai Ning wished to savor them, she too had to lend a hand. Thus, she learned, and during every festive occasion, including the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, her mother would bring her along to make pancakes. Mastering the art of pancake making hinged on two critical elements, the filling and the frying technique. Bai Ning preferred a robust flavor, with generous scallions and just a hint of meat, seasoned with shiitake mushrooms and a drizzle of hot oil to achieve a crispy aroma that wafted for miles. The frying aspect required ample oil. The pancake must be placed flat as the oil neared its optimal temperature. After approximately a minute, it could be flipped, revealing a golden brown surface. cooked neither too much nor too little, with a slight crisp on the edges. A single bite would yield a delightful crunch, complemented by the savory filling, a taste Bai Ning longed for. After frying a generous platter, Bai Ning estimated there were around 30 pancakes, with some filling remaining, allowing her to make pan-fried buns. The buns were a modified version of the pancakes, a favorite of Bai Ning's. They were shaped like a baby's fist, with thin skin and ample filling, boasting 30 pleats, soft on top and crispy on the bottom. A single bite provided a delightful contrast of textures, making them irresistible. Sister Ning, you must be a chef. Are you a 5-star chef or the culinary genius from a cartoon? This is simply exquisite. I could devour 20 more. Zuxiaxiao exclaimed, holding a bun in her left hand and a pancake in her right, oblivious to anything else as she munched away, offering her commentary. The yellow dog chimed in with barks of approval. Bai Ning, observing the buns frying to perfection, transferred them to a plate and placed more unprepared buns onto the stove. Hearing Zuxiaxiao's remarks, a smile graced her face as she humbly replied, "You must simply be famished after your workout. Everything tastes better when one is hungry."
Indeed.
Bai Ning found this meal unexpectedly delicious, perhaps due to her recent forays into the culinary arts after a prolonged hiatus from cooking. Though she feigned modesty, her heart brimmed with joy, prompting her to prepare more for them. Thunder rumbled ominously, and with a resounding crack, the solar-powered lights flickered before surrendering to darkness. Anticipating this eventuality, Bai Ning and her companions had prudently gathered flashlights, small lamps, candles, and other sources of illumination. Now, the daylight felt akin to night, necessitating the use of lighting. How domineering, little princess, Bai Ning pronounced the title of the book with deliberate enunciation, its antiquated title evoking a sense of nostalgia.
Hee.
Zhu Xiaoxiao chuckled. I secretly saved my allowance for quite some time during middle school to purchase these. Now that boredom has set in, I recalled them. And I find reading by flashlight far more engaging. Indeed, boredom could be quite a torturous affair. Bai Ning had not anticipated that she could be so engrossed as to finish these illogical, bizarre novels, only to look up and realize she had missed her usual bedtime. After emerging from their small sanctuary, Bai Ning and her companions settled in Zhu Xiaoxiao's room. Zhu Xiaoxiao had previously shared her sleeping quarters with her grandmother. Thus the room contained 2 single beds. Zhu Xiaoxiao graciously offered her own bed to Bai Ning, opting instead to sleep on the one her grandmother used. Sister Ning, where do you plan to go in the future? Zhu Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired in the darkness, prompting Bai Ning to realize she was still awake. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ning replied, I wish to visit the mountains, the seaside, and explore the hills, to wander through this world. Oh, Zhu Xiaoxiao responded, and after a prolonged silence, continued, I once aspired to finish high school, attend a prestigious university, and ultimately become a teacher. Alas, that is no longer feasible.
Now,
I simply wish to heed my grandmother's advice and live well. At that moment, Bai Ning recalled that Zhu Xiaoxiao was merely 16 years old, still in her first year of high school. Why didn't you go to the base earlier? Bai Ning queried. The room was devoid of light, the only illumination emanating from the natural light filtering through the window. Zhu Xiaoxiao candidly replied, my home is quite distant from the base, and I lack transportation. Additionally, there is so much to carry that I could not manage to leave. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Xiaoxiao added, in truth, I would quite like to visit the base, as I am the only one here at home, and I had no idea how to get there before. Bai Ning inquired, if given the opportunity, would you go? Zhu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose I would. I see, Bai Ning replied. However, Zhu Xiaoxiao grew anxious, asking, what do you know? What do you know? Chapter 39. The Contract Sister Ning. A slender shadow crept across the wall, snapping Bai Ning back to reality as Zhu Xiaoxiao lunged toward her.
Ah!
Sister Ning, please tell me, what do you know? Hurry. Bai Ning felt herself shaken slightly as she pushed Zhu Xiaoxiao's hands away. I was just distracted. Bai Ning, of average intelligence, found herself quite annoyed by riddlers while watching shows, hence she seldom took on that role herself, never anticipating she would become one. The reason she had not clarified matters with Zhu Xiaoxiao was that she was still contemplating the situation, uncertain if her plans would unfold as she envisioned. Bai Ning had long harbored a desire to traverse the world, believing it would only be realized in retirement. Little did she know that the apocalypse would afford her this opportunity. After over a week in City S, Bai Ning planned to depart once the rain ceased. However, she needed to ensure Zhu Xiaoxiao's well-being, for their encounter in this world had been rare and pleasant. First, she needed to ascertain Zhu Xiaoxiao's willingness to go to the base, and next, she had to locate Team 1. She wondered if they had already left City S. If they had not, she could request their assistance in taking Zhu Xiaoxiao to Base 1. Burning recalled the team leader's earlier remark that they were willing to help with any matters, as they owed her a favor, which she could now redeem. As Burning contemplated these matters, she became lost in thought. Sitting up in bed, she peered through the dim light at Zhu Xiaoxiao's youthful face and asked earnestly, if an opportunity arose for you to go to the base in City A, would you be willing to go? Zhu Xiaoxiao also sat up, and as another flash of lightning illuminated the room, she noticed Burning's serious demeanor and adopted a grave expression herself, replying, I understand that all gatherings must eventually disperse. Sister Ning cannot always remain by my side. For me, going to the base is a splendid option, especially City A, as it is the capital. As she spoke, Zhu Xiaoxiao's excitement grew. I have never been to the capital. It would be a regret not to have experienced it in life. Burning produced a parchment scroll and a fine needle, extending them to Zhu Xiaoxiao. Then, drop a drop of blood here to sign the contract. Without hesitation, Zhu Xiaoxiao pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to stain the parchment. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Burning inquired with curiosity. Zhu Xiaoxiao brought her bleeding finger to her lips, sucking on it until the bleeding ceased before revealing it. What reason would you have to deceive me? If you wished for my life, I would have perished long ago. Zhu Xiaoxiao's profound trust filled Burning with delight, affirming that her kindness toward her had not been in vain, as she genuinely cared for Zhu Xiaoxiao's future. Burning exaggerated the potential consequences, only to find that Zhu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, eagerly asking, does that mean I cannot call you by your name? Can I not call you Sister Ning?
What should I call you then? Beauty?
Burning rolled her eyes at Zhu Xiaoxiao's cheerful countenance, but handed her a bracelet, stating, this is a storage space, also requiring a drop of blood to bind it to you. It has a capacity of 50 square meters, which should prove convenient for your life at the base. Zhu Xiaoxiao immediately began showering Burning with compliments. However, Burning swiftly pressed her down to sleep. The following day, the sewer was indeed clogged, with water creeping up the stairs to the first floor, halfway to the second, which was just reaching Zhu Xiaoxiao's home. The sky remained pitch black, with persistent lightning and thunder. Sister Ning, look. There's a big red pair of underpants hanging from a tree branch. I wonder whose they are. Zhu Xiaoxiao exclaimed from the window, beckoning Burning to share her discovery. The large yellow dog curiously peered out, resting its paws on the windowsill. Ever since signing the contract with Zhu Xiaoxiao, Burning had liberated herself, no longer needing to conceal her spatial abilities. She took out some electronic devices still functional and allowed them to watch shows. They were gazing out the window because Burning believed Zhu Xiaoxiao was still young and should not be fixated on electronic devices. So she encouraged her to engage in other activities. Meanwhile, Burning lounged on the sofa and casually opened the system, discovering she had accumulated 10 chances to draw rewards. Previously, all her opportunities had been squandered. For reasons unknown, she had impulsively decided to draw single lots, only to receive a string of worthless items, the most useful being a roll of paper. Clearly, the notion of miraculous single draws was a fallacy. Congratulations! You have received Cool Milk Candy X3, Duck Neck X6, Beef Leg X2, Ham Sausage X120, Burn Immortal Grass X1, Chicken Steak X10, Capture Device X1, Mouse Pad X1, World Map X1, Disposable Plastic Bag X100. Perhaps it was due to a lack of hand washing, but Bai Ning never anticipated her luck would be so dire. It seemed that only a capture device and a world map could prove useful. The capture device, when placed in a designated location, it could ensnare prey infinitely. The world map. Wherever you wish to go, I shall guide you, ensuring you do not lose your way. The rain fell longer than Bai Ning had expected. She initially thought it would last just a few days, at most a week, but it persisted for a full 12 days. After waiting 3 additional days for the water to recede, she had been confined indoors for half a month, devoid of electricity. She intended to take Zhu Xiaoxiao to seek help once the rain ceased, but the lingering floodwaters delayed this by another 3 days.
Zhu Xiaoxiao.
Here I come. Zhu Xiaoxiao peeked her head out in response and then retreated, only emerging a full half-hour later. With a spatial pocket in her possession, Zhu Xiaoxiao frantically collected items from the house, sifting through them as the floodwaters receded for 3 days, unable to store larger objects. With the presence of a locator, Bai Ning felt assured she could find Team 1. She noted from the locator that Team 1 was situated in the old district of S City, not far from her location, approximately a 3 to 4 hour journey. Bai Ning contemplated escorting Zhu Xiaoxiao there. However, unforeseen events unfolded swiftly. The system had unexpectedly upgraded successfully the previous day. rendering it somewhat more aware. The reason it was described as somewhat aware was due to the system incessantly issuing warnings, yet unable to communicate effectively. Warning. Warning. The next core fragment will refresh in the coastal region of U City. Please proceed to the destination promptly. Warning. Warning. The next core fragment will refresh in the coastal region of U City. Please proceed to the destination promptly. Warning. Warning. The next core fragment will refresh in the coastal region of U City. Please proceed to the destination promptly. The system incessantly transmitted this message, prompting Bai Ning to silence it, yet her instincts urged her to hasten to the coastal area of U City. Consequently, she examined the map and discovered 3 routes from S City to U City. She opted for the one that traversed the old district, allowing her to accompany Zhu Xiaoxiao. Previous experiences driving after heavy downpours paled in comparison to this deluge. One could say that while prior roads were navigable, the current path resembled driving through a swamp. This is not an exaggeration. Once the floodwaters receded, nearly 10 centimeters of sand remained on the road, a mixture of yellow sand and clay that ensnared tires, alongside fallen branches, stones, and vehicle wreckage obstructing the way. The presence of both a human and a dog in the car made Bai Ning drive with utmost caution. Ultimately, Bai Ning and Zhu Xiaoxiao parted ways at an intersection, leaving behind a letter and a snake scale as a token for Zhu Xiaoxiao to seek out Team 1. The path ahead was solely hers to traverse. Chapter 40. The Golden Swallowing Beast. The nights at the beginning of the month were inherently dark, devoid of any artificial illumination. Relying solely on the faint glow of the stars to discern the road ahead was futile. Trusting her instincts, Bai Ning gritted her teeth and chose to take a shortcut along a smaller path. Typically, the high beams of standard vehicles illuminate a range of approximately 80 to 120 meters. The vehicle produced by the system, however, was slightly superior, reaching about 200 meters. She could vaguely make out the surroundings within that distance, though an increasingly dense shroud of shadows enveloped her. Even though she understood that these shadows were merely wildflowers, grasses, and trees by the roadside, an unsettling feeling of being watched from the darkness lingered. Now alone in the vehicle, she was aware that the large yellow dog had chosen to accompany Zhu Xiaoxiao. Bai Ning had previously engaged in a heartfelt dialogue with the dog. "Are you certain you wish to follow her?" Woof, woof, woof. Initially, Bai Ning thought the dog sought a kind of surrogate bond by leaving with Zhu Xiaoxiao. But it turned out the dog felt it had been of no use beside Bai Ning, unable to protect her, and desired to embark on its own journey of growth. Even if Bai Ning wished to keep it by her side, the dog was resolute about needing to leave for a time. Ultimately, Bai Ning could not dissuade it, and they agreed that she would seek it out later at base 1 in a city. Turning up the music to the maximum volume, she struggled to suppress the fear creeping within her. After driving for another half-hour, she unexpectedly reached a dead end. The road had vanished. Entirely different from the mapped route. Had she taken a wrong turn? Bai Ning stepped out of the car to investigate. Before her stood the outline of an abandoned factory, discernible in the distance. The factory's exterior featured 2 rusted iron gates, evidently long forsaken. The barren soil surrounding the gates yielded no valuable finds. Was it possible she truly had gone astray? Doubt crept into her mind as she wavered between advancing or retreating, when suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears, something akin to a cat scratching against a wall. What was that sound? Bai Ning scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance, detecting no abnormalities. Had she misheard, or was there some lurking monstrosity nearby? Regardless, it was prudent to vacate the area, and she swiftly opened the car door and sprinted forward. Ah! Just a few steps into her flight, a terrified scream echoed in the air. Was someone else here? Bai Ning pondered this question. But she understood the precariousness of her situation. She had to leave quickly. Immediately, she turned and ran back. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, chilling her to the bone. The sound of the wind howled as Bai Ning tightened her grip, hastily attempting to evade whatever threat loomed. However, she was a beat too slow. The wind surged too swiftly, carrying with it the stench of decaying flesh. Bai Ning felt something ensnare her ankle. What the hell is this? Get away! That entity clung to her tenaciously, refusing to release its grip. Bai Ning struggled fiercely, but the more she fought, the tighter it constricted, causing her immense pain. With every ounce of strength, she wrenched free from the binding, yet the entity did not vanish. Instead, it seemed to adhere to her, relentlessly pursuing her. Recognizing that this was no ordinary foe, Bai Ning summoned her ice spear, plunging it toward the entity. Clang! The strike of the ice spear met the entity, but it sustained no damage. The ice attribute elements failed to affect it. Was this creature an ice attribute being? The very essence that countered her weapon rendered it ineffective. Realizing her predicament, Bai Ning devised a plan. She delivered a swift kick to the entity's chest, utilizing the momentum to pierce it with the ice spear. A howl of fury erupted from the entity as it was penetrated, and Bai Ning seized the opportunity to retreat, maintaining her distance. Yet, the creature was relentless, pursuing her without relent. What in the world is this thing? How can it even speak? Bai Ning's mind raced with questions, uncertain of how to proceed. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Bai Ning's ears, swiftly followed by a chilling presence that surged toward her, prompting her to roll aside without hesitation. In the very spot where she had stood moments before, a series of sharp gashes marred the ground, and a dark creature lay atop these marks. Its body smeared with blood, its piercing green eyes fixated on Bai Ning. How could there be monsters? So many of them? The sight of this creature startled Bai Ning profoundly. It was enveloped in a black leather hide, its form adorned with dark scales, and crowned with a pair of twisted horns. Its hair was a striking green, and its mouth a deep shade of purplish red. Is this a lizard? Do lizards grow to such a height? Moreover, this lizard could talk and climb. A shiver ran down Bai Ning's spine. This creature was utterly repulsive, a grotesque sight unlike any lizard she had ever encountered, complete with a long, sinuous tail. Lizards are carnivores, a type of serpent, yet this one was far larger than any snake. Observing Bai Ning's fear, the lizard revealed a menacing grin and unleashed a fireball aimed at her. As the fireball hurtled toward her, Bai Ning swiftly dodged to the side, and after narrowly escaping its fiery trajectory, she did not dare linger, fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! The fireball grazed Bai Ning's cheek, scorching the ground beneath her. Such formidable power. Bai Ning felt astonished, her heart brimming with trepidation toward the lizard. She contemplated whether to deploy her top-tier array disc. With it, the lizard would be powerless against her.
Ding.
Damaged core fragment detected. Please retrieve it promptly. The system's sudden notification disrupted Bai Ning's calculations. Another fragment? How could it possibly be on the lizard? Was this fragment infinite? It was because of this fragment that she had ended up here, and now she was compelled to confront the lizard due to the system. At that moment, the lizard expelled another enormous fireball, its intense heat surging toward Bai Ning. She rolled to the side once more, the fireball soaring past her and scorching the ground. Although she evaded the fireball, her arm was still singed, blood oozing from the wound. Regardless, she needed to ascertain the origins of this creature. And how could a core fragment be embedded within it? This lizard could not speak, nor did it seem to attack, yet it could breathe fire. And its flames were far superior to her ice abilities. As a level 3 awakened, she realized this lizard possessed not only a high intelligence but also a level 5 ability. Given its intellect and strength, it was clearly no ordinary foe, and she could not engage it head-on. With this thought, Bai Ning sprinted forward. Just then, the lizard unleashed another colossal fireball, hurtling directly toward her. Alarmed, Bai Ning hurried to evade. But the fireball's speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneously engulfing her in flames. Enveloped in the fireball, she found herself ensconced in a blaze. In a flash of white light, Bai Ning stood unharmed in place, the flames kept at bay by the power of her top-tier array disc. Witnessing Bai Ning emerge unscathed, the lizard appeared somewhat taken aback, continuing to unleash streams of fire that were thwarted by the array disc, leaving the lizard seething with frustration as it found itself powerless against her. In that moment, Bai Ning noticed a small orifice in the lizard's abdomen, seemingly containing a glimmering orb that radiated a faint white light. Surely, that must be the core fragment. A sudden idea struck her. She recalled the level 4 ability orb she had previously acquired, which could be utilized similarly to how she had dealt with the gigantic serpent. She hurled the level 4 orb toward the lizard, hoping it would suffice to subdue the creature.
Splat.
The level 4 orb detonated in midair, instantly obliterating the lizard into a shower of fragments scattered across the ground. The realization that the orb could effectively counter this beast lifted Bai Ning's spirits. She had been fortunate to avoid peril this time. The lizard's remains were reduced to a pile of ashes, and Bai Ning collected the undamaged orb from among the remnants, only to hear the system emit another electronic sound, signaling an upgrade. The last successful upgrade had rewarded Bai Ning with a 2% energy boost, elevating her from a level 3 to a level 4 awakened. What might the next reward entail? Bai Ning awaited eagerly. With a joyful heart, she opened the system, only to exclaim in dismay, "Where has my Xianjing gone?" Task Series 3. Acquire Xianjing 70359-100000 incomplete. Reward: substitute Scarecrow, X1. Having once possessed over 90,000, it had now dwindled to 70,000. Had the system consumed her Xianjing? Bai Ning's heart simmered with resentment. Chapter 41. The Blue Orb. If only it were indeed the system's fault. Bai Ning squatted in a corner, dejectedly tracing circles, never anticipating that she had inadvertently nurtured a gluttonous beast, and willingly so. Moreover, she had discerned that the next activation of the array disk required tenfold the Xianjing compared to the last. It was exceedingly daunting. Gurgle, gurgle. That icy creature, having observed the battle's conclusion, re-emerged. Bai Ning was taken aback to see that it had not perished. Its defense was extraordinarily high. Her ice spikes were utterly ineffective against it. The creature was clever, staying at a distance and not daring to approach. What are you? What do you want? Gurgle, gurgle. In response to Bai Ning's inquiry, the creature gestured animatedly, but she could neither comprehend nor interpret its language. Ignoring it, she prepared to leave. This being was far too dangerous. And she had no idea what it was. It was best to depart swiftly. Just then, the icy creature lunged forward, obstructing her path. Its mouth agape as it unleashed an ice pillar aimed at Bai Ning. The frigid air emanating from the pillar sent a shiver through her, but it inflicted no harm. Just like before, Bai Ning's ice abilities were ineffective against it, and vice versa. What on earth are you? Do you not realize that such behavior can easily provoke others? The icy creature remained unresponsive, fixated on Bai Ning with unwavering eyes. She felt a chill run down her spine under its relentless gaze, as though it intended to devour her. What exactly are you? Do not follow me, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. The icy creature continued to remain silent, its gaze unwavering. What are you? I care not what you are. Do not follow me. Bai Ning continued, exasperated. This creature was truly an oddity. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The icy creature emitted several calls, still fixated on her eyes, just as before. If you continue to follow me, I will not be gentle. Realizing that a firmer stance was necessary, Bai Ning resolved to take more assertive action. Otherwise, this bizarre creature would undoubtedly cling to her. The icy creature persisted in ignoring her, leaving Bai Ning with no choice but to grasp her ice spear, preparing to disperse it. Just as the ice spear was about to strike the ice elemental beings, they suddenly darted away, evading the icy blade. As they scurried off, they cried out, "Help! A villain is bullying me." Could it be that they actually speak the human tongue? Bai Ning attempted several times to communicate, only to discover that the ice beings were limited to uttering this single phrase. I wonder where you learned that. Bai Ning muttered to himself and, taking advantage of their distraction, made a swift escape. However, just a few steps later, he was once again spotted. Hurry and save me. Another plea in human language erupted from the creature. Upon seeing Bai Ning, the ice being called out in a voice laced with terror, prompting Bai Ning to furrow his brow in concern. Glug, glug, glug. It repeated twice more, striking a pose of desperation. Yet, whenever Bai Ning dared to move, the creature unleashed a barrage of ice spikes. While the damage was minimal, it was certainly vexing. All right, you win. Tell me, what do you want me to assist you with? Glug, glug, glug. Bai Ning felt his patience wearing thin. What could this creature possibly mean? Surely it wasn't simply looking for trouble? Are you here to provoke me or genuinely seek my help? Speak up. I haven't the time to play hide and seek. If you remain silent, then I shall take my leave. Seeing that Bai Ning was utterly bewildered, the creature pointed towards a hole situated to the right of the factory, indicating he should enter. When had this hole appeared? It seemed as if it had always been there, yet at the same time, it felt foreign. Lead the way. I shall follow you in. Bai Ning was too weary to engage in further dialogue with the creature and promptly entered the opening. All the while, the ice being trailed closely behind him. The faster Bai Ning walked, the quicker it kept pace. When he slowed down, it matched his tempo, refusing to fall behind. Clearly, it indeed required assistance, yet for reasons unknown. It would not articulate its needs, despite its evident comprehension of human speech. As Bai Ning surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an elongated passageway that seemed to stretch into oblivion, leaving him to ponder its purpose and destination. Could it be akin to the massive underground chamber found in S City? True to his speculation, he soon discovered a subterranean space even grander than that of S City. An expansive chamber estimated to span thousands of square feet, its construction a marvel in itself. Glug, glug, glug. The ice being flitted about, gesturing towards a small room nestled in one corner of the expansive chamber, urging Bai Ning to enter. This room, he noted, was constructed from rough-hewn stones, exuding an air of primal grandeur. At its center stood a large glass case, within which rested a palm-sized blue orb, emanating a faint luminescence reminiscent of droplets of water. For reasons he could not comprehend, gazing upon this blue orb evoked memories of the mystical crystal known as the Xianjing. "Do you wish for me to retrieve it for you?" Bai Ning inquired. The ice being nodded vigorously. Approaching the blue orb, Bai Ning struck the glass with force. Yet it remained pristine and unyielding. He attempted various methods to no avail, until finally, he utilized his unique abilities. Discovering he could effortlessly pass through the glass as if it were a mere curtain of water. With the orb now within reach, Bai Ning gently touched it. And to his astonishment, the orb began to move as if alive, slowly rotating. Ripples danced across its surface before fading away, leaving it still in motion. Taken aback, Bai Ning marveled at the orb's extraordinary nature. "Glug, glug, glug," he affirmed, "I have retrieved it for you." The ice being eagerly scrambled to its feet, extending its claws to fumble with the orb until it finally grasped it in its possession. Bai Ning sighed in relief, yet unexpectedly, the blue orb soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that penetrated Bai Ning's very being.
Ouch.
A piercing pain coursed through Bai Ning's entire body, compelling him to cry out as he felt as if he were being torn apart. "What in the world are you doing, you wretched ice creature?" Glug, glug, glug. The ice being, equally incensed, was indignant that its possession had been taken and was now being scolded. It flicked its tail at Bai Ning in a huff and vanished in an instant. Watching the irate creature flee, Bai Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body succumbing to weakness as he nearly collapsed. Just then, he felt the cultivation technique of his unique abilities begin to rotate within him. What was happening? Bai Ning gazed in confusion at the technique as it spun within his being, aiding him in absorbing the energy from the blue orb. For reasons unknown, information about the blue orb flooded Bai Ning's mind. This orb represented the very essence condensed by the ice being, designed to enhance its abilities. At last, Bai Ning grasped the reason behind the creature's visit. It sought to absorb the essence to elevate itself, only to have its opportunities snatched away by him. Realizing this, he felt a pang of guilt towards the creature, wondering where it had scurried off to. After waiting for some time, without any sign of its return, and with the blue orb's energy already within him, Bai Ning resolved to continue his absorption. A continuous stream of azure energy radiated from the orb, filling his dantian. Bai Ning compressed the energy, gradually constructing a platform within until he could compress no more. With a resounding thud, the entire world unfolded before him in his mind. Without needing to open his eyes, he could perceive everything within a 3-meter radius, akin to the divine consciousness of a cultivator. Or, what one might now refer to as mental power. Gaining a new ability, Bai Ning reflected on the significance of the blue orb. It truly was a treasure of great magnitude. He practiced extending and retracting his mental power, honing his newfound skill. Ultimately, as he withdrew his mental power, he noted that the blue orb's energy had been entirely absorbed, leaving behind an empty shell that bore a striking resemblance to something he had encountered before. It appeared that this orb was indeed remarkable. Having absorbed merely a fraction of its essence had propelled him to the 5th level of his unique abilities. If only he could acquire another orb to absorb more, he might very well ascend to the 6th level. Bai Ning manipulated the new ice crystal he had formed, noting that its hue was deeper than the previous formations, shimmering faintly under the light and possessing a lower temperature with significantly enhanced hardness. This revelation only deepened Bai Ning's curiosity regarding the origins of the ice being. To her knowledge, no such creature had existed on Earth, for no living being could produce something so extraordinary. Had it truly crossed over from another realm? Determined to uncover the truth, Bai Ning resolved to find the ice being and seek answers. "Where are you? Come out, I know you're nearby," she called out. Yet, after shouting for an eternity, silence reigned. "If you don't emerge, I shall take the blue orb with me," she hollered again. After an extensive search yielded no sign of the ice being, Bai Ning reluctantly conceded defeat in her quest to locate it. With the absence of ice attribute creatures, Bai Ning felt no urgency to leave. This expansive chamber, spanning over 1,000 square meters, piqued her curiosity immensely. She recalled several rooms that were locked, and with such treasures found in this confined space, she wondered what marvels the more spacious chambers might hold. Chapter 42. The Ice Coffin. Bai Ning began her exploration, leading her to the largest room first. The walls were adorned with countless paintings, each depicting an array of bizarre figures, reminiscent of an ancient era. The characters inscribed within were unlike any she had encountered in history, bearing a resemblance to Latin and archaic English. How familiar this seems. Benning experienced a moment of inspiration, recalling a jade tablet she had obtained in City S. She fished the tablet from a pile of supplies and, after a moment of comparison, although she did not find identical characters, the stylistic elements were indeed consistent. The room housed remnants of ancient porcelain, bronze artifacts, and bronze animal skins, all bearing only faint traces of their former glory, alongside numerous ancient texts, albeit largely incomplete. As she scrutinized and sifted through the contents of this chamber, she discerned that there was nothing else of significance, save for a door at the far end. This door, crafted from an enormous stone, bore the marks of time, with only a hollow lock remaining. Without exerting much effort, she managed to open the door, revealing a damp, musty odor. Inside lay an abyss of darkness. Yet faint glimmers of blue light flickered within. Producing the highest wattage light bulb, she illuminated the entire room. The decor within was starkly discordant with that of the outer chamber. While the exterior echoed a bygone age, this interior evoked a futuristic, sci-fi ambience, suggesting a temporal leap of not merely thousands, but potentially tens of thousands of years. Benning's conviction that the two rooms belonged to the same world, transcending the passage of time, was substantiated by the symbols etched upon the ice coffin within. The coffin was not merely positioned, rather, it was suspended in midair by several thick iron chains, nearly a meter in diameter. In addition to the inscriptions, the coffin was intricately adorned with lifelike carvings of various creatures. Some bore multiple pairs of wings with fearsome visages, others possessed fish tails coupled with wolf heads, while some were adorned with tails of disparate species, and still others were covered in an array of eyes, presenting an unsettling spectacle. Upon the ice coffin, Benning also discerned patterns depicting ice attribute beings. Could this be their origin? Within the coffin lay a figure, a remarkably handsome individual, the epitome of human aesthetic perfection. Resembling a sleeping beauty, he had lustrous black hair and was draped in a crimson robe, his physique impeccable, cradling a child of about 7 or 8 years, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, exuding cuteness.
Who are they?
Why have they confined themselves within this icy tomb? At first glance, it seemed they had willingly imprisoned themselves rather than being coerced. Straining to divert her gaze from them, Benning noticed a wooden box resting on the opposite side of the ice coffin, covered by a cloth. As she approached and lifted the cloth, she discovered several vials of liquid water, some medications, and a note. Curiosity spurred her to unfold the note, which bore yet another unfamiliar script, twisted and squiggly like a worm. Instinctively, she released her mental energy, resulting in an unexpected transformation. Upon contact with the note, it changed color from a weathered brownish-black to a pristine gray-white. Benning grasped the message as essence. If you are fortunate enough to see this note, it signifies that our planet is still salvageable. I hope one day to return to this world, and I wish to meet you again by then. The signature was a jumble of characters, and even probing with her mental energy yielded no clarity. Benning shook her head, puzzled by the meaning of the words, this world? Could it truly be possible to traverse to another realm? Aside from the ice coffin and the wooden box, there was nothing else of value in the room. Unwilling to give up, she attempted to open the ice coffin, but no matter how much strength she exerted, a protective barrier emerged, rendering her efforts futile. It appeared that she would have to wait for another opportunity to investigate further. Shaking her head, she packed the note, the ice coffin, and all the peculiar treasures, even those of slight value, into her spatial storage and proceeded to the next chamber. In the subsequent room, she found no particularly useful items. As she continued her exploration through several other chambers, she encountered various objects, including weapons, books, and ancient texts. Without lingering, she collected everything into her spatial storage. Finally, Benning visited the chamber with the blue orb, yet still found no trace of the ice attribute beings, compelling her to depart. Upon exiting the underground chamber, she discovered that she was still within the dilapidated factory, the sky remaining shrouded in darkness. Apparently, she had spent at least a full day underground. Not overly concerned about the passage of time, Benning drove along the same path she had arrived, yet the road seemed interminable, stretching for over 2 hours without end. Something felt amiss. She halted the vehicle and began to probe with her mental energy. Unfortunately, she sensed no anomalies, as if nothing had transpired at all. Could it be that fatigue had induced a hallucination? Contemplating this, Benning restarted the car and continued onward, driving for nearly another hour. Yet the road still showed no sign of conclusion. Growing increasingly agitated, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. What was happening? The time seemed off. She had been in the underground chamber for several hours, yet the time displayed on her vehicle clock echoed the moment she first entered the road. Bai Ning quickly accessed her system, discovering that it indicated it was now the morning of the third day, past 9 o'clock. Indeed, something was amiss. What could be the cause? Could it be linked to the underground chamber? Bai Ning turned the car back towards the crumbling factory, only to find the underground chamber had vanished. Was that chamber of an alternate space? How could it simply disappear? Yet the treasure she had collected remained intact. And the ice attribute beings must surely be extraterrestrial entities, which would explain her lack of prior encounters. As Bai Ning pondered these thoughts, she inexplicably recalled the apocalyptic world. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's physical prowess had notably improved, making high temperatures less burdensome. Moreover, the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities suggested that even with the shadows of adversity, the apocalypse could pass, contrary to the dire predictions in the system's data. Could there be an invasion from another world? Shaking off these implausible thoughts, Bai Ning realized her immediate priority was to escape this cursed place. But how to do so? The source of her predicament remained elusive. Suddenly, wisps of gray smoke drifted through the air. Although it was night, the smoke was starkly visible. The gray mist appeared almost sentient, slowly approaching her, gradually expanding. Bai Ning glanced upward, only to see the gray smoke dissipate, transforming into several dark silhouettes. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, their forms shrouded in darkness, yet somehow revealing their gender and features. The shadowy figures emitted no sound, gliding gracefully through the air. After observing for a considerable duration, Bai Ning discerned that the shadows seemed to be enacting some sort of narrative. Bewildered, she gazed at the dark figures, pondering which tale they were performing. Noticing Bai Ning's lack of response, the shadows grew increasingly agitated, their movements becoming more vigorous and pronounced. What are you doing? Is this some form of acrobatics? Bai Ning finally could not restrain herself and inquired. Upon hearing her words, the shadows momentarily paused, appearing as though they comprehended her inquiry, yet they resumed their dance shortly thereafter. This only deepened Bai Ning's perplexity. Could it be that these shadows possessed consciousness? Was there a hidden secret lurking within? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of excitement. Undoubtedly, these shadows harbored secrets, potentially linked to an exit. Unable to contain her impulsive curiosity, Bai Ning accelerated her vehicle toward the shadows, soon colliding with them. The impact sent a sharp pain coursing through her arm, nearly eliciting a cry from her lips. To her astonishment, these shadows possessed formidable strength, propelling her a considerable distance away upon collision. It seemed evident that these shadows were no ordinary entities. They wielded extraordinary power, perhaps even a form of potent supernatural ability. With this realization, Bai Ning immediately halted her advance, fearing that continuing forward could lead to peril. Should she be harmed by these shadows, it would be utterly disastrous. She had no desire to meet an untimely demise. It would be an unjust fate. Just as Bai Ning paused, the shadows too came to a standstill, neither attacking her nor themselves, as if engaged in some form of communication. Moments later, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Bai Ning's eyes. She sensed that the shadows were indeed conversing about something, and she speculated that it must pertain to an exit. What exactly are you? What do you seek? She queried. The shadows offered no verbal response, yet their actions conveyed a sense of dialogue. After approximately 20 minutes, their communication ceased, and they began to drift in a singular direction. Bai Ning promptly pursued them. The shadows moved with astonishing speed, and it took her a full half-hour to catch up. They halted behind a massive stone, casting a glance at Bai Ning before a thunderous sound erupted, and the stone gradually shifted aside, revealing a colossal cavern shrouded in darkness, concealing whatever lay within. The shadows vanished into the abyss. Chapter 43. The Illusion. What new realm is this? Bai Ning cautiously peered into the cavern, but discerned nothing. It was darker than the night itself, void of even the moon and stars. Even her mental probing revealed nothing but an impenetrable blackness. Hesitating on whether to venture inside, she weighed the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to enter, prepared to activate her array disk if necessary. However, the thought of doing so caused her heart to ache. Just as she was about to step forward, a stone struck her, nearly grazing her cheek. Rubbing her face, which had narrowly escaped disfigurement, she searched for the culprit, only to discover a mist of icy blue gas hovering at the entrance. What could this be? Bai Ning retrieved a glass cup. Upon contact, the gas transformed into liquid and flowed into the cup. The icy blue liquid emanated a subtle chill, yet was not frigid, and it bore a faint, pleasant aroma that invigorated her senses. Unable to resist, Burning cautiously absorbed a small amount of the icy blue liquid, only to be enveloped in warmth, feeling remarkably refreshed, akin to the sensation of enhancing her supernatural abilities. How wondrous! This substance could restore vitality, she mused. However, she soon perceived something amiss. The chilling liquid appeared to be rejuvenating her flesh and blood cells. She felt an increase in her physical strength. It seemed that getting lost this time was fortuitous. Yet the place drew unsettling parallels to the icy coffin in the underground chamber. Her instincts hinted at a connection between the two, suggesting that profound secrets lay hidden here. Perhaps even clues regarding the origins of the underground chamber and other remarkable treasures. With this thought, Burning felt an insatiable itch, a burning desire to explore. Her earlier hesitation transformed into a fervent resolve to proceed. As she stepped into the cavern, her toes barely grazed the ground when a thunderous sound approached, and she swiftly retreated, witnessing countless needles piercing the entrance. Each needle was embedded deeply into the earth, with those visible on the surface measuring several centimeters in length, shimmering with a lethal silver glint. How perilous! Wiping the sweat from her brow, Burning breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her earlier lack of vigilance had nearly led to disaster due to the unexpected benefits she had gained. This time, she heightened her awareness, opting to test the waters with a substitute, as commonly depicted in television dramas. Throwing stones to gauge the path ahead was indeed a prudent strategy. She hurled a stone into the cavern, and a resounding roar echoed as countless needles emerged, this time tinged with a sinister shade of blue and purple. Clearly infused with venom, it was evident that the initial appearance had merely served as a warning, and now it sought lives. Unconvinced that the silver needles were inexhaustible, Burning continued to toss stones. After some time, the scattered debris had nearly been depleted, leaving only larger rocks behind, while the entrance was now completely carpeted with silver needles, leaving no space untouched, compelling Burning to admire the ingenuity of the design. Oh no! Perhaps it wasn't crafted by human hands, considering the diversity of life. Ultimately, only a single stone remained, and as Burning contemplated how to retrieve the larger rock, she was surprised to find that no silver needles emerged this time. Phew! What an exhausting endeavor! Burning wiped her brow, finding no perspiration, but feeling mentally drained. Using her abilities to clear a path, she proceeded with a 30-watt light bulb in hand. The cavern-esque path was narrow, accommodating only one person at a time, requiring her to stoop as she moved. Fortunately, the silver needles had all been vanquished, otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. After nearly 20 minutes of traversing, Burning finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Rushing forward with renewed vigor, as if entering another world. It was akin to the phrase, "In the narrowest of passages one finds the way." After traversing several dozen steps, the vista opened up before her. A vast expanse of land, well-structured dwellings, fertile fields, and beautiful ponds. Beneath her feet lay a soft carpet of grass, with a stream about 2 meters wide flowing gently, crystal clear, where fish frolicked freely. The stream's source was a near-vertical waterfall cascading down, splashing against the rocks and creating a dazzling rainbow as the sunlight refracted through the mist. The sky was a canvas of azure, unblemished by clouds, the scenery picturesque, while the distant forest exuded tranquility, truly a breathtaking paradise. As Burning ventured further, she discovered a tree adorned with exquisite crystals, its branches extending for several meters, resembling an eagle poised for flight. The intertwining limbs bore lush, emerald leaves, and the canopy obscured the sky above, with beautiful hexagonal crystals hanging from the treetop, each the size of a fist, captivating her heart. Upon turning, she noticed a cluster of flowers adorned with blue beads, eliciting an involuntary smile. The flowers stand a meter tall, their petals exhibiting a translucent quality, while the leaves display a gradient of green hues. The stamen consists of 4 or 5 beads of a striking blue. Bai closed her eyes for a moment, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, before her lay a pile of gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The golden sheen was blinding. This time, it was not just the corners of Bai Ning's mouth that twitched. Even her eyes were twitching. How glaringly obvious. At least put on a semblance of reality. If one wishes to create an illusion, they ought to fabricate something believable. This was so transparently fake. Who did they think they could deceive? Nevertheless, those glistening gold coins truly sparkled. The xianzhong tree was beautiful, and the blue beads were even more exquisite. Ba Ning squatted beside the resplendent coins, cradling her head in her hands, her expression one of frustration. If only this were real. What a pity. It seemed that the illusion had realized Ba Ning was not deceived, and it abruptly faded away, revealing a space of approximately 100 square meters, filled with flowers of a purple-blue hue. There was no natural light here. Instead, a flickering, dim purple-blue glow illuminated the surroundings. This faint light emanated from the flowers themselves, resembling the glow of fireflies, yet akin to luminous pearls. Truly a marvel. Apart from these flowers, there was nothing else in sight. Ba Ning surmised that the creators of this illusion must be these very blooms. The area was not vast, and after circling around, Ba Ning failed to detect an exit, feeling immensely dissatisfied. What was happening? She refused to believe this was the end. Otherwise, why had those shadowy figures led her here? Were they merely to witness her folly? Taking a deep breath, Ba Ning puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, pursing her lips and blowing her bangs upward, making them flutter whimsically.
Wait.
In a flash of inspiration, Ba Ning realized where the path lay. It was the wind. If there were another passage, it would surely carry a breeze, allowing her to navigate by its direction. Ba Ning resumed her exploration, finally stopping at an angle where the wind was strongest. The passage must be here. She positioned herself strategically, enveloping her fist with her extraordinary ability, and struck the angled wall with force. With a resounding crash, the corner shattered, creating a vast pit, at the center of which emerged a black door. The door bore a rudimentary carving of an animal's head, resembling both a lion and a tiger, complete with elongated teeth reaching toward its crown. Ba Ning mused over the authenticity of the carving before pushing the black door open. Beyond it lay an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by two enormous lanterns, which Ba Ning estimated to measure 1/2 meter in length and width.
No, wait.
Did those lanterns just move? Chapter 44. The Fifth Layer. I am truly at my wit's end. A flurry of expletives surged within Ba Ning, and she turned to flee. Those weren't lanterns. They were the eyes of the creature depicted on the door. One could only imagine its size. If not now, then when would she escape? Overwhelmed, Ba Ning dashed back to the cluster of purple-blue flowers, desperately searching for a way out, only to discover there was no path. Now I simply had to let my frustrations spill forth. Who was the mad genius behind this design? Please show yourself. I would genuinely be grateful. Ba Ning leaned against the wall, attempting to calm her breath while remaining on high alert, straining her ears for the creature. No. It was more apt to call it a monster, to emerge. Upon regaining her composure, Ba Ning noticed that the beast seemed unable to escape, as the sound of chains clinking intermittently echoed. Was it locked up? Sighing in relief and feeling a measure of safety, Ba Ning mustered her courage to approach again. Who would willingly engage with a monster? If the only way out was through it, she would prefer to avoid such a confrontation. Cautiously, Ba Ning advanced. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As she drew closer, her mental energy reached out, only to be repelled. Rubbing her throbbing head, she recalled the sight she had just witnessed. The creature was indeed bound by chains, its limbs securely restrained, leaving only its head exposed. The monster resembled the depiction on the door, a raw and primal manifestation, appearing as though crudely assembled. Its eyes were not quite eyes, its nose not quite a nose, its mouth not quite a mouth, an amalgamation of oddities. Ba Ning slowed her approach even further, striving to be as silent as possible. Upon sensing her proximity, the monster opened its eyes wide, its mouth slightly agape, as if poised to devour Ba Ning whole. Instinctively, she retreated a few steps, halting only when she felt she had reached a safe distance. Can you understand human speech? Ba Ning inquired tentatively. If possible, she preferred not to confront it directly. Her intuition warned her that she would surely be overpowered. Negotiation would be the most favorable course. The creature ceased its struggles against the chains, casting a glance in Ba Ning's direction before resuming its frantic thrashing, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Ba Ning raised her voice, scratching the back of her head, and tossed a roast chicken near the monster, attempting to win it over with culinary offerings. The creature halted again, its gaze fixating on the roast chicken, eyes glimmering with hunger, though it quickly composed itself. Seeing this, Ba Ning threw another roast chicken its way, cupping her hands to form a makeshift megaphone, and exclaimed, "It's not poisonous, and I believe that even if it were, it wouldn't harm you." Ba Ning was uncertain if the monster could comprehend her words, but she had extended her sincerity. Whether it accepted her offering remained unknown. However, the creature clearly understood, as it ignored Ba Ning's gaze and directly seized the chicken to devour it. "What is your name?" Ba Ning inquired, feeling a flicker of hope. She swallowed hard and continued, "I didn't mean to intrude. I can't find my way out. I've been driving endlessly without success. And now the path outside is blocked as well." Noticing the monster was still unresponsive, Ba Ning's spirits waned, and she couldn't help but mutter, "If only you could share how to escape. I could offer you more roast chickens with various flavors, barbecue, tomato, sweet and sour, and the original flavor. Though I personally favor the sweet and sour one because you cannot leave until you have completed the 5th layer." The unexpected voice resonated, but Ba Ning, lost in her monologue, instinctively replied, "So, which layer is this?" "The 3rd. "Oh, the 3rd, so there are still 2 layers remaining. How do I proceed?" Crack, crack, crack. Ba Ning suddenly realized that she was alone with the monster, and the voice that had responded was not from it. Twisting her neck with a mechanical stiffness, her eyes fixated on the creature. Indeed, who else could it be but it? The monster remained unperturbed by Ba Ning's scrutiny, savoring the flavor of the roast chicken, slightly shifting its claws, causing the chains to clatter once more. "Do you have more roast chicken?" the creature inquired. Ba Ning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously. Yes, I do. Give me some, and I will let you pass," the creature stated.
All right.
Ba Ning readily agreed, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could this monster be deceiving her? Yet she had no choice but to trust that it would keep its promise. What could happen if it didn't? She reached into her spatial pocket, retrieving nearly 100 roast chickens, half of her stock. Bai Ning cautiously placed a roasted chicken before the monster and inquired, "Is this sufficient? If not, I can procure more." The creature remained silent, yet extended its hand to accept the chicken, subsequently devouring nearly 100 of them in one go, letting out a satisfied burp. Bai Ning sensed the monster's contentment and, driven by curiosity, ventured to ask, "Do you happen to know what lies in the 2 subsequent layers?" The monster merely lifted its eyelids and shifted its bulk, revealing a large opening, signaling Bai Ning to proceed. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Bai Ning understood that he could not afford to linger for answers. Should the creature change its mind, he would be in peril. He swiftly entered the opening, which then returned to its original state, as if it had never been disturbed. The monster stood at the entrance, watching Bai Ning vanish into the distance, shaking its head and murmuring in its own tongue. Had Bai Ning understood, he would have realized it was expressing, "What a fortunate little fellow," though alas, not from the same realm. Upon entering the 4th layer, Bai Ning was greeted by a world shrouded in mist, with only a solitary vibrant tree piercing through the white expanse. It was a robust tree, soaring into the clouds. Standing before it, Bai Ning gazed upward, unable to discern its summit, obscured as it was by layers of fog. The solitary path in this layer led upwards. Contemplating the towering tree and the surrounding white mist, Bai Ning mused to himself, "This tree is indeed exceedingly tall." Though donned with a mask of anguish, he felt compelled to ascend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Ning leaped onto the trunk, his foot landing upon it, causing the leaves to sway. Whoosh, whoosh. He continued to leap and vault, quickly nearing the misty heights. The fog, peculiar in nature, completely obstructed his vision and even hindered his mental faculties, allowing him to see no further than half a meter ahead, rendering him almost blind. Thus, he could perceive only the fog, unable to glimpse the trees beyond. And from there on, he could only ascend cautiously, step by deliberate step, which was not only laborious but also mentally taxing. A wry smile escaped Bai Ning's lips. If this continued, he would surely exhaust himself. Gradually, he climbed higher, enduring several hours, until his shoes were worn through. Fatigued beyond measure, he could only rest. However, as soon as he sat, the dense fog enveloped him even more tightly, making it difficult to breathe. "I cannot remain here, I will suffocate," Bai Ning thought resolutely. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his ascent. Time lost meaning as he climbed, but finally, a glimmer of hope emerged as the fog began to thin, revealing the tree's apex. At the top stood a triangular ancient structure resembling a tower, with a door at its center, likely the passage to the 5th layer. With renewed vigor, Bai Ning ascended, but just as he was a step away, a long, hairy limb struck out at him. He swiftly dodged, clamping his legs around the limb's fur, and with a forceful tug, he yanked the creature from the fog. Before he could discern its form, he leapt lightly into the tower. Chapter 45. The Trials of Life. From below, the contents of the tower were obscured, but once inside, Bai Ning was taken aback by the spectacle before him. The tower was vast, soaring over 10 meters high. Its walls adorned with myriad glowing runes, each pulsating with golden light and depicting vibrant scenes. Among them were creatures previously seen in the ice coffin and monsters from the third layer, as well as an array of beings, humans, mystical beasts, plants, and even various demons and spirits. Bai Ning reached out to lightly touch a rune, akin to opening an image on a smartphone, and immediately, a vivid picture emerged, stretching over a meter long, its details strikingly clear. It depicted a hunting scene, where figures clad in peculiar attire wielded an assortment of weapons. Some brandished swords, others bows, staffs, or shields, each adorned with masks bearing strange patterns as they pursued a creature. The image appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to spring to life in the next moment. Before Bai Ning could engage with another rune, a sound sliced through the air behind him. Instinctively ducking and rolling aside, he glanced back to see the assailant, the monster that had attacked him in the mist. With elongated antennae reaching for the sky, a triangular head, a segmented body, and 6 long, hairy legs, the black-eyed creature fixed its gaze upon him. Bai Ning was astonished at the sight of the nearly 2-meter-tall monster. Was this not merely a magnified version of an ant? The colossal ant, indifferent to Bai Ning's reaction, lunged at him with alarming speed. Thud! An ice spear pierced its joint, and with a swift motion, Bai Ning flipped it over, then pressed his foot firmly upon its neck, securing it tightly. Crack! The sound of its vertebrae snapping echoed, and with a flick of his spear, he discarded the dead ant, which fell silently to the ground. Though the large ant lay lifeless, Bai Ning remained vigilant, well aware that ants typically appear in swarms. As predicted, in the next moment, a multitude of ants surged from the fog, encircling him in a dense mass. While Bai Ning was unafraid of the ants, their sheer numbers were somewhat intimidating. With a flick of his fingers, the ice spear danced beside him like a windmill, and layers of ice formed on the ground, instantly freezing the nearest ants. Crack, crack. Countless fragments rained down as dismembered ant bodies tumbled to the earth. Bai Ning's speed of attack was astonishing. Most of the creatures had no time to react before being frozen to death. As for the remaining ants, Bai Ning did not pause, leaping once more to pierce their necks and send them crashing to the ground. Though these creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence and coordination, they paled in comparison to Bai Ning's overwhelming power, and he dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. After slaying hundreds, the corpses nearly filled the space, and Bai Ning was methodically discarding them when suddenly, his body swayed unsteadily. It was not mere fatigue. The entire tower was trembling. Crack! Another resounding noise echoed. The giant tree was on the verge of collapse. Realizing this, Bai Ning dashed toward the tower's grand door. Boom! Another deafening sound reverberated as the entire structure swayed perilously, the platform before the tower quaking incessantly, fissures splitting the ground, rocks cascading down. Just in the nick of time, Bai Ning managed to break through the 4th layer. Crossing the threshold of the door, he felt an unsettling weightlessness, his body involuntarily tilting forward, his hair whipped by the wind. Ah! What is this, an abyss? Before him lay an endless void of darkness, devoid of any anchor, and his complexion paled as he felt himself fainting. No, he truly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself still plummeting. Bai Ning forced herself to endure the disorientation. This life was fraught with unending tribulations. The cycle repeated. And upon yet another awakening, she beheld a cerulean sky and fluffy white clouds. Everything was so pristine, even the breeze felt refreshing, and the birdsong was melodious. Bai Ning reclined upon the verdant grass, feeling utterly enervated, even too weary to lift his eyelids. The sensation of weightlessness was quite unbearable, and he could hardly fathom the mindset of those who reveled in roller coasters and skydiving. After resting for half an hour, Bai Ning finally regained some vigor. Laboriously propping himself up to survey his surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast plain, cloaked in lush green grass, devoid of any trees. This place was rather peculiar. It either featured a solitary tree or none at all, transforming entirely into grass, a clear affinity for greenery, it seemed. What was the objective of this stage, he pondered, his gaze blankly fixed ahead before ultimately deciding to recline once more. He retrieved a formation disc to set up, lying on the cool grass while perusing a previously downloaded novel on his phone, relishing the comfort. Suddenly, a sound echoed, thud, thud, thud. Bai Ning had no intention of rising, covering his ears as he continued to read.
Boom!
Another thunderous noise erupted, prompting Bai Ning to whip around. In the distance, he beheld a massive pit, approximately 7 to 8 meters deep, its edges littered with fragments of flesh. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to the source of the sound. There stood a colossal creature. Its elongated head adorned with 2 rows of sharp, gray-brown teeth resembling steel needles, glistening ominously in the sunlight. It stood about 2 meters tall, armored, with a pair of wings and an additional 2 pairs of feathers sprouting from its back. Its wings quivered slightly, exuding a faint white smoke akin to flames. These were its feathers. Blood dripped from its maw, where 2 formidable fangs, half a meter long, protruded. The creature bore numerous wounds. Some healed while others still bled, droplets falling onto the grass below. It appeared oblivious to Bai Ning's presence, continuing its leisurely flight as if searching for something. What on earth is this? A creature resembling a bat yet akin to a bird. How bizarre are the monsters in this place? Are they local specialties? Chapter 46. The Fisherman Gains. Before Bai Ning could unravel his myriad of questions, another creature emerged, a patchwork monstrosity resembling both a rhinoceros and a tortoise. It bore the head and horns of a rhinoceros, while its back was crowned with a tortoise shell, standing upright with immense, meaty paws that struck the ground with a deafening thud. Covered in wounds, blood oozed from its injuries as it exhaled thick black smoke. The rhinoceros tortoise spotted the flying bat bird and roared in fury. With a thunderous bellow, a white shockwave erupted from its mouth, tearing through the air. How formidable! Bai Ning hastily retreated to a corner, where he found a gentle slope that provided cover while still allowing him to observe the spectacle. As anticipated, the 2 creatures were adversaries. Upon hearing the rhinoceros tortoise roar, the bat bird darted towards it, launching a swift aerial assault, its sharp talons aimed directly at the rhinoceros tortoise, which deftly evaded. Failing to land a blow, the bat bird redirected its attack, while the rhinoceros tortoise executed a roll to escape the onslaught, then countered by charging at the bat bird with a powerful punch, accompanied by a whistling sound. The rhinoceros tortoise reflexes were astonishing. Bai Ning observed closely. Despite its shell, the creature was remarkably agile. Such swiftness evoked admiration. The rhinoceros tortoise skin was thick, yet the optimal strategy against it would be to leverage its weight to render it cumbersome. A series of furious roars erupted. Provoked, the bat bird ascended sharply before plummeting downwards, flames igniting its scales in a terrifying display. It opened its gaping maw, targeting the rhinoceros tortoise with a ferocious bite. The rhinoceros tortoise retaliated with a punch identical to its previous strike, exuding an air of majesty, enveloped in a milky white mist. Clearly, it was harnessing its abilities. The 2 forces clashed, unleashing a tempest that uprooted the grass and sent dust swirling into the air. Cough, cough. Bai Ning's hiding spot was also afflicted. He squinted against the debris that fell into his eyes, stifling a quiet cough. The 2 forces neutralized each other, resulting in no clear victor, yet both creatures sustained injuries, albeit not grievous. The bat bird was sent reeling, crashing to the ground with a dull thud, while the rhinoceros tortoise staggered back several paces, the earth beneath it sinking. Though wounded, the fury ignited within them only intensified, and the 2 monsters resumed their ferocious bout. This clash was far more intense than before, as the creatures engaged in relentless combat, exchanging blows and unleashing beams of light that brightened the already radiant sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ning couldn't help but marvel. Such a fierce confrontation. Yet, she relished the chaos. After all, it felt as though she might seize an opportunity. Bai Ning's heart swelled with excitement as she focused intently on the battle. The 2 creatures grew increasingly vigorous and savage, their intertwining beams of light accompanied by ceaseless explosions that sent shivers down her spine. Another roar erupted from the rhinoceros tortoise, laden with wrath and laced with agony. Bai Ning cautiously lifted her gaze. Drawing from her battle experience, she surmised that the conflict was nearing its climax. As she predicted, both beasts unleashed a power exponentially greater than before, sending forth a beam of light that enveloped the entire sky. Bai Ning fancied she could hear the sound of the heavens cracking. The rhinoceros tortoise staggered backward, letting out a mournful wail as it collapsed.
Boom.
Crack. The creature's body carved a deep trench into the earth upon impact, its chest grievously clawed open by the bat bird, blood streaming forth. The mournful cry of the rhinoceros tortoise sent chills down Bai Ning's spine. As the creature's lament echoed, its form abruptly exploded, fragments scattering into the air. The bat bird, too, fared poorly, sustaining a deep gash on its abdomen from the rhinoceros tortoise's claws, blood gushing from the injury, exacerbated by its proximity to the explosion. Gurgle, gurgle. Two streams of crimson flowed down its belly, pooling on the ground with a sizzling sound. The blood rapidly seeped into the earth, staining the soil a haunting red.
Ave, ave, ave.
The bat-bird lay on the ground, its breath faint, motionless except for the slight rise and fall of its belly, betraying its lingering life. Despite this, Burning remained quietly hidden behind a small slope, intending to wait until the threat had completely dissipated before venturing out. As anticipated, the bat-bird finally ceased to exist and subsequently exploded. Had Burning emerged at that moment, death would have been inevitable. Phew, it is finally over. After holding her breath for several hours, Burning let out a long sigh, surveying the chaotic scene before her. She furrowed her brow, realizing that both the rhinoceros tortoise and the bat-bird were mutated species, and their power was truly formidable. She pondered what she needed to accomplish in this lair to escape. Is that a core? Suddenly, Burning noticed a red orb nestled between the corpses of the rhinoceros tortoise and the bat-bird, emitting a faint crimson glow under the sunlight. She hurried over, carefully avoiding the blood and remains, and picked up the red orb. Upon closer inspection, it was smooth and round, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. With a beastly design in the center resembling a bird, it must be the bat-bird's core. After searching for a while longer, she finally found the rhinoceros tortoise's core from the pool of blood. Bending down to retrieve it, Burning looked up to see a 2-meter-wide vortex ahead, within which water flowed gently, obscuring what lay inside. She hesitated, wondering if this was the passage to freedom. Trusting her intuition that there was no danger, she decided to take a gamble. Thus, Burning stepped into the vortex. The water within swirled violently, and she felt a pulling force, as if she were being devoured. However, instead of fear, she felt an unusual comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring, her entire being enveloped in ease. Ultimately, she was completely consumed. Chapter 47, The Scene. A gentle breeze brushed against her cheek, and Burning first detected the metallic scent of blood. Could it be that the vortex was not a portal, but that she remained in the same place? This was her initial reaction. Upon opening her eyes again, she discovered a reality starkly different from her expectations. She stood at the edge of the highest step of a palace, overlooking a series of descending steps, surrounded by a dense white fog that obscured her view of the ground below. All she could discern was a profound depth beneath the mist, though the details remained indistinct. Taking a cautious step back from the precarious ledge, her gaze shifted towards the source of the sanguine aroma. To her surprise, she was not the only person on the steps. There were 6 men and 1 woman, one of whom she recognized. Burning raised an eyebrow. Incredulous. So many people had lost their way? In society, humans typically feel a sense of relief upon encountering familiar faces in unfamiliar environments, and Burning was no exception. Her attention was immediately drawn to Rongzicking, his disheveled clothes and hair, along with the blood gushing from his left arm, captivating her. How had he ended up in such a state? He resembled someone who had narrowly escaped from hell. Just as Burning turned her toes towards Rongzicking to inquire about his condition, he signaled her with his eyes to remain still. Bewildered, she redirected her focus to the remaining individuals. Casting her gaze over the group, Burning was astounded by the number of people present, including foreigners. What exactly was this place? Aside from the familiar Rongzicking, her attention was first drawn to the only woman among them, as women often pay closer attention to their own gender. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, with a delicate and pure demeanor, clad in a white dress marred by bloodstains and tears. Her long hair flowed gracefully, her skin pale as snow, and her face exquisitely porcelain-like. Her large, watery eyes evoked a protective instinct, even though her body bore some wounds. As their gazes met, Burning instinctively looked away. There was something amiss about this woman. Although she bore an Asian appearance, she did not seem to belong to Burning's country. Rather, she had an air suggesting she hailed from a nearby East Asian nation. Burning felt a palpable hostility in the woman's gaze, compounded by the close intimacy she shared with a man who had golden hair and blue eyes. The 4 men behind them were clearly foreigners. The man closest to the woman, who shared a particularly close bond with her, exhibited quintessential traits of an American: a prominent nose, golden hair, blue eyes, a chiseled jawline, and a tall stature. Despite his tattered clothing, he retained an undeniable charm, yet Burning sensed malice in his eyes, a clear indication of his unsavory character. How unfortunate that such beautiful blue eyes were wasted on him. The second individual seemed to be from a country with a potato-shaped profile, maintaining a reasonable distance from the first two, but still close enough. He had a pale complexion, was relatively tall, with large, light-colored eyes, high cheekbones, thin lips, and an abundance of hair, exuding an air of humility, elegance, and politeness. The third was a representative of a nation known for its pickled cabbage, dressed in military attire bearing its national insignia. His facial features were pronounced, with a slightly elevated nose and thick lips. His eyes were lively, and his skin bore a bronze hue, suggesting vitality, though his pallor and prominent cheekbones hinted at fatigue, likely due to chronic sleep deprivation. The fourth was a romantic from yet another country, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding a charismatic charm. He appeared refined and graceful, yet his hands bore calluses, indicating he was no mere student. What kind of international gathering was this? Why were there so many foreigners present? Before Burning could voice her confusion, an ethereal male voice resonated from the air, seemingly from nowhere. Congratulations to all of you for passing the 5-layer trial. You have each earned a treasure chest, which you may select, one per person. As the words faded, a small platform rose before the 7, adorned with 7 treasure chests of various colors: green, blue, purple, silver, pink, black, and red, each exuding an opulent allure. At first glance, Burning was drawn to the green chest. After all, it was the color that had dominated her recent experiences. Just as her hand was about to touch the green chest, a robust arm obstructed her path. What do you think you're doing? That's my choice. Burning glared at the American, her words slipping out in her native tongue. To her surprise, not only did he comprehend her, but he also spoke her language, albeit with a certain awkwardness. It's a selection process. What I claim first is mine. Very well. Burning took a deep breath, suppressing her fury as she continued to observe the others. She noted the frigid expressions on their faces. None offered any support or spoke up, clearly enjoying the spectacle, while the woman's gaze towards Burning was filled with malicious glee. Emotionless, Burning conjured 4 ice walls to encircle the American, and countless ice shards shot towards him from all directions. In the next moment, however, the Frenchman shattered the ice walls with a single punch, emerging unscathed, even sending a gust of force directly towards Burning's face. Undaunted, Burning bent her knees and leaped, twirling her icy spear as she launched an attack at the American. He was already prepared to counter, yet unexpectedly, another ice wall appeared in midair. Using it as leverage, Burning soared, her spear directly lifting the green treasure chest as she landed gracefully on the ground. What I claim first is mine, Burning echoed the American's previous words, haughtily lifting her chin, her gaze filled with disdain. At that moment, the eyes of the other 5 individuals were fixed upon Burning, each displaying a different expression. Particularly the older man from the pickled cabbage nation, whose eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, a pink fan materialized in midair, striking Burning at the back of her head. Before she could react, Zicking, who had previously stood at a distance, appeared behind her to block the blow, worsening the already bleeding injury on his arm. Zicking, what do you mean by this? The delicate fan has returned to the woman's grasp, her expression impassive yet her gaze seething with fury as she declares, "You have violated the agreement." From her tone, Benning discerned that she hailed from the land of cherry blossoms. Zicking, unperturbed by the woman's demeanor, calmly extended his unblemished right index finger upwards and replied, "You know full well what lies within your hearts. You, humph, we are leaving." The woman from the land of cherry blossoms scoffed, casting a glance at the citizens of the United States before both turned on their heels, each selecting a treasure chest. The others gradually completed their choices and vanished from sight. Benning stood there, utterly bewildered. What are they discussing? She pondered. I clearly understood their words, yet grasped not a single meaning. Moreover, how did they depart? Could it be that their intentions manifested?
Depart. Exit.
Open sesame. Benning closed her eyes, concentrating intensely, nearly on the verge of performing a ritualistic dance of prayer. What are you doing? A man's voice suddenly resonated behind her, startling Benning so much that she stumbled forward. Fortunately, her agile reflexes allowed her to twist and pivot, effortlessly averting an impending awkward situation. You. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, as she glared up at the impeccably handsome face before her. Instinctively lowering her voice, she inquired, "Why did you appear so suddenly? Are you unaware that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences?" I was almost scared to death. I apologize. Rome Zicking immediately bowed in contrition. Perhaps the sincerity of his apology was so profound that it made Bai Ning feel as if she had erred in some way. There's no need for such earnest apologies, she said, awkwardly waving her hand, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It was not entirely your fault. My apology was not solely for your fright, but also for not intervening when they targeted you, Rome Zicking stated with heightened seriousness, which only deepened Bai Ning's embarrassment. How could there exist such a person, one who, despite being uninvolved in the treasure chest affair, would take it upon himself to shoulder the blame? Yet, despite her thoughts, a warm sensation began to blossom in her heart. So, it seems you all are acquainted? What did your earlier conversation imply? If it's inconvenient to discuss, please feel free to refrain. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Ning hesitated before adding, I wouldn't want to intrude. Rome Zicking smiled and shook his head. There is nothing that cannot be shared, for the matter will soon be made public. However, it is a lengthy tale. The phrase "it is a lengthy tale" instantly reminded Bai Ning of certain plot lines in novels where protagonists encounter various events linked by such words. Though somewhat self-indulgent, it certainly piqued her curiosity. In that case, if it is indeed a lengthy tale, perhaps you need not elaborate, Bai Ning hastily replied. It's all right. You also play a part in this narrative.